under an oppressive, gloomy atmosphere as if being swallowed by darkness. The light gradually faded, leaving only the sound of heavy, ragged breathing echoing in the air. A twisted smile appeared on the warriors' faces. The battlefield was stained red with fresh blood, and a crimson glow rained down incessantly, leaving no path for escape. One by one they fell, but on the thin line between life and death, faint glimmers of hope still stubbornly persisted. Finally, we had reached this point, facing the terrifying fury while our spirits still burned bright. If we manage to defeat it, Gray muttered, everything will end way too fast. But at that exact moment, a sharp, cold light pierced straight through his chest. The pain struck suddenly, causing him to freeze, his body trembling as blood poured from the fatal wound. Gray's gaze became hollow, his dreams seemingly coming to an end. His body lost its center of gravity, his legs buckled, and he collapsed in helplessness. Blood spread across the ground, surrounded by bodies that had fallen in despair. He slowly accepted that this was the end. Looking at the ruins and the fallen comrades, Gray's heart felt heavy with shame. After all this, am I going to die without having accomplished anything? His eyes flared with hatred, directed toward the creature floating in midair. Someday, an unknown catastrophe had appeared, threatening to wipe out the entire continent. The enemy of humanity, the Purger, continued to sow destruction. Gray looked at the warrior standing tall and shielding them with a buckler, his heart entrusting its last bit of hope to them. The group of warriors defending humanity included Brian Miller, the young man who survived the horrific meteor strike, known as the Shield of the World. The blue-haired girl, Bella Albright, a great sage with the power of an entire legion, summoned sparkling magic circles, ready to face any danger. Beside her was Jacob Bloomfield, an archer clad in green armor. Every arrow he loosed was sharp and startlingly accurate. Having once taken down a high-level dragon beast with a single shot, his title of God Archer was well-deserved. And Amy White, the golden-eyed swordswoman, who never faltered in the face of danger, with speed that overcame every obstacle. She was the strongest sword saint in history. Watching them, Gray felt a surge of inferiority. And us, he thought bitterly, we're just the support unit, used then thrown away. The cruel truth was harsher than he had imagined. They were nothing but sacrificial pawns. Observing the group's masterful combat skills, Gray couldn't help but admire them. They're on a different level, he thought to himself, witnessing the graduates from the World Union Academy easily closing in on the enemy. The distance between him and them became increasingly apparent, like an impassable abyss. The Purger was being suppressed by Bella's magic spheres. Gray lay shivering on the ground, his heart heavy. Does it even matter if the support team is here or not? Meanwhile, Amy continued to attack, her powerful sword strikes making the enemy stagger. The humiliation in Gray's heart reached its peak. We trained hard too, he screamed inside. Amy, with terrifying speed, forced the Purger to constantly defend. A final, powerful strike wounded him, but instead of fear, he was amused. Oh, you managed to hurt me? His body emitted a fiery red spirit energy, stronger than ever. Not bad. Suddenly, the Purger created a vortex of sword chi, and long blades shot forward. In just one move, everyone else was killed, their bodies slashed apart. The Purger stood proudly on high. The horrific sight left Gray stunned. Only one villain remained alive. His pupils constricted in shock. Getting serious, are we? Gray couldn't believe it. He had wiped out the entire team in a single sword stroke, and he had just been playing around this whole time. He slowly closed his eyes, accepting the cruel reality. There was no way to win. His body lay still in a large pool of blood. But then, Gray snapped awake. Wait, how long has it been since my heart was pierced? Looking at his reflection in the pool of blood, he wondered, why am I still alive? The sound of dripping blood mingled with a mysterious voice. Found you. Gray felt as if he were being pulled into another dimension. In front of him was a magical light, opening into a black hole. Come here, you who possess immense power. The voice resonated. Gray was stunned, stepping into a new world, like a desolate city. His wounds had healed. Where am I? The afterlife? He turned back, feeling as though someone was watching him. A figure in a black cloak, full of mystery, appeared. "Who are you?" Gray asked. That person was Kronos, his face obscured but exuding a majestic aura. "You are not dead yet," Kronos explained. "Your wounds have been healed." An ancient magical space, covered in brilliant golden light, left Gray bewildered. On the magic screen, his body from earlier appeared, full of injuries. "Did you heal me?" he asked. Kronos calmly replied, "No, that is your own power." Gray touched his chest, still doubtful. "My power," Kronos admitted. "Even I cannot accurately analyze your power, but I believe it is even stronger than the Purgers, if you know how to control it." Gray was still skeptical. "You mean I can win this fight?" Kronos was cold but firm. "I make no promises, but I believe we must destroy him." Before he could finish, Kronos lunged, piercing Gray's chest just like before. But this time, a magic circle protected him. "Go," Kronos whispered. "I will lend you my strength." Everything happened like a dream. Gray returned to the battlefield, his body still lying on the ground. He gripped his sword tightly, trying to stand up. The sword suddenly changed, its tip turning a mysterious black, becoming a dark blade. Kronos' voice echoed. "This is your power. My power is not something ordinary people can see." Gray was ready to fight, so that's how it is. The noise alerted the Purger. He had just turned around when Gray closed the distance, delivering a powerful strike. Killing intent surged within him. The Purger felt the terrifying source of magic power. "Impossible!" He retreated, astonished. Does someone this strong really exist? Gray didn't hesitate, advancing with absolute focus, searching for the enemy's weak point. Gray's eyes blazed with murder, channeling all his strength into a fatal blow. "Don't look down on me!" The Purger counterattacked. In a flash, Gray's body was slashed apart. He was horrified, watching his body shatter, blood spraying everywhere. The Purger was smug, commendable. "You forced me to use my full power." But from behind, Gray's glowing red eyes flared as if to incinerate everything. The Purger's body felt crushed by an invisible force. Gray, enveloped in dark magic, stood tall in midair, holding the black sword. The black smoke from the blade melded with his body. The Purger panicked. What the hell? He hurriedly activated his shield, but it was too late. Half of Gray's face was distorted. The black sword now, gargantuan, slashing straight down. The shield shattered, unable to withstand the pressure. The strike tore the Purger's body apart, leaving a massive scar on the ground. "Are you really human?" The Purger screamed in despair. Gray, voice full of rage, replied, "That should be my question." Before the murderer, he stood tall, like a symbol of survival and vengeance. Suddenly, a manic laugh rang out, and Gray quickly stepped back, holding his stance. Despite being slashed with a deep wound, the Purger stubbornly clung to life. He spoke, his voice hoarse but filled with astonishment. "You're still alive? Truly, your power is not to be underestimated." His breath was heavy, erratic with blood flowing freely. He pressed his face close to Gray's, his eyes flashing with cold, threatening glints. "Well, I'll crush you over and over again until you die. Not interested in arguing with a madman." Gray didn't respond, just poured all his strength into swinging his sword, a sharp, whistling slash flying straight at the Purger. The blade roared, powerful enough to make his body tremble, his wounds widening. A strange yellow liquid poured from his body, accompanied by agonizing screams mixed with vile curses. But suddenly, the Purger stopped. He clasped his hands together, his movements slow as if summoning something from the deep. His body suddenly emitted fantastical streams of light, as brilliant as the awakening moon. The wings on his back turned into 5 colors, sparkling like a galaxy. His hands faced each other, a magic circle gradually forming, floating in mid-air, emitting energy that made the air tremble. Time suddenly distorted. Night fell unexpectedly, shrouding everything in terrifying silence. The Purger muttered, his voice deep as if signaling fate. "Time's up." A brilliant moon appeared, casting down a cold silver light. Gray frowned slightly, suspicious. "What? Is it night?" All of a sudden, he offered a cold smile, unwavering. No one noticed that Gray had quietly appeared behind the Purger, fast as a ghost. His voice whispered, full of challenge. "So what?" Not letting the enemy react, Gray delivered a fatal strike straight to his throat. But unexpectedly, The blade hit an invisible film, hard as steel. Gray froze, his eyes flashing with surprise. The purger laughed, his voice full of arrogance. It's useless. In this dream realm, nothing can harm me. Stop resisting in vain, Gray. Take a last look at the stars. Gray stood stunned, not out of fear, but because the brilliant light from the sky was rushing straight toward him. That light, like a meteor, grew larger with terrifying speed, burning as if to incinerate everything. The purger's voice crept into Gray's mind, like an evil whisper. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now that star has arrived very close. The giant fireball plummeted, exploding right where Gray stood, creating an earth-shattering blast. Everything around turned to ash, the earth and stones shattered. The purger flew up, smugly looking down at the rubble. A deep hole appeared, but Gray's figure was nowhere to be seen. He laughed loudly. You can't resurrect if you've turned into dust. But from above, a sparkling magic portal suddenly appeared, leaving the purger confused. What? The portal gradually became clear, looking like a giant clock engraved with the word time. A deep voice echoed. It was Kronos. You've gathered truly incredible power, but this should be enough to send you back. The purger panicked, his whole body trembling. Impossible. Kronos, sitting leisurely on high, continued to speak. Can you hear me? You who hold great power, use all of my strength. I will send you back to the past. The purger's fury erupted. He screamed, Kronos, you bastard. Ignoring his outrage, Kronos calmly continued. This is all I can do for you. The clock of time began to run backward, the hour hand roaring like destiny. When the hand hit one, Kronos' voice faded. I entrust the fate of this world to you. Perhaps this is not the end, but a new beginning for Gray. Gray woke up, his body lying on a lush green meadow. The sky was clear, gentle sunlight streaming down. This world, strangely peaceful, as if it had never been destroyed. He slowly sat up, his mind hazy. Where is this? Looking around, the vibrant landscape made his heart feel as if it were being healed. In the distance, mountains, forests, houses, and villages appeared, nostalgically familiar. Gino Village? How? He was stunned. Everything was like a dream, memories of a place he used to call home. Gino Village, the place destroyed 15 years ago. Why was it still here, as vibrant as if it had never vanished? The final words of Kronos suddenly echoed in his mind. Gray started. What he said, did it really happen? The emotion made the scar on his wrist throb. Looking down, he recognized the old wound from the days he was bullied and looked down upon. His body trembled slightly, painful memories rushing back. No, he told himself, voice firm, I cannot let myself be beaten by them again. In the past, Gray was weak, unable to fight back. They were too strong, and he was just helpless. But now, he didn't want to repeat that fate. Destroying the purger was no longer a hollow dream. Gray stood up, walked toward the forest, reassuring himself, when I'm stronger, I'll deal with them. For now, I don't want to get hurt anymore. Suddenly, he stopped. In front of him was Belder's group, blocking his path, each one looking ferocious. Belder, in a condescending tone, spoke up, I've been looking for you all this time. Gray sighed, frustrated. Such a nuisance. They tossed him a sword, ordering, take it. Gray didn't move, his gaze cold. Seeing that, the group approached, voices mocking, playing dumb. Let's have a sparring match. Gray tried to dodge, worried about his unhealed wounds. Oh, a match. Sorry, my wounds haven't healed yet. Thanks for the invitation, but I can't participate. Belder and his lackeys had no intention of letting him go. They sneered, full of contempt. Belder pretended to reassure him. Don't worry. The blade is dull. It's safe. Gray looked straight into his eyes, exposing his true intent. No matter how dull the blade is, it's still a block of iron. What if it hits a vital spot? Before he could finish, Belder interrupted, voice harsh. Shut up. He slammed the sword into the ground, his eyes sparking with fire. Do you have a right to refuse? Don't like swords? Then fight barehanded. Belder lunged, full of confidence. Gray was stunned. He wants to fight me while I'm unarmed? What kind of fight is this? In Gray's mind, memories flooded back. Before the regression, a former military doctor once said that his swordsmanship never improved because of childhood injuries. Perhaps, he thought, my pathetic life started here. Not wanting to repeat the regrets, not wanting to live a meaningless life, Gray was determined. Suddenly, subconsciously, he dodged Belder's attack. He was also surprised, but didn't stop, continuing to strike. Gray avoided him again, light as instinct. Is that all the speed you have? Belder was pissed, putting all his effort into the attack. But Gray dodged everything. He suddenly realized his body was faster, more flexible than ever. Belder's group was stunned, one muttering, "The way he moves, like a completely different person." Gray picked up the sword from the ground, gripping it tightly, his eyes blazing. "I may not have the same body as before, but the memories of the battles remain." Belder attacked from above, intending to finish him off. "Take this." But Gray counterattacked, the force causing Belder to stumble backward. Gray was worried, but this time for his opponent. Falling just from that? Is it really okay to fight a rookie like him? He focused, determined not to yield. No, he doesn't deserve pity. They bullied me just because I couldn't fight. Gray's gaze turned ice cold, determined to change the humiliating past. He swung his sword, knocking Belder's weapon away. He panicked. Damn it, how is that so easy? Gray stepped forward, voice deep but commanding. Perhaps you've never been trained on how to parry. He stomped firmly, causing Belder to flinch. But don't worry, you taught me that. Gray raised his sword, a cold smile appearing, his eyes burning with hostility. As long as the sword is dull, it's fine to hit people with. A sword strike slashed across Belder's shoulder. Fresh blood sprayed, causing him to panic. The hot droplets of blood splashing onto his face served as a reminder of the stinging pain. Belder cowered, clutching his shoulder, screaming in pain. The situation far exceeded Gray's expectations, as this incident wasn't in his plan. He was surprised, hesitating. Isn't the blade supposed to be dull? Suspicious, Gray raised the sword to check. Indeed, the blade was notched, riddled with cracks. Gray froze, heart confused. It was clearly dull. If this sword were sharp, he probably would have lost his life. But that didn't make him soften in the slightest. Gray's gaze turned ice cold, without a shred of mercy. He swung his sword, slamming it hard across Belder's face. The force of the blow caused his nose to bleed, his teeth to shatter, and his entire body to be thrown backward, rolling on the ground. Gray felt nothing, just coldly thinking to himself, "I'll just keep this dull sword then." He stepped closer, completely overwhelming Belder as he crawled on the ground. Gray mocked, voice deep but sharp, "What's wrong?" Screaming so loudly. Belder shivered, tears welling up, but Gray didn't stop criticizing. "Where's the one who said a dull sword would be safe?" His face relaxed, a faint smile appearing, but his eyes burned with undisguised rage. "It's you, isn't it?" Gray growled. Belder was terrified, unable to utter a single word. Just when he thought he had repented, Belder suddenly turned to his gang and shouted, "What are you guys standing there for? Attack him!" The fat boy, having witnessed the recent fight, was visibly hesitant, muttering, "He's too strong." But the mushroom-cut boy remained aggressive, looking down on everyone, and screamed, "Charge! Catch him from behind!" The whole group lunged at him simultaneously, each from a different direction, surrounding Gray. He stood tall, his gaze cold and devoid of fear. "What's this? You want to go another round?" The group attacked frantically, but Gray stood motionless, not wavering in the slightest. He muttered, his voice as deep as fate, "I was planning to let it slide, but now..." Nothing remained but the sound of painful moaning. One by one, their faces bruised and battered, they rolled on the ground. Looking at Belder and his lackeys kneeling, Gray suddenly remembered the dark days of his past. Back then, he used to tremble before them. He spoke up, his voice sharp. "You guys are from the Seria fencing dojo, right?" Belder didn't dare look him in the eye, but still nodded in admission. The fat boy muttered, "We thought we were strong enough, so we haven't been there lately." Gray sighed, helpless at their childish thinking. Strong enough, really? He shook his head, telling himself not to expect too much from the dojo, yet it still had its value. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Gray ordered, "Recommend me to the dojo. That place only accepts people by recommendation, right?" Belder felt a pang of guilt, his eyes filled with humiliation. Can you ask someone else? If I tell the master that I lost, I can't imagine what she'll say." Gray slashed into the air, the sword tearing through the wind, startling Belder. "So, Shall we continue what we left unfinished? Belder's face darkened, as scared as if being chased by a ghost. He abandoned his gang and ran for his life, shouting back, "I'll recommend you. The dojo is this way." The group accompanying him were stunned. "What? Belder, don't leave us behind." A while later, Belder and his gang led Gray to a bustling town. Gray was curious. "Why do you want to go to the dojo?" He replied indifferently, "This dojo has a recommendation quota for the academy, right?" Belder, who had missed classes for many days, only knew vaguely, "I have heard of that." Gray nodded. "That's why I want to go." The long-haired boy chimed in, "I think you're strong enough without the academy." Gray was strict with himself, refusing to let the compliment sway him. If I were truly strong enough, how great would that be? Memories of the battle with the Purger flooded back, leaving him deep in thought. Even the strongest team in the world couldn't touch him. Although he had used all his power, Gray still couldn't deal any damage. The image of the Purger enhancing his power drove him. How much stronger do I need to be to defeat him? Belder signaled, "We're here." The only reason Gray came to the dojo was to become stronger. For a moment, he felt dark power, even if only for a second. He recalled the days of training with the Sword Saint, those moments of absolute focus on swordsmanship. If I had spent more time training under the same conditions as the Sword Saint, the outcome of the battle might have been different. Gray suddenly realized his mission upon returning to the past. "This must be why Kronos brought me here." A woman's voice rang out, pulling Gray back to reality. "So, in summary, what is it you want to tell me?" Belder's group was kneeling on the floor, repentant. The woman in front of them, surely their master, questioned, "You used the tactics I taught you to bully a commoner and ended up getting beaten to a pulp?" That was Saria, the instructor of the Saria fencing dojo, a young woman with platinum hair covering one eye, her sharp gaze full of authority. Belder tried to justify, "It's not like that. We just wanted to have a sparring match." Saria exploded in anger, waving her hand and sending Belder flying. The rest of the group trembled. She taught them strictly. "Who gave you permission to make excuses? If you consider beating a defenseless person a sparring match, then just now was also just a sparring match, right?" Her wooden sword pointed straight at Belder's eyes, her gaze full of uncompromising disappointment. "Go and never come back. From now on, no one is to call themselves a student of this dojo." Belder's group slunk away, supporting each other in humiliation. Saria turned to Gray, kneeling on one knee, and said sincerely, "Sorry about that. It seems my former students have caused you trouble." Gray waved his hand, "Don't worry about it." Saria thanked him for his kindness, then went straight to the point. "I heard earlier that you wanted to be recommended to the academy?" Gray nodded. She pulled a wooden sword from the rack to apologize for the trouble Belder and those guys caused. "I need to verify your ability before I write the recommendation letter." She handed the wooden sword to Gray. He took it and nodded, "Understood." The two stepped into the match. Saria yielded. "You attack first. Start whenever you're ready." Gray didn't hesitate. "Here I come." He lunged forward, using shocking speed. Saria defended skillfully, her eyes not leaving his sword strikes. She thought to herself, "His swordsmanship is very practical, as if he's been through countless battles. At this age, it's astonishing." Gray lowered his stance, attacking from the side. Saria acknowledged, "Belder and that bunch aren't on his level." Gray's movements were sharp, without a single wasted motion, appearing self-taught yet bearing the marks of advanced swordsmanship. Saria was curious. Has someone already taught him? But his sword path is still rough. He is an unpolished diamond. Saria started to fight seriously. It's a shame to end it early, but it's time to bring down the curtain. She accelerated, but Gray was not inferior at all. With sharp senses, he dodged the blow, and even kept up with her movements. Saria was secretly amazed. Strange. Why isn't he wavering? How can he keep up with me? Her body gradually grew tired, but Gray remained steady. She hesitated. "I only meant to test his ability. Why am I going all out now?" Gray swung his sword hard, aiming straight at her, forcing Saria to retreat and quickly enter a defensive stance. She was startled. "It's just a slash, but why do I have such a bad feeling?" The floor cracked under the force of the sword. Saria was both amazed and intrigued, declaring, Let's end it here. But that confidence quickly vanished when she was shocked to realize her wooden sword had been slashed in two by Gray. Surprised by the unexpected situation, Saria couldn't react in time, only able to stammer. Her wooden sword rolled on the cold floor, shattered as proof of her opponent's terrifying power. Looking at the scene before him, Gray thought to himself, this feeling, it's exactly the same as back then. So I really do possess that power. Suddenly, an intense, sharp pain struck him, so powerful it made him buckle, emitting a loud cry. Seeing Gray acting abnormally, Saria asked worriedly, "What is it? Are you okay?" Gray gritted his teeth, his face twisted in pain, secretly guessing his body couldn't withstand that terrible power. Immediately, Gray tried to calm himself, trembling as he stood up. He hesitated, his voice weak. "I'm fine." Sweat beaded on his forehead, his mind lamenting, "I can barely stand. I shouldn't abuse this power." Looking at Saria in front of him, he hesitated. Should I tell her about this? Sensing Gray's strange gaze, Saria frowned, confused. After adjusting his state, Gray quickly dismissed his initial thought. No, better not. Even if I told her, it would be hard for her to believe. Furthermore, this is something I can't even control. Seeing the tense situation, Gray scratched his head, explaining to Saria in confusion, "I just got a little distracted." Hearing Gray, Saria fell silent, her eyes seemingly unable to believe what she had just witnessed. She looked in shock at the broken wooden sword, thinking, shattering my sword with a dull wooden one is impossible. She concluded, he must have realized it too. Seeing Saria standing motionless for too long, Gray began to feel panicked. He hesitated and asked, "Is something the matter?" The more she observed the small student in front of her, the more troubled Saria became. Is he not going to say anything about it? She closed her eyes, looking serious for a long time. After thinking, she turned her back, walked to the wooden crate, threw the broken sword into it, then spoke up, "All right, you said you wanted to be recommended to the academy, right?" Hearing the question, Gray showed signs of tension and nodded in response. "Yes, I heard you could do that." As soon as the words left his mouth, Saria asserted firmly, "Yes, of course I can recommend you to the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, the Royal Fencing Academy." She stopped, hesitated, then added, "But I advise you not to go there." Saria's face darkened, her voice lowering as she emphasized, "You don't fit in there." The words felt like dragging Gray's mood into a dark abyss. He gripped the wooden sword tightly, his mind filled with self-pitying thoughts. "I know, I'm not strong enough. After all, I can't do anything." As if understanding his thoughts, Saria spoke up, breaking his disappointment. "The place you should go to is the World Union Academy." Her firm words left Gray stunned, his pupils contracting in surprise. She continued, her voice full of conviction. "The place you need to go is not the kingdom's most prestigious academy, but the world's most prestigious academy." The statement startled Gray, his heart pounding. The World Union Academy? Isn't that where the Sword Saint and the others came from? Excited, he asked aloud, "Can someone like me be accepted there?" Saria shook her head, looking helpless. "No, impossible," she explained. "You must have realized it yourself. Your current body is not fit to be a fencer." Saria was grave, her gaze as if evaluating. If it were the Royal Academy, you could get by with skills. But at the World Union Academy, it's impossible. How could you reach that level with such a weak body? Unable to refute her blunt words, Gray stammered, "I guess so." His gaze reflected disappointment, heavy thoughts rising. "Everyone at that academy is a monster. With this body, I don't have a chance to compete." Under the dim light of the room, Saria spoke coldly. "Giving up already? There are still 9 months until the qualification exam." Knowing the time remaining, Gray was confused. Only 9 months. Saria agreed. Yes, perhaps not enough time, but she immediately growled, "Firm, but believe in me." Her voice carried a threatening tone. "These 9 months, are you ready to endure torture?" Gray looked at his palms, answering vaguely, "I don't want to endure torture, but I will do it." He clenched his fist, placing it before his chest, his voice heroic. "For the next 9 months, I look forward to your guidance." Receiving his answer, Saria smiled smugly. "Good answer." The atmosphere suddenly quieted. Gray trembled as he listened to Saria speak. Saria's expression became terrifying, her voice threatening. Let the days of hell begin. Immediately after, images of Gray's arduous days appeared, blending with Saria's firm attitude. She was always yelling, pushing him in every training session. Time flew by, and 8 months later, Gray's body was firmer and stronger. Looking at him, Saria praised him thoughtfully. You've gotten much stronger. Pride was evident on her face, a gentle smile in her arms crossed stance. I have nothing left to teach you. From now on, walk with confidence. Gray froze, his eyes surprised, asking, but there's still a month left until the exam. Seeing his surprise, Saria explained, in a strange place, you will face difficulties. It's best to get there early. She raised her hand, giving him a brown bag. This is money for the trip and enough food for a month. Feeling her thoughtfulness, Gray clumsily waved his hand in refusal. But leaving a month early, isn't it too soon? Golden sunlight shone through the window frame, lengthening the shadows of the two. Gray confessed, it's like you want to kick me out of the village. Saria smiled lightly, her eyes half closed, comforting him. You're overthinking it. Suddenly, Gray mentioned something that startled Saria. I heard there's a goblin den nearby, and the village doesn't have many guards. Saria didn't deny it, answering gently. All right, there's indeed a den. She was flustered, turning away, explaining calmly. But it has nothing to do with us. She smiled, acting as if everything was fine. There will be reinforcements in the capital, so we don't need to worry. She reassured Gray, just go take the exam, don't worry. But Gray thought to himself, she's lying. There will be no reinforcements for the village. And before the village is destroyed, the master will die. The image of Saria covered in blood, lying motionless on the ground, appeared in Gray's head. They said she had rushed into the goblin den alone and was killed. Even so, Gray pretended not to know, answering nonchalantly, I understand. His easy agreement left Saria slightly suspicious. Gray raised his hand to his chest, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master. Gray's gaze was determined, full of confidence. I'm leaving now. Saria curled her lips, a heartfelt smile, sending her well wishes. Yeah, I hope you pass the exam. After Gray left, Saria walked quietly into the deep forest. Under the night sky, the faint moonlight appeared clearly. A dried skeleton with a sword stuck in its mouth appeared. She walked alone in the deserted forest. Saria touched the trail of blood on the ground, her gaze deepening as if calculating something, muttering, according to the scout report, they are over there. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the quiet night, startling her. Where are you going? Saria looked up at the high tree branch. A familiar shadow appeared, as black as ink. It was Gray. Gray put on a fake concerned face, asking, Master, where are you going? Moving. Suddenly a loud call rang out behind him. Gray? He turned back, encountering Saria. She spoke up, her eyes full of suspicion. Why are you here? Shouldn't you have headed to the academy? Gray jumped down from the tree branch, replying, his voice deep but sharp. I should be the one asking that question. I thought you said the goblin den would be handled by the capital's army. Saria waved her hand, answering, they said they couldn't come because of an emergency, so I plan to handle it alone. She added, her voice full of confidence. Anyway, I'm enough on my own. Thanks to the scout's report, I know the strength of that den. She sighed, her gaze momentarily thoughtful. The goblin boss is a high-level goblin, and in that den there are about 40 to 50 monsters. I have to admit, with that many, it's a bit troublesome. Gray listened, pondering to himself. High-level goblin, huh? He recalled the battle in the past, realizing that the goblin's strength didn't lie in physical force, but in intelligence and leadership ability. He spoke up. If he gets surrounded, fighting alone is no different from suicide. In his mind, one thing was certain. Looking straight at Saria, Gray affirmed, his voice determined. If I let you go alone, you won't make it back alive, and the village will be destroyed by them. He emphasized, I've seen that future with my own eyes. Ending his train of thought, he said, let me come with you. But Saria stopped him, her voice firm. I already said I'm enough alone. Gray didn't waver, his gaze steadfast. I don't want to miss the opportunity to gain actual combat experience. Or do you think I'm holding you back? Saria explained. You know why you aren't holding me back? She thought to herself. He was even stronger than me in the sparring match. She turned, her voice soft but serious. but who knows what actual combat will be like, especially when a monster den appears this suddenly. She affirmed firmly, with something this dangerous, it's best you wait until you have more combat experience. But Gray remained determined, his voice sharp and cold. So you really want to go alone? If that's the case, I have an idea. Saria frowned. What idea? Gray stepped closer, declaring, I will fight you and quickly defeat you. Then he said forcefully, and then I'll handle the goblins myself. The space fell into silence. Gray was quiet, his sword pointing straight at her. Saria didn't answer either. She stood still, only smiling lightly. Fine, I give up, she instructed, her gaze solemn. But you must promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you must return safe. Gray lowered his sword and nodded. Agreed, I was planning on it anyway. Having said that, the two proceeded deep into the forest. Same goes for you, Master, don't die. Gray added, his voice half joking, half serious. The scene switched to the goblin den. The two chatted as they walked. The terrain was rugged, leaving no escape route. Gray assessed. They are quite confident, daring to build a den in a place like this. He observed, we can't escape either. This time, the monsters are very smart. We have to be careful, Gray reminded. Saria nodded, I know. Her gaze turned cold. The two scouted the situation, seeing no goblin boss. Probably in the tent, Gray whispered. Saria nodded. Hope we can take down a few before the goblin boss appears. She lowered her voice. Gray, take them down one by one in that direction. Looking at the camp dense with goblins, they discussed tactics. Saria said, I'll take this side. The goblins looked hideous, growling menacingly. Gray replied, Understood. Saria signaled, Good. Let's go. A goblin sniffed something and turned around. Saria lunged, swinging her sword in a decisive slash. The monster's head rolled on the ground. The goblins behind roared in anger. They exchanged words in a chattering language. Immediately after, the whole crowd of goblins was in a frenzy, gathering and charging. On this side, Gray was just as valiant. He swung his sword lightly, slashing a sharp line, leaving the goblins no time to react. Blood splattered everywhere, a chaotic scene. Saria didn't lose out either, fighting against the dense crowd of goblins. Gray lunged, one sword stroke neatly slashing through several goblins. The two stopped, surrounded by piles of monster carcasses. Saria praised, Not bad. Is this really your first time? Gray reminded her, Master, be careful. We've only just begun. He was confused. Strange, they are too weak. If so, the master could handle them completely. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He cast his eyes toward the tent in the distance. A pair of glowing red eyes was watching, horrific enough to make one's skin crawl. Gray shuddered, catching the scent of danger, and shouted, Saria, we have to go. Run. She looked surprised. Why? Gray started to lose his composure. Just run. Saria was stunned but obeyed. All right, she replied, and the two of them sprinted for their lives. Behind them, an orc was in hot pursuit. Gray's eyes widened as he realized the orc looked unusually powerful. Every step it took made the ground shake. He wore a twisted, eerie smile under the moonlight. But Gray suddenly screamed, No, that's not an orc boss. A hideous maw gaped open. Behind it, a horde of orcs came swarming in, showing off their strength and snarling in chaos. Saria panicked. What is this? An entity stronger than a high-level orc. Gray stated firmly, an orc warlord. That is the real orc boss. A colossal monster wielding an axe led the orc horde. Saria regained her senses. An orc warlord? We can't handle a monster like that. Saria panicked and shouted at the high-level orc in front of her. Kill this one, and let's get out of here. She swung her sword, slashing its arm. It raised its weapon to block. Her gaze became fiercer than ever. Saria unleashed a flurry of attacks. Fortunately, she managed to land a hit on its shoulder. Blood gushed out, but she was stunned as the wound began to heal. Saria was confused. It's healing itself? Gray rushed over. It's useless, he explained. The roar of the orc warlord boosts the strength and recovery of its allies. That's why they're abnormally strong. He emphasized, we can't take any of them down. He swung his sword. The monster bled and roared in agony. Gray suddenly had an idea. Master, leave the orc behind to me. You don't need to kill it. Just buy me some time. Saria turned. What are you going to do? Gray said coldly. There's only one option left. He uttered chillingly, destroy that bastard. A sinister, arrogant smirk spread across Gray's face. He swung his sword at the orc in front of him, the blade cutting through the air in a brilliant arc. As he fought, he thought to himself, "It's so annoying how they keep trying to ambush me." He delivered another strike, the sharp blade flying straight at the orc. It didn't yield, instantly raising its axe and swinging it violently toward Gray. As he parried, he calculated his next move in his head. Now I just need to focus on wiping out all the enemies in front of me. But the very next second, an unexpected incident occurred. Gray's sword shattered into pieces the moment he swung it down. He looked at the hilt remaining in his hand, his expression filled with disbelief. Can my sword not withstand a hit from an enhanced orc? The orc didn't have the patience to wait for Gray to recover. It swung its axe hard into the ground, the impact forcing Gray back. He quickly drew his backup sword and continued fighting. It's a good thing I brought a spare. But this won't last long either. From afar, Saria, who was fighting the orc mob, shouted, "Gray, use my spare sword." Gray took the sword, feeling a surge of strength. "Thank you." He wielded two swords, ready to fight to the death with the orc in this brutal battle. Now that I have two, it's still not enough to clear out the monsters. Facing the orc warlord and the orcs in between, Gray sheathed one sword, deciding to focus. He lunged at the orc, slashing a brilliant line of light, powerful enough to tear through space. The orc refused to give in, swinging its axe straight at Gray's face, leaving a cut on his cheek. Gray gritted his teeth, using his sword to block the axe blade. He roared, his irritation barely contained. Moments later, he drew another sword from his waist, fighting with everything he had against the swarm of oncoming orcs. A beam of light erupted from the horrific skull. An orc roared loudly, its eyes emitting a bright golden glow. Gray was stunned by the sight. What? Is it even buffing its allies now? After being empowered, the orc continued to swing its axe at Gray. He could only struggle to withstand that terrifying strength. "Did you see through my plan?" the lead orc roared. Immediately, dozens of orcs charged at Gray. He sighed to himself. Your intelligence really isn't half bad. Gray's sword clashed with the sharp axe blade, sending sparks flying everywhere. After a period of fierce parrying, Gray broke free from the axe. He stepped back, gained momentum, and shouted, "Bring it on!" He lunged forward, moving through the orc mob like a whirlwind, leaving them no time to react. Gray swung his sword, tried to take down as many as possible. I don't have time to deal with them one by one. Suddenly, an orc grabbed hold of Gray, and another rushed over, swinging its axe to finish him off. But it lunged straight into Gray's sword and died on the spot. Gray suddenly realized their intent. They were intentionally trying to break my sword by throwing themselves at me. Gray looked up. A dark shadow obscured the dim light on his face. The savage orc swung its powerful fist. Gray managed to block it with his sword, but the force of the blow sent him flying, kicking up a cloud of dust. He coughed up blood, his face covered in wounds. Gray struggled to sit up among the shattered rocks, groaning in pain. He looked at the last sword in his hand. Now, only this one remains. He stood up, facing the orc horde and the warlord. With only one sword, I have to take on the whole pack. Gray lowered his head, recalling the experiences from before his regression. I know I can't win, he admitted helplessly. Even so, Gray gripped the last sword tight. He turned towards Saria and shouted, "Master, run." While they're focused on me, run. Saria just smirked, clutching her sword, and replied, "Sorry, but I can't do that." Gray dodged the orc's attacks, still trying to persuade her. "Do you intend to die for nothing?" "Master, I'll follow behind you. Don't worry about me." Saria replied, "That's not it." Her eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness. She looked at the wound on her thigh. "I can't run anymore." Gray heard this, unable to believe his ears, and turned to look at her in shock. He looked at the last sword in his hand. "I'm out of options." Gray decided to fight a life-or-death battle. I regressed to destroy the purger. He swung his battered sword, hoping to put up some kind of fight. But in front of him, the sword shattered into shards, falling to the ground. Is it all over now, in a place like this? Gray stood there, weaponless. Despite being surrounded by orcs, he refused to give up. Tightening his grip on the hilt, he told himself, "No, it's not over yet." He recalled the moment he was cornered in the past. If I can unlock that power, even against a whole pack, I can still... The sword shattered into many large pieces. Gray told himself, Remember it, that feeling back then. He held up the remaining short piece of the blade, closed his eyes, and focused on his power. Suddenly, a surge of crimson energy erupted. Gray gently slashed across the necks of all the orcs. The sword in his hand transformed into a stream of thick black mist. Saria witnessed it, utterly astonished. Gray stood there, his face covered in blood, but he smiled to reassure her. It's okay now. He swung his blade repeatedly, causing the orcs to fall in rows. Even the strongest orc was sliced in two. The orc chieftain couldn't believe his eyes. Saria was the same, not expecting her student to awaken such terrifying power. On her side, she blocked the orc's axe blade with just one hand. She calmly provoked it too light. Saria's eyes flashed. You've given me a hard time. She gave a light flick of her hand, and the orc fell backward. Saria thought to herself, without the warlord to buff your strength, you guys are nothing. It was well past midnight when the two finally defeated all the orcs. Gray spoke, his voice low but emotional. Somehow we did it. He held the broken sword in front of him, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, I broke your sword. Saria replied calmly. Don't worry, you saved my life. She reached out to take back the broken sword. Gray, still trembling from the previous attack, couldn't even finish his sentence before suddenly collapsing. Lying motionless on the ground, Saria panicked, ran over, and shouted, Gray! Gray slowly woke up, his mind hazy. Where am I? He looked around, seeing only a thick, black expanse of water covering everything. In front of him, a floating door, emitting a mysterious black smoke. Gray realized, this is that power. The door kept spewing out currents of black energy. If I open it, will I receive that power? He pondered, taking steps closer. But as soon as he touched it, an invisible force held him fast, making his body stiffen. Gray immediately stepped back, staying away from the door. He clutched his chest, trying to breathe, his heart pounding. I don't know why, but if I open this door now, I will die. A tear rolled down his cheek. A notification appeared in his mind. Wise decision. Gray seemed to wake up, his eyes wide open, his mind returning to reality. He gasped for air, realizing he was lying on a small bed. Saria stood by, calling softly, Gray, you're awake. He asked in a weak voice, Where am I? Saria replied, The village infirmary. You've been unconscious for 5 days. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up again, she said, her voice full of worry. Gray brought his hand to his forehead, slowly accepting the reality. So, I've been asleep for 5 days. I pushed myself too hard. It must have affected my body. Saria shook her head. I don't think push yourself too hard is enough to describe what you did. Gray sat up. Saria asked kindly, putting that aside, how's your body? Can you get up? Gray checked himself, then noticed something unusual. I can't channel any strength into my right arm. I can move it if I try hard enough, but will I still be able to wield a sword? He looked at his bandaged arm, noticing strange black marks. Moreover, this birthmark, Gray muttered. Saria noticed he had trouble moving his arm. It's not moving well, is it? Gray thought to himself, doesn't she see the birthmark? He replied, It's hard for my dominant arm to exert strength. Saria nodded, as if expecting it. Just as I thought, it won't heal anytime soon. I mean, all the bones in your right arm were shattered, she added. Gray felt all over his body, surprised. My bones were shattered? But strangely, he didn't feel any pain. Saria pointed to a potion bottle on the table. We used magic medicine to treat you. Gray looked at the potion, stunned. Magic medicine? Isn't that very expensive? Saria sat down on the bed opposite, reassuring him. Don't worry. The village chief gave it to us. Gray was surprised. The chief? Why would he give it to someone like me? Saria replied nonchalantly. What are you saying? Gray, you're the hero of this village. Gray still didn't quite understand. He froze. Suddenly, a silver-haired man pushed the door open and walked in, shouting Gray. He was confused, gripping the medicine bottle. Thank you for the magic potion, Chief. He interrupted. We should be the ones thanking you. We're talking about an orc warlord. That's a monster that couldn't be harmed, even when forces from surrounding towns gathered. The chief continued, rushing to the bed and grasping Gray's hand tightly. If you hadn't killed it, the village would have been destroyed. He squeezed Gray's hand with both of his eyes welling up. Without you and Saria, this medicine, this infirmary, and even the villagers' lives, nothing would remain, he said. Gray was embarrassed. You're exaggerating, sir. Gray was embarrassed. You're exaggerating, sir. Gray looked at the medicine bottle, thinking to himself, perhaps he's right. In the world before my regression, this village was destroyed by orcs. The chief stood up and bowed respectfully. If you still don't realize the significance of what you've done, I'm ready to explain in detail, he said, pausing for a moment. I heard you're going to participate in the entrance exam for the World Union Academy, right? Gray nodded, confirming the question. Yes. He suddenly clutched his chin, lost in thought. I want to kill the orc a week before the exam. If I've been asleep for 5 days, there's only 2 days left. Gray's expression was serious. It takes 3 days to walk from here to the academy. It could be reached in 1 day by horse, but I don't have any money. He quickly asked the chief, Sir, I'm sorry, but could you lend me a horse? The chief turned, saying as he walked, I knew you'd ask, so I've prepared the best horse in the village. At that speed, you'll arrive in time. Saria stood by and added, If you hadn't woken up today, we were planning to carry you there ourselves. Gray left the bed, opening the door to the natural light, and was surprised by the scene outside. Hundreds of villagers stood cheering, celebrating his recovery. People held up banners, shouting, Thank you. You have to pass the exam. Another person said, Thank you for saving the village. A man stepped forward, handing Gray a small cloth bag. Gray, take this. Gray took the bag, asking, What is this? The man replied, It's what the whole village contributed for you. We heard the registration fee for the academy is very expensive. Gray was touched, not knowing how to respond. Thank you all so much. He prepared to leave, joking, If I fail the exam now, it'll be hard for me to come back here. Saria reassured him. No need to worry. She looked at him, her voice confident. No candidate at the academy can defeat an orc warlord. Gray was still self-conscious, touching his immobilized right arm. But with my right arm like this, Saria interrupted, Your left arm still works fine, doesn't it? Gray checked his left arm. Yes. Saria continued. That's enough. You don't need to use that power. Gray turned to mount the horse, but muttered, The exam isn't easy enough to pass with just one hand. Saria stepped closer. It'll be fine. The judges aren't blind enough to overlook your ability. I guarantee it. She looked him straight in the eyes, her voice firm. You'll definitely pass. Gray was energized. Thank you very much. After you said that, I can't fail now. He thought to himself, this village was destroyed in the previous world, but it still exists now. This world is different. The future can be changed with this power. Gray looked at the villagers one last time, saying his farewell. I'm off. Not long after, he arrived at the exam site. He stroked the horse. Thank you, buddy. Thanks to you, I made it in time. Gray looked up at the towering castle in front of him. So this is the World Union Academy. The massive building appeared against the blue sky, as majestic as a challenge. Amidst the clear blue sky, birds flew in flocks. The examiner's voice rang out, authoritative. We will now begin distributing the test papers. Until this process is complete, all candidates must remain in the central arena. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, a flurry of murmurs erupted from the crowd below. Are we all candidates? One whispered. But only about 20 people will pass. A few candidates discussed previous exams. I heard the number of those who pass changes every year. Some years they accept 50, but other years only one person makes the cut. The examiner's voice sounded again, cutting through the noise. Now, please welcome Professor Ariel. Not keeping everyone waiting long, a figure with long, fiery red hair appeared, drawing every admiring gaze. She smiled mysteriously and began, Let's get started. We will now distribute the test papers. Candidates, please take the paper that appears in front of you. She snapped her fingers to signal the start. A strange golden light flashed high above. In front of Gray, a sheet of paper gradually formed from that light. He quickly raised his hand to take it. The information appeared on the paper. Candidate number 513, Swordsmanship Zone. Seeing that everyone had received theirs, Professor Ariel reminded them from above, It seems everyone has their paper. Some of you might be surprised to see that the paper only lists your number and testing zone. She continued, her tone serious. Rest assured, it's the same every year. The World Union Academy does not discriminate based on age, gender, nationality, status, or anything else. She reached out and gripped the edge of the table, stating firmly, Not even your name. She wore a grim smile. It doesn't matter to us either. The entrance to the academy appeared majestically in the middle of the road, blending with Ariel's voice. Only those who pass the exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked their names. You can even use a fake name if you want, she added. Gray looked at his exam paper, disgruntledly thinking, I left my sword at the inn, yet it assigned me to the swordsmanship zone. What kind of system is this? As if reading everyone's thoughts, Ariel arrogantly spoke up. I designated the testing zones based on a look at you all. Her voice was cold, carrying a threatening undertone. If I'm wrong, please raise your hand. Hearing the declaration, the crowd was confused and retorted. She chose the zones just by looking? She must be joking, right? There's no way she can do that with this many people. Must be a joke, right? There's no way she can do that with this many people. A few concluded, they must have checked us beforehand. Or perhaps she uses mind-reading magic, another whispered. Seeing no one raise their hand, Ariel looked satisfied. It seems no one is in the wrong zone. She continued, waiting time is over. Next, I will announce the exam schedule. Please check your tickets. Gray immediately checked the paper. A line of black text appeared. Candidate number 513, Swordsmanship Zone, Day 1, 11 a.m. He panicked, silently lamenting, damn it. I test on the very first day. I hope to have more time for my arm to heal. After a moment of silence, Ariel wore a terrifying expression and seriously warned, this is a one-time practical exam. If you are late, you will be automatically disqualified. Be sure to arrive on time. We do not accept requests to change the schedule. Gray hugged his right arm tightly, worried, I still can't channel strength into my dominant arm. Please heal by tomorrow, even just a little. In the blink of an eye, the exam day had arrived. At the test site, Gray looked at his injured arm, terrified. It hasn't healed at all. I guess I have to take the test like this. Suddenly, the examiner's voice rang out, pulling Gray from his thoughts. Next candidate, please wait at the arena entrance. Gray took a deep breath, comforting himself. All right, I shouldn't be pessimistic right now. He gripped his right hand, thinking my left hand still works normally, and my right hand could still move a little. Regaining his composure, Gray thought about how to pass the exam. I need to use the time to observe the examiner's movements and find an opening. Before his eyes, a sword fight between an examiner and a candidate unfolded. The examiner spoke up. You can make the first move. The candidate replied immediately. All right. Without hesitation, the candidate grabbed his sword, shouted, and lunged at the examiner. He swung his sword, slamming it hard onto the wooden floor, creating a loud noise and a thick cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, the examiner stood motionless, completely unscathed. The candidate shouted, damn, I'm not done yet. He put all his strength into it, swinging his sword at the examiner. But the examiner easily parried, leaving the candidate panicked. No way. In a flash, his sword was knocked away. Both he and his sword flew far back, slamming hard onto the wooden floor, creating a loud boom. The candidate clutched his arm, deathly pale, unable to stand up. The examiner's voice sounded cold. Your exam is over. Retrieve your weapon and leave the site. The candidate muttered, understood, his face clearly showing disappointment. Witnessing that scene, Gray curled his lips slightly, but inside he was panicking. I'm done for. The examiner's voice urged. Next, number 513. Gray looked serious. Yes. He recalled internally, you told me to fight someone who just defeated a guy bigger than me. As if set on a loop, the examiner repeated, you can make the first move. Gray replied, okay. Standing on the arena floor, Gray trembled, comforting himself. Honestly, I don't see any chance, but I'll do whatever it takes. He lunged straight toward the examiner, shouting, here I come. As he ran, he remembered Serial's words, a sword isn't just swung by the arm. You channel strength from your entire body through your arm, carrying determination and faith. Gray decided to cling to hope from Serial. That's what you taught me, right, teacher? Even though his right arm was weak, he poured strength through his other muscles. In a flash, the sword was swung, but the slash missed the examiner. Internal conflict surged within him. But I can't fight like I normally do. If swinging a sword without arm strength were that easy, nobody would bother training their body. The image of the examiner appeared. He suddenly swung his sword at Gray. Observing the movement, Gray discovered his sword was a bit slow. Realizing the weakness, Gray blocked the strike. As he fought, he pondered, he has terrifying strength, but his speed and technique aren't equal to the teacher's. If I rely on her swordsmanship, I might be able to compensate for the difference. Gray continuously unleashed agile sword strikes, confirming his deduction. That's right, he's slower. The examiner became grim and flustered, remaining in a state of tension. Gray judged, he isn't as strong as I thought. An image of Serial smiling appeared, along with her words full of faith, you will definitely pass. The encouragement from Serial added more strength. With a burning heart, Gray gathered all his force, knocking the examiner's sword away. He thought to himself, I can actually do this. The duel between the two became intense, like a spectacular test of speed. The examiner's attacks remained steady and relentless. Gray raised his defense, but remained at a disadvantage even though he had grasped his opponent's weakness. Even though he had seen through his sword style, Gray gripped his sword tightly, preparing to counterattack. He didn't hesitate to attack the examiner's shoulder, but with seasoned experience, the man easily avoided it. Gray mused, not intending to give up. He thought to himself, the power gap is still too big. I can't break through a sword stance. It's not easy to win with just one arm. Gray attacked continuously, using his fastest speed. The examiner gradually revealed an opening. Gray seized the situation. His movements are clumsier. A bit risky, but if I act right now, he pulled his sword back, causing the examiner to lose his momentum. Gray was ready for the plan now. Come at me. Just as anticipated, the examiner lunged forward. A look of confidence lit up Gray's eyes. Gotcha. He swung that sword too hard. It's easy to predict. He stepped back, entering a defensive stance. But instead of blocking, he planted his sword into the ground as a pivot. Gray nimbly circled behind, leaving the examiner panicked. Seeing his opponent caught off guard, Gray was secretly happy, despite the large power gap. As long as I get behind him. He lunged forward, but the referee's voice rang out, stop. Just a moment more, and Gray's blade would have touched the examiner, just inches from his tunic. Gray felt resentful, his body exhausted. Is the match over already? Isn't it too early? The referee from the stands announced. Match time is up. The result is a draw. Gray was stunned and disappointed. I wasn't fast enough. He tried to suppress the frustration about to erupt. He shakily held the sword, then let go, accepting it. Gray turned his back to leave the arena, telling himself, I did my best. But if I can't beat him, I will have a hard time later. He looked back at the arena, his heart heavy. Thank you, sir. A week later, in meeting room 53 of the World Union Academy, 6 members of the organizing committee sat in a large room. The principal, an old man wearing glasses, spoke up. What do you all think of the candidates? They have completed the exam. A brown-haired man replied indifferently. Tiring. An elderly examiner cautiously said, the way everyone observes together is a bit inefficient. Next year, we should divide the tasks. The man with the mustache focused on the benefits. We cannot miss out on talent just to save effort. The principal felt helpless at their lack of concern. I asked for opinions on the students, not the testing system. Starting with the swordsmanship course, the principal said. Small holograms appeared on the table. Someone asked who passed. The elderly examiner analyzed. As usual, whoever defeats the examiner passes. Otherwise, we judge based on the quality of their performance and their ability to hold on for 15 minutes. What do the swordsmanship instructors think? He continued. Besides those who defeated the examiner, candidates number 5217 and 753 stood out. Self-correction, addressing the flow. Besides those who defeated the examiner, candidates 5217 and 753 stood out. The brown-haired man interjected, keep the list at that level. The others, even if they pass, won't be able to keep up. The mustachioed man agreed. I agree. Any other opinions? The room fell silent with no one arguing. The principal concluded, we confirm the list for the swordsmanship course. Unexpectedly, a voice spoke up. What about candidate number 513? It was Ariel, the red-haired girl who had been silent from the beginning. What do you all think about candidate number 513? The man with glasses pondered. The mustachioed man opened the recording of Gray's match. This kid seems almost winning, but had to use traps. Will be hard to keep up later. Just good, but still weak. I saw him overwhelmed from start to finish, another said. The principal was hesitant. The mustachioed man shut down the intention to add gray. Ariel sighed, fed up. With so many people observing, does no one realize? The way everyone watches at once is truly a waste. The discussion ended. The next day, everyone came to receive the results. Gray was present, holding the notice. Candidate number 513, Swordsmanship Course, Day 1, 11 a.m. The loudspeaker boomed. We will now announce the list for the Swordsmanship Course. A total of 6 candidates. Gray was anxious. This is it. The speaker continued. For those who passed, the paper will automatically burn. Candidates number 5, 217. Next is candidate number 432, 615, 753, 925. Gray was stunned, desperate, so I really failed. The speaker echoed. Those who passed, please cross the bridge and complete the enrollment procedures today. The atmosphere was chaotic, mixed with joy and sadness. Gray lowered his head, heart heavy. Suddenly, the speaker continued. Next is the announcement of the God I Special Quota, candidate number 513. Gray's paper burned with a blue flame. He became the center of attention. Looking at the fire, Gray was suspicious. Did I pass? The crowd murmured, mostly sarcastically. God I Special Quota? Choosing this way again. He skeptically asked himself, God I Special Quota? It's my first time hearing about it. The successful candidates mocked. Isn't that a backdoor entry? The academy is really going downhill. Gray was distracted. Backdoor? I don't know anyone. Could it be thanks to my teacher? But I didn't hear anything. An old man leaning on a cane walked over, rebuking, Hey, don't talk nonsense about the God I Special Quota. It's a prestigious category that has produced heroes for 100 years. They didn't care. Old men obsessed with the God Eye. Isn't that just a fancy old story? Another said, the ones who passed the God I recently all failed. Amy Whitebell, Jacob Blum. Gray remained silent, enduring the sarcasm. All failures, even the current candidates know, but the name Amy Whitebell and Jacob Blum sparked a glimmer of hope. They were once the main forces confronting the Lich King. Now my name is mentioned along with them. The gentle morning light covered the academy. Everything submerged in a quiet glow. The main building appeared majestic amidst thin mist, and the surrounding canal flowed peacefully. Crowds of people rushed in, and the PA system announced, the entrance ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. If you have changed, please gather at the square in front of the main office. Groups of students in dark blue uniforms with gold trim appeared on the stone path, the academy badge gleaming silver on their left chests. Amidst the crowd, Gray walked calmly, exuding a cold, unpredictable aura. A few students gathered, looking around confused. Is this the square in front of the main office? One asked quietly. The friend beside him replied, What's there? Are we in the right place? Suddenly a figure ran over, panting. Sorry, preparations were delayed due to a mistake. A student wondered, preparations? The man continued, Mind stepping back a bit so I can set up the stairs? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, but still stepped back as requested. Is this enough? He turned back, smiling. Enough. In confusion, he knelt down, placed his hands on the ground, and muttered, All right. A bright magical matrix covered the space. Complex, interwoven magical lines glowed with a golden light as dazzling as an exploding sun. Orange-red lightning streaked through the light, creating a fierce, supernatural feeling. The ground shook, and the air seemed compressed by the massive energy. The crowd stared in astonishment at the power beyond their comprehension. A moment later, everything vanished, the sky clear as after a storm. He stood up, calm. Sorry for the delay. You can sit anywhere you like. The students were still stunned, lips trembling, yes. They glanced around, one confused. Was that teleportation magic, right? Another gritted his teeth. They teleported something this big? Gray sat on a chair, thinking they must have wanted to hold the entrance ceremony where the school is clearly visible. Teleportation magic is such a waste. He turned his face, smiling brightly. This is the power of the World Union Academy. He suddenly saw 2 people chatting. A bit too many chairs, right? Only 30 students passed. Why so many chairs? The short-haired girl smiled wryly. Don't you know? The other girl was self-conscious. Sorry, Other than swordsmanship, I don't know much. The short-haired girl smiled. Let me explain. She spun her finger to the rhythm. The World Union Academy, as the name suggests, is the place that gathers the best students in the world. She shouted, "Look, they're here!" The other friend was startled, eyes wide, following the direction she pointed. In the blue sky, massive airships glided through the clouds. Their shiny hulls reflected the morning light. The sails were taut, catching the wind like majestic flying warships. Interspersed between the airships were giant dragons, wings spread, their massive bodies soaring. She screamed, "What is this?" The airship still stood majestically. Gray's eyes widened in surprise. The Sotra Quinn magical airship. I was on it when I joined the Purge Squad. I heard this was one of the largest airships in the world, yet they brought it out just to organize an entrance ceremony. He thought to himself, it truly lives up to the reputation of the World Union Academy. The airship landed, dust flying everywhere. The stern-faced group entered. The principal was happy, resting his hands on the podium. It seems everyone has arrived. Let us begin the entrance ceremony. The speaker echoed, "Thank you, Principal, for the speech." Gray crossed his arms. Yawning, it turns out the entrance ceremony is quite normal. He was surprised to hear his name called. Next is the greeting from the valedictorians of each subject. Leon Hart, valedictorian of swordsmanship, please step forward to speak. Leon stood up, bowing politely, yes. He walked down, amidst the praising whispers. He defeated the examiner in just one strike. I heard his swordsmanship is on par with the instructors. Leon bowed deeply, placing his hand over his chest to greet the professors. I am Leon Hart, truly an excellent student. His face exuded a serious aura. Gray sighed, his expression pensive. Leon politely asked, "May I speak freely?" The professor smiled. Of course. Leon thanked him and turned sharply to look at the students. I have something I want to say to you, fellow students. First, congratulations to everyone who passed the official way. It is an honor to enroll with you all. He placed his hand over his heart, showing goodwill. To graduate and contribute to the world, let us try our best. I look forward to the days we advance further at this prestigious academy. But unfortunately, among us, there is one person who does not deserve to be here. Right, got I, Professor Ariel? Ariel, who was closing her eyes, enjoying the atmosphere. I was startled when my name was called, but quickly regained my composure. Every student here passed a rigorous exam. Even if they aren't as strong as him, it wouldn't be right to just weed them out. Why are you asking me that? Leon's face hardened, his eyes filled with indignation. I'm not talking about those who passed fairly. I'm talking about the students who were handpicked by the professors for the gods. I special admission. He shouted, pointing at the group of students. Step out, turn in your uniforms, and leave the academy immediately. The students erupted into chaos. Everyone was frantically looking around, trying to figure out who the god's eye student was. Gray felt anxious. What's with all this tension? Luckily, he doesn't know my face. If I just sit still, I shouldn't be discovered. Ariel laughed out loud. Humph. The freshmen this year are certainly live. Gray protested. Professor, I'm serious. Please stop these backdoor admissions. A sudden whoosh swept by like a gust of wind. Ariel appeared behind Leon and whispered, Do you think you're stronger than that student? Leon shouted, What? Of course am I wrong. Ariel grinned with interest. I like that attitude. Then, let's make a bet. Leon was surprised. A bet. Ariel crossed her arms, calm and collected, her lips curling into a confident smirk. I'll bet my entire professorship against that student's enrollment. Gray was stunned by her words, choking slightly. A bet. Leon didn't understand either, asking, Professor Ariel, are you planning on making me fight that special admission kid? Ariel, not even bothering to open her eyes, waved her hand. I wouldn't do something so crude. She adjusted her glasses, looking straight at Leon. Anyway, if you were to go all out, you'd die. As a teacher, I can't let a student get into danger. A vein popped on Leon's forehead. He glared, furious. Are you provoking me? Ariel remained composed. I'm serious. So, let's bet on monsters instead of people. It's much safer. She paused, and then continued. Besides, you're better at hunting monsters than fighting people, aren't you? Leon became even angrier. So, you know that much, huh? Then, what exactly is the bet? Ariel smiled faintly. as if she had already achieved her goal. Raising a hand, she said, "It's simple, just kill the monster I choose as the target." Professor Ariel went on to explain the rules for each round, with the monsters becoming stronger each time. Whoever fails to kill their target first loses. Gray sat in his seat, rubbing his head in frustration. Ariel continued, "If he loses, I resign, and all the special admissions students get expelled. If you lose, you have to do everything I say." Leon's defiant expression was reflected in Ariel's glasses. She acted as if nothing were wrong, extending her hand toward Leon. "Well," he touched the sword at his hip. "Tell me who the targets are first. Even though I'm confident I can handle any opponent, I don't want to walk into some stupid trap." Ariel rested her chin on her hand, considering. "Let's see. How about the first target? A goblin general? Or is that too easy for you?" The students in the hall were stunned. Gray crossed his arms, thinking carefully. A goblin general? Why did she choose that one specifically? Conversely, Leon slammed the table in anger. "Are you kidding me?" Sweat beaded on his forehead. "A goblin general isn't the kind of monster one person can take down alone." Ariel smiled lightly. "I didn't say you had to kill it immediately. The deadline is within this year." "That's reasonable, right?" Leon yelled. If someone could take down a disaster-class monster alone after just 1 year of training, people wouldn't be suffering so much. "Pick a more realistic target." He paused, panting, then wore a smirk, clenching his fist. "You're intentionally picking a monster no one could defeat so that no one wins, aren't you?" "I don't agree." Ariel stepped closer. "Then here's another condition. If it's a draw, you win." Leon was surprised. "Huh?" Ariel continued. "In other words, if that kid doesn't take down the goblin general, I'm automatically fired and the special students are expelled." She winked playfully. "How's that?" Leon gasped. "Are you insane? I feel like the outcome of this bet was decided from the start." Ariel turned to leave, still smiling. "Then I'll take that, as you not object." Leon added a condition. "It has to be an untouched goblin general, not a weakened one." Ariel raised her hand, and a beam of light appeared. She flicked her wrist, and a pen and a piece of white paper appeared. "I've written the details into this magic contract." The contract floated in the air. "If there are no issues, sign it." Leon read it carefully, then picked up the pen and signed. "I'm in." He asked further, "But do you really believe that kid can win?" Ariel returned to her seat and sat down calmly. The hall buzzed with gossip about the contract. What's wrong with Professor Ariel? Maybe she's using this bet as an excuse to retire. She's been past her prime for a long time. Ariel ignored the sarcasm, smiling as she looked at the contract. Gray sighed helplessly. "Great, the bet is officially on." He opened his eyes and pondered. "Wait a minute. Why do I get the feeling she factored in the monster I defeated before enrollment into the bet?" The deadline is within this year. Ariel noticed Gray staring at her. Gray thought it over. The bet was rigged from the beginning. Ariel put her index finger to her lips, signaling him not to spill the beans. Gray lamented, "She really plays dirty." The teacher on the podium calmly began, "Now, let's start our introductory lecture on magic." He placed a book on the table. "Some of you might be surprised that the lectures start on the very first day. But as students of this academy, you must remember, you cannot waste even a single day." He raised his hand, emitting a blue light. "Let's start with how to use magic." The teacher continued lecturing about spells. Inside the body, there exists an invisible source of energy called ether. By channeling it through magic circuits, you can. The teacher lectured attentively. The students listened seriously. Gray thought, "I was worried I wouldn't keep up, but it's going okay. I already learned these things at the training camp." He looked at the blonde-haired student sitting in the front row, sharing a class with him again. "I should have picked a different one." He leaned his cheek on his hand. "Bored, please. Nobody find out I'm a God's Eye special admission student." A voice cut through his thoughts. "Hey, you there, you look bored? It hasn't even been 5 minutes, and you're already looking away." Gray stammered, "I'm sorry." He thought to himself, "He spotted me with just a glance, even though I'm sitting in the back row." The professor closed his book. "If you're so confident, why not show the class? I'm sure you know the basics of magic, right?" Gray stood up, flustered. "Sir, we're in the swordsmanship course. I thought it was fine even if I didn't know magic." The professor reminded him, "Even if you only use a sword in battle, you still need to know basic magic to coordinate with mages. You must understand the feeling of controlling ether." Gray froze for a second, just like the training camp. He asked, The spell we're about to learn is Ether Bullet, right? The teacher went back to the podium. Oh, you know it? Can you use it? Gray replied, yes. He breathed a sigh of relief. That hellish training camp wasn't in vain. The teacher said, good opportunity. Let's make this a duel. Leon, you can use Ether Bullet, right? Leon stood up. Of course, sir. I've been trained in both swordsmanship and magic since before I enrolled. Would it be too risky to make him actually fight me? The teacher was firm. Even if there's a big skill gap, we're only using Ether Bullets. He won't die. And I'm not telling you to go easy on him. He added, but that gray-haired boy is this year's God's Eye special admissions student. Leon was stunned, huh? The whole class turned to look at Gray with surprised eyes. Gray was flustered by the attention. He spilled everything. Leon slammed the table. I see. In that case, I'll have to properly teach him a lesson. He muttered, I'll show him exactly what kind of place this academy is. He looked at Gray and growled, get on the stage. Gray was speechless. He looked quite uncomfortable. The two stepped onto the podium and faced each other. The professor stood in the middle and explained the rules. When I give the signal, fire an Ether Bullet at your opponent. Gray was on guard. I've only studied magic for a few days. Even if the teacher says I won't die, I'll probably end up battered. The professor yelled, start. Leon summoned his magic, challenging him. I'll show you the gap in our strength. Gray didn't back down and tried to summon his best magic. Screw it. I have no choice. Two orbs of power flew toward each other. Suddenly, both of them said in unison what? The stream of light began to move, lunging straight toward Leon, forcing him to step back and dodge by a hair's breadth. Leon panicked, his eyes wide, screaming in terror as the stream of light approached, its power threatening to swallow him whole. Suddenly, a man rushed in, stretching his arms to shield him, his face showing unwavering determination amidst the intense stream of light. In an instant, the space brightened like daylight. Leon stood there, nearly frozen, only able to stare at the scene before him. The man breathed a sigh of relief, his trembling hands wiping the sweat from his forehead, his heart still shaken. The stream of light began to shatter, and large cracks appeared amidst the blinding shards of light. Suddenly, a young man, without a hint of fear, decisively jumped straight into the epicenter of the light. A strong wind gusted as he appeared, making the audience in the hall tremble, instinctively shielding their faces, their hearts pounding in the face of the overwhelming pressure. The young man knelt, blocking the blue stream of light, his eyes burning with a spirit of sacrifice. But within 5 minutes, he collapsed onto the floor, screaming in pain. The man immediately rushed over like a gust of wind, asking anxiously, Leon, are you okay? Leon trembled, trying to look up at the person before him. He struggled to get up, wiping the taste of blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied weakly, I'm fine. The man didn't ask further, just nodded. I see. That's a relief. But his eyes remained sharp and cold, scanning the room with heightened vigilance. If it hadn't been for the barrier reducing the force, Leon might not have survived. The room was now in ruins, covered in dust, the air thick as if weighing down on everyone. Even the professors couldn't fire an Ether Bullet as powerful as that. The man tilted his head, his voice angry. What exactly did you just do? The young man didn't answer immediately, just looked down at his hand, frowning in thought. Is it that weak? That clearly wasn't the spell I used. His pupils contracted, his mind in turmoil. Could it be that the Ether Bullet I learned at the suppression unit is different from what they teach at the academy? He clenched his fist, his eyes turning red with anger. Then he held his hand before his chest and asked respectfully, Did I use the spell wrong? The man sighed, helplessly replying, That was clearly an Ether Bullet, but the quality of yours is different. What you just used wasn't standard ether, but hypercompressed ether fur, a powerful energy hidden within that brilliant orb of light. His words caused the hall to erupt, murmurs of awe rising. Hypercompressed ether? Never heard of it. Everyone was asking a barrage of questions, their eyes glued to the young man. The man continued, his voice full of authority. That is a form of energy that even the professors find hard to create. Yet, in that moment, you formed it and turned it into magic. No one in this academy can reproduce what you just did. As soon as he finished, the audience erupted again, the murmurs never ending. That's the first time I've seen an ether bullet that strong. Could the gods' mission be to prepare for this moment? The young man thought to himself, they should have put me in a magic course from the start, instead of a special admission. He questioned himself, his heart filled with conflict. Everything the suppression unit taught me was like this. I'm still far worse than many people in the unit. In every fight, I fall down first. He hardened his face and asked, "Are you joking with me?" The professor replied, his voice firm, "Who couldn't do it if they practiced the right way?" The corner of his mouth curled up into a mysterious smile. The young man, Gray, stood blankly, not understanding what he meant. The professor laughed heartily, his eyes squinting, leaving Gray frozen, confused about what was happening. Suddenly, the professor leaned in close, making a serious proposal. "Why don't you switch to the magic course? I'll vouch for you. You have a greater talent for magic than swordsmanship." Gray felt awkward, looking away, his hand clenching. "I have to refuse. I've heard I'm not very good at magic." The professor shouted, his voice full of indignation. "Are you kidding me? You mastered the technique of compressing ether to the point of creating hypercompressed ether at this age. You're a rare genius. Even by Academy standards, I'll personally guarantee it. Whoever told you that you don't have talent obviously doesn't know anything." He paused, his voice dropping. "Gray, are you sure you don't want to switch to the magic course?" The whole hall was in awe, amazed by the rare praise from a professor known for being strict. He pointed straight at Gray, his voice full of intensity. "It would be a great loss for the world if you didn't study magic. I'd even call it a crime against magic." Gray just smiled slightly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Suddenly, he was startled, thinking to himself, "Wait, the technique of ether compression? I've heard of it. In the old days, before humans knew about OD, vitality, casting magic was very difficult. You had to compress ether inside the body and mix it randomly with OD." Bella suddenly spoke up. "Thinking back, that's really ridiculous, right?" Gray followed up. "Professor, do you know about OD?" He thought for a moment, then asked back, "What is OD?" Seeing that reaction, Gray was shocked to realize the current world doesn't know about OD yet. "What I learned at the suppression unit are secrets from the future." His eyes widened, his heart pounding. "I have to be careful. I can't reveal this casually." He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. The man asked again, "So, do you want to switch to the magic course?" Gray bowed his head and replied respectfully, "I'm sorry, I don't love swordsmanship, but I'm grateful for the offer. I still have to decline." He sighed. "If that's your choice, I'll have to accept it." Then he clasped his hands, his voice warm. "If you change your mind, find me anytime." Gray scratched his head, smiling. "Thank you very much, sir." He pointed to the stands. "Go back to your seat. I won't blame you if you're distracted in class, or even leave if you're bored. This lecture is too basic for you." As soon as he finished, the whole hall was amazed. The crowd whispered, awed by the high regard Professor Carlos had for Gray. As he walked back to his seat, someone pulled his tie, their voice full of awkwardness but warmth. "Mr. Gray." He was startled, feeling a chill. "What's this? Why am I getting the shivers?" At dusk, Gray was called to the office. He strode down the empty hallway, holding the letter, his heart full of suspicion. "Is Professor Carlos trying to convince me to switch courses again?" Standing in front of the intricately carved wooden door, he hesitated, reading the letter again. He knocked, and a voice from inside called out, "Gray, right? It's unlocked." He bowed his head, entered, and apologized. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him. Instinctively, Gray drew his sword, stabbing straight without hesitation. A girl was terrified, her mouth agape, falling to the ground. He held his position, stunned. What the hell? Looking at the girl, trembling under the tip of his sword, he was startled. "I've met her somewhere before." The girl looked up, her eyes fearful yet curious, making Gray's heart beat faster involuntarily. A voice from the side rang out, full of admiration. "Oh, not bad at all." Ariel smiled confidently. "I knew my eye for talent wasn't wrong." A man with parted hair, his voice full of questioning, turned to Ariel. "We didn't go easy on him just now, right? You were holding back," he observed, his eyes sharp. "Your movements were perfect, but losing your sword that easily isn't natural at all." Gray involuntarily glanced at Bella, thinking, so it really is Bella Arbright. Looking at her now, She looked exactly like the image from his future memories. Ariel didn't bother to care. She scoffed lightly, her voice full of disdain. You're so serious? If you can't even recognize that much, maybe you should just quit being teachers. The man with parted hair felt guilty, embarrassed. Ah, we were just joking. Gray, still dumbfounded, stood on the edge of confusion and curiosity. He spoke up, his voice hesitant. Professor, what are you guys doing? Ariel beamed, explaining. We were betting on whether you could block Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to you, I won big. She tossed something toward Gray. He caught it quickly, opened his hand, his eyes lighting up with surprise. Gold coins? This is a fortune. Finally, the old mustache guy decided to acknowledge him. He had been watching the duel closely, his eyes never leaving Gray. From the recent exchange, Mustache remarked, it looked like he was intentionally not using his dominant hand. The bearded man nodded, analyzing, maybe it's an injury, but not a normal muscle injury. It's a deeper trauma. Gray clutched his aching arm, silently admitting what they said. Exactly right, the other man agreed. A simple wound couldn't make him act like that. Gray couldn't believe it, looking at them. You could tell just by looking, the bearded man replied, his voice matter of fact. If we couldn't even recognize that much, how could we be professors at this academy? The one with parted hair added. Anyway, Professor Carlos already knew about this since the entrance exam. Ariel coldly cut in. Got it? Now go. He's my student. I'm not handing him over to anyone. Two men turned their backs and left. The one with parted hair left behind a compliment. We admit that he has potential. But the bearded man, as he brushed past, cast a cold, sharp look. If that wound doesn't heal, he won't meet the Academy's entry standards. Remember that. The room now held only Professor Carlos, Bella, and Gray. Ariel spoke up, her voice tinged with mystery. Now that those troublesome people are gone, let's talk about magic. She looked at Gray, her gaze sharp. I heard you used super compressed E in Professor Carlos's class. Gray didn't hide it. So, Carlos recounted. He came to my office, telling me to transfer you to the magic department. But, naturally, I refused. Ariel thoughtfully set her teacup down and revealed her other eye, glowing like a starlight. You are more suited for swordsmanship than magic. Seeing that eye for the first time, Gray couldn't help but be stunned. Ariel explained in a precise voice. You show no signs of someone skilled at compressing mana. There's not a hint that you've ever trained in it. Gray thought to himself. Just by looking she knows. It's best not to lie. He was honest. Just as you say. Ariel delved deeper, curious about her student. May I ask? What method did you use? I promise not to reveal it, and I'll even throw in a reward. She glanced at Bella, as if the two shared a secret. I need to know, for the sake of this girl here. Gray almost slipped up but stopped himself just in time, sighing in relief. That was close. I almost called her a mage. Ariel looked at Bella's distressed expression and shared. That's right. She is a genius at magic theory, but her practical application isn't quite as brilliant. Ariel sounded troubled and worried. I don't understand why she can't compress E well. That's the reason she can't create super compressed E. Gray observed Bella, recalling what he knew. I heard Bella Arbright was a late bloomer. So that was it, Ariel continued. Carlos said when you use super compressed E, it didn't look like you were compressing E at all. If there's a way to use super compressed E without compressing E, she wouldn't have to be transferred to Professor Vajian Borley's class. Hearing that name, Gray's face turned pale, his eyes revealing clear terror. Professor Vajian Borley? He exclaimed agitatedly. Is it him? Ariel nodded. That's right, it seems you know him. Gray's mind was in turmoil. How could I not? He's notorious everywhere. Memories flooded back. A series of corpses at Vajian's feet, countless human experiments, a town burned to the ground, dozens dead due to magical disasters. To Gray, Vajian Borley was nothing short of a serial killer. He blurted out, he's the most infamous magical criminal in history, and he still hasn't been caught. Ariel worriedly said, if Bella doesn't successfully create super compressed E by the end of the year, she will be transferred to him and subjected to surgery. Gray was horrified and couldn't sit still. What? That's not okay at all. Ariel predicted Bella's tragic fate. Though they use the excuse of increasing magical ability, it's nothing but human experimentation. I have seen the bodies, dead with their eyes still open in injustice. Bella, after a moment of silence, spoke up in a trembling voice. It's dangerous, but if I can't use super compressed E, I'll be expelled. She paused, her voice firm. I would rather have her drop out than let that guy lay a hand on her. Gray was lost in thought, his heart heavy. The magical knowledge I know comes from the future. It doesn't exist in this era. If I speak up, I could change history. Watching Bella tremble uncontrollably, Gray's gaze seemed to want to curse fate. A future wiped out by the purger. Warriors falling in the blink of an eye. Is that the future I want? But why not? If a dark future can be changed, it can only be for the better. He calmed down, set his teacup aside, and said with determination, I understand. I will teach you. A dark magic orb appeared in Gray's hand. Before the Ina school courtyard, on a late afternoon, everyone was silent, intently listening to him explain magic. Gray was honest. This is all the knowledge I possess. He said sternly, Don't tell anyone I taught you this. Ariel teased. Of course, we even signed a magic contract. Breaking the rules means death. Gray was reassured and asked, After what I've said, what do you think? Ariel, even as a professor, was stunned. The part about OD alone already amazes me. Bella absorbed it quickly and excitedly. Concise, tight. It's like attending a magic lecture from 100 years in the future. She was sincere. Just by hearing your explanation, the history of magic has advanced by 100 years. Gray was pleased, but not complacent. Even if it's a lecture from 10 years in your future, in this era, it feels a century ahead. Bella was still doubtful. Is what you're saying true? Bella placed her trust in him. The theory is very logical and doesn't contradict current magic. The fastest way to verify it is to test it. She looked at Gray, full of anticipation. If what you say is true, this spell will work. Bella left a note and stepped forward. Following the theory, Bella raised her wand and created a magic circle. Gray hesitated, remembering. The full power of Bella Arbright could incinerate an entire city. In the blink of an eye, the magic circle expanded, engulfing the space. Bella had never been able to control such enormous mana before. Before Gray could stop her, his body began to fade. Wait! From the courtyard, a surge of magic exploded like a volcanic eruption, leaving everyone stunned. Under that terrifying power, Gray put his hand up to cover his face, muttering to himself, This is true power. So terrifying. He was still trembling as he remembered that if Bella had been just a split second slower in controlling her mana, he might have vanished in those flames. Thankfully, she had saved his life. He recalled the sight of the aggressive flames rushing toward him, then suddenly rotating and curling back toward Bella, as if controlled by an invisible force. Bella, at this moment, wore a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. She cheered. I did it. I controlled it. In the sky, the flames were swirling in a perfect trajectory, gradually converging at a single point. From there, a brilliant fire dragon emerged, gliding through the air, its crimson light illuminating the entire region. Seeing the scene, Gray smiled softly and whispered, Truly incredible. But at that very moment, Bella's gaze suddenly dimmed, her eyes closed, and her body swayed as if she were about to collapse. She whispered, her voice weak, I'm out of ether. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed to the ground. Gray panicked and rushed over to catch her, calling out her name, Bella, Bella. Ariel, standing nearby, hurried over and said reassuringly, Calm down, Gray. She's just exhausted from running out of ether. Let her rest for a while, and she'll be fine. Hearing this, Gray breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze softening as he looked at Bella. He felt a sense of warmth in his heart, mixed with pride as he saw that this little girl had done the impossible. Looking at the lingering sparks in the sky, Ariel exclaimed, Truly amazing. In such a short time, Bella has created magic of this scale. Her talent is indeed rare. Bella, though dazed, still tried to mutter, It's not that I'm talented, it's the theory. The theory helped me create super compressed ether. Gray frowned slightly and thought to himself, You came up with that theory yourself, Bella. How can you be so humble? But he didn't say it aloud, just quietly looked at her with an expression of admiration. Ariel sighed and turned to Gray. She has created super-compressed ether, which means no more surgery is needed. I will notify Bradley to cancel the surgery. It's fortunate we avoided that risk. But then she grew thoughtful, her voice tinged with concern. Even so, I'm still worried that Bella might lose control of her mana. Gray was surprised and asked, Mana control? What do you mean? Ariel explained. Bradley's surgery can increase mana output, but the price is the loss of control. It forcibly breaks the body's limits, and the exact mechanism remains a secret. But they say it's a process full of risks. Gray rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I see. Is that why the mages in my previous world couldn't control their powerful mana? Ariel nodded, then suddenly smiled. But thanks to you, Bella has done the impossible, creating super-compressed ether. So, our contract terms have been fulfilled. Now it's my turn to hold up my end of the bargain. She looked at Gray's right arm and continued. First, I want to use magic on your arm. Ariel raised her hand, and from her palm emanated a brilliant blue light. Small magical butterflies hovered around, shimmering like a dream. She moved closer and channeled that mana into Gray's right arm. After a moment, Ariel asked, How do you feel? Gray looked down at his arm, testing it by clenching and unclenching his hand gently. He exclaimed in surprise, I can move it. Overwhelmed with joy, he clenched his fist tightly and looked at Ariel with grateful eyes. Thank you, Professor. But even magic recovery potions couldn't heal it. How did you do this? Ariel smiled. Don't compare my nerve-regenerating magic with those common potions. She moved closer and added, But does it move as well as before? Try using a sword. Gray nodded and stepped forward. He gripped his sword hilt, drew it, and swung a few basic strikes. But then he stopped, looked at his arm, and thought to himself, It feels not as flexible as before. He said frankly, My arm isn't quite the same as it was. Ariel nodded, not surprised. Just as I thought. I can heal the nerves, but my magic cannot heal the wounds within your soul. Gray was surprised. Soul? What do you mean? Ariel explained. Even though magical science hasn't proven the existence of the soul, I believe it's real. With this eye, she pointed to her eye, where a brilliant flash of light erupted. I can see your soul slowly healing. As long as you don't overexert yourself, it will mend on its own over time. Gray looked at his arm and exclaimed, My body is recovering? He continued to ask, Do you mean I shouldn't train too hard? Ariel shook her head. No, you can still train normally. But I am curious, what kind of swordsmanship could cause such damage to the soul? Gray scratched his head shyly and didn't answer. Ariel continued, her voice deepening. There are swordsmanship styles that use the soul to execute strikes, and I suspect you learned from Amy White. Hearing that name, Gray was startled, his face stiffening. He thought to himself, How does she know Amy? At this point in time, Amy and I haven't even met. Seeing him silent, Ariel asked, Did I say something wrong? The way you use the sword is very similar to Amy White, but there's a slight difference. The person who taught you seems to have far surpassed even her. Gray was momentarily startled, his heart racing. She even knows about that? I need to change the subject, or I'll slip up. He hurriedly said, I learned swordsmanship at a dojo back home. But is there really swordsmanship that damages the soul? Ariel waved her hand. No, common swordsmanship can't do that. But you are far from common. A single sword strike that kills an orc general and destroys an entire forest. That kind of power is not something ordinary. Gray knew he had been exposed and had to admit. So you know, Ariel said calmly. Of course. I've checked the scene. The remnants left behind were quite impressive. The mysterious power within you. You used it, didn't you? Gray was surprised. You could see it, Professor. Ariel nodded. I saw it through the chain door. Gray was startled and thought to himself. The chain door? There's no way she could have guessed that. She really saw it. Ariel continued. I've seen power similar to yours, but not exactly the same. There are those who possess it, known as the Purgers. Hearing that name, Gray's face darkened. He muttered, Why does that name appear here? Ariel noticed the change and asked, You've heard this name before, haven't you? A torrent of chaotic thoughts raced through Gray's mind. He asked himself, Why would the name Purger appear at this point in time? What is going on? Observing his expression, Ariel spoke up. So you have heard of it. Honestly, I didn't think it was that widely known. But then, it's not surprising that you know about that magic theory looking into the future. At this, he awkwardly scratched his head and thought, so it really is knowledge from the future. No matter who discovered that part. Then she looked at him and asked, how much do you know about the Purger? He took a few seconds, then replied, I only know that it's an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. We must prevent him from appearing before it's too late. If we can't, we must destroy him at all costs. Ariel stroked her chin in thought for a few seconds, then spoke. Perhaps a bit extreme, but I agree that he is truly very dangerous. Even so, Balian Bradley seems determined to continue his experiments. Hearing that name, he wondered and asked back, how is he involved in this? Ariel replied nonchalantly, need you ask? The Purger is the very entity he is trying to summon. These words left Gray stunned for a few seconds, thinking to himself, the Purger was created by humans? I've never heard anyone say that. But the Academy in the previous timeline acted as if they knew exactly where the Purger would appear. But then he suddenly realized something, his gaze instantly hardening. He muttered to himself, don't tell me, was our Academy involved in the summoning from the very beginning? He said firmly, that experiment must be stopped immediately. Ariel nodded in agreement. I agree. The trouble is, the head of the experiment is a professor like me. I don't have the authority to shut down the lab or stop his experiments. I've urged my superiors to cancel it, but they won't listen. He asked next, who are the superiors specifically? She shook her head and refused to reveal. I'm sorry. I don't have the right to disclose that. The point is, without an order from the top, no one can force them to stop the experiments. He then slumped and thought, not even the name of the leader? Turns out the Academy leadership is more troubled than usual. But if he's a criminal, shouldn't that change things? In the previous timeline, Balian's illegal experiments killed tens of thousands of people. I even know where he conducts them. Thinking this, he turned to her and said, I know where he carries out those illegal experiments. If we catch him in the act. Before he could finish, she cut him off. I'm sorry, but that method won't work either. This left him puzzled. Why not? She explained, infiltrating a professor's research facility within the Academy without a permit is a serious crime. Without concrete evidence, we'll be the ones thrown in jail. Unless you're saying you already have proof of his crimes. Her words made him pause for a few seconds. She continued, otherwise, this matter has to be put on hold for now. He clenched his fists in anger, thinking to himself, so even though she knows how dangerous this is, her hands are tied. He replied, I understand. She changed the subject. More importantly, let's talk about your power. Do you want to learn how to control it? Hearing that he could control his power, Gray was slightly startled. He placed a hand over his chest and asked, how is that possible? She answered, there is a professor at the Academy who is very skilled at handling unknown abilities. His name is Heathkit Longfellow. The name sounded familiar, leaving Gray stunned for a few seconds as he thought. Heathkit Longfellow? He's the one who trained the Sword Saint. Seeing his reaction, she continued, I think you'll find it interesting. I will arrange for you to start training privately with him starting tomorrow. This excited him so much that he clenched his fists and said, thank you. He thought to himself, the reason I came to the Academy was to master this power. I didn't expect to find a lead so quickly. The scene shifts to the next day, where Gray is having a training session with Heathkit. They were playing cat and mouse in the woods. Heathkit ran ahead, while Gray had to chase him from behind. Sweat was pouring down Gray's face from exhaustion. Panting, he thought, am I actually being taught privately by Heathkit Longfellow? But why do we have to run like this? They were training in the forest outside the Academy grounds. Glancing back and noticing Gray's pace slowing, Heathkit reminded him, your mind is distracted. I can feel it. If you still have room for wandering thoughts, then speed up. Run until your body is completely drained. Only when you burn through every drop of physical vitality will your soul's power awaken. As long as you have a shred of stamina left, I won't let you touch my sword. Do you understand? Although he didn't yet understand this training method, he nodded and replied, yes, Professor. He thought to himself, if it's Heathkit's training, there must be a purpose behind it. But while I'm running around here, Balian is still conducting experiments to summon the Purger. Two trains of thought emerged in his mind, leaving him incredibly conflicted. Should I be doing this right now? After a grueling week of training, he went to see Ariel. She looked at him and said, "So a week of training has passed. How are things with Hethkit?" He scratched his head and replied, "Actually, it was mostly running. We only practiced a few sword drills on the final day. But I do feel a bit stronger." This training wasn't strange to Ariel, who smiled with interest. That sounds just like him. While they were talking, a teacher pushed the door open and said, "Excuse me." He handed over a letter. "Professor Ariel, there is a letter for you." She accepted it. "Oh, thank you." She opened the letter and scanned through it. Then her expression suddenly darkened. This made Gray extremely curious. "What's wrong?" He took the letter to read it, his own gaze freezing for a few seconds. The letter read, "Dear Professor Ariel, we have received reports that Bella Albright has successfully created supercompressed ether, which means you have truly acquired powers similar to it. However, after clear inspection, she has not yet actually compressed it. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as supercompressed ether. The contract remains in effect, and the campaign will proceed as planned. Sincerely, Balian Bradley." After reading the letter, Gray shouted in anger, "This is insane." Realizing Balian's intent, Ariel said, "It seems Bradley is still determined to force her to undergo the surgery, even if she doesn't need it anymore." He asked, "Can't she refuse?" Ariel replied, "The contract's penalty clauses are tight. Unless Bradley himself cancels it, Bella can only choose between expulsion or surgery." These absurd regulations made Gray furious. Ariel felt the same. She slammed her hand on the table and said, "Gray, I need your help. Show me where Bradley's laboratory is. If we expose his criminal activities, the contract will be invalidated." Hearing this, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then a corner of his mouth curled into an excited smile. As he said, "Didn't you say it would be dangerous without proof?" She sighed and replied, "We will find the proof. I'm putting my trust in you. Actually, perhaps I've trusted you from the very beginning. My eyes tell me that you've been telling the truth all this time. It's just that it took me some time to admit it." She then turned toward the door and said, "Lead the way, Gray. We will expose his crimes together." He then revealed the location. His lab is located in the mountain range near Truel Village. Ariel repeated, "Truel Mountains? I clearly recall him having an Academy-approved lab there." This puzzled Gray. He's committing illegal experiments inside an approved laboratory? She confirmed with a nod. What better place to do illegal work? Even if he stays there for a long time, no one would suspect a thing. Furthermore, no professor at the Academy would ever interfere with another's laboratory. As soon as we find proof of his guilt, no one will blame us for breaking in. From outside the door, there was a knock. "It's me, Bella," Ariel replied. "Come in." Bella walked in holding a letter. "Professor, I received this letter." She stepped forward and took the letter. Knowing exactly what was written, she turned to leave and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll handle this." Bella asked, "What do you mean?" Then she asked, "Professor, are you going to confront Balian for my sake? Just you alone?" She pondered for a few seconds, then looked back and smiled. "Alone, I am enough." Hearing this, Bella remained extremely worried and looked toward Gray, who was standing beside her. He stepped forward and said, "Please wait a moment. I'm coming too." Bella stepped up from behind with a determined voice. "Me too. After all, this concerns me." Ariel turned around and warned, "Wait, he is an Academy professor. Not to mention, he is a madman who has repeatedly conducted these dangerous human experiments. If he catches either of you, no one knows what he'll do. I cannot let you two risk going there." Before she could finish, Gray stepped forward to reassure her. "That's exactly why going alone is more dangerous. If I use the power that defeated the Org General again, I can certainly help you. Besides, if you disappear as the star student with the divine eye, I'll be expelled anyway. So, please, let's decide our own fate." Their determined expressions were reflected in her glasses. She helplessly sighed and replied, "It seems no matter how I stop you, you're both coming along." "Very well, but you must promise me one condition. No matter what happens, your own safety comes first. Do you understand?" Gray and Bella replied in unison, "Yes, we understand." And so, time passed quickly, and the three of them reached Balian's laboratory. Looking at the massive building, Bella was the first to speak. "Is he really conducting illegal experiments here?" The professor nodded and answered, That's right. Now, we look for evidence, right? Gray looked at the lab and nodded. Yes, it's definitely this place. Bella said, if you say so, I believe you. But can we collect evidence without causing any trouble? Ariel continued. Balian is currently at a Magic Association conference. He's not here. The main entrance is likely trapped. So, we'll have to break through the sidewall to get inside. Bella wondered, is that really okay? Gray replied, breaking into an approved lab is already a crime, so it doesn't matter. If you change your mind, you two can go back. Bella gripped her staff tightly and said with determination, I'm going. She turned to Ariel. Are you really sure about this? You're doing all this for someone like me. Gray interrupted to explain, you're wrong. Stopping his experiment is for the sake of the whole world. Otherwise, countless people will die. The entire world will be sacrificed by him. These horrific crimes left Bella shocked. What? Ariel reassured her. What Gray said might be a bit of an exaggeration, but I agree that he must be stopped. So don't worry too much. We aren't risking our lives just for you, Bella. Now let's go. With that, the three of them lunged forward at high speed. As she moved, Ariel created countless magic circles. Then a barrage of attacks struck the wall in front, creating a massive, violent explosion, causing dust to fill the air and debris to fly everywhere. Watching the attack, Gray frowned and thought, that was a bit too flamboyant, haha. The three of them proceeded to assess the situation inside. But Gray noticed something, his eyes freezing as he said, what is this? Inside was a vast corridor, looking like a prison with rows of cells surrounded by iron bars. Inside were countless people being held captive. They were in a state of extreme exhaustion, with blood covering the floor. Moving deeper, Ariel observed for a moment and sighed. It seems we don't need to look for evidence anymore, Bella exclaimed. There are so many, Ariel confirmed. Just at a glance, I've spotted 14 forbidden spells, which is already a serious crime. Not to mention the illegal human experimentation, which is just as great. Then, everyone's eyes landed on something. It was a vast open space with a magic circle in the center, surrounded by countless candles. Gray asked, what is that? It looks like some kind of altar. Bella asked, what should we do? The original plan was to get evidence and leave, but should we save the people trapped here? He turned back and reminded, we can't stay here for too long. If we delay, Balian might return. Before he could finish, a voice echoed from behind. Oh, did you call for me? A dark shadow appeared from behind, out of nowhere. Balian slowly walked toward them. Ariel remained calm and asked, how was your conference, Balian? He kept walking toward them calmly, while Gray and Bella entered a combat stance. Gray cursed inwardly. Balian, why is he here right now? Balian said, I sent a body double there. I have more important experiments to do here. Ariel asked, more important experiments? Balian glanced at the prison cells on both sides and nodded. That's right. I just acquired some fresh resources, so I must take advantage while they are still fresh. In a room beside him, countless corpses were hung in rows. Then he looked at Ariel with a cold tone. But I've changed my plans. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. He continued, I want materials that possess magical potential far exceeding ordinary people. I don't know how you heard about my experiments, but you certainly haven't told anyone you were coming here, right? If all of you suddenly disappear, no one will suspect me. Ha! His crazed eyes locked on a Gray's group. Ariel looked at him coldly and firmly. Materials? Don't tell me you intend to use us as lab rats. Gray tried to reassure the others. Stay calm. Your sacrifices will push the boundaries of magic to new heights. Since I can't let you leave here alive, I will make the best use of you possible. No sooner had he finished speaking, a large fireball flew from afar, striking right in front of his face, leaving him stunned. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted before everyone's eyes. Ariel glanced at Bella, realizing that the attack was Bella's. As the dust settled, they were taken by surprise once again. Balian repeatedly praised them. Haha, excellent. Truly excellent. That attack didn't cause any damage because I had already cast protective magic. His voice turned ice cold. The divine eye of Ariel has not lost its touch. To think that a special candidate like you would be such an exceptional genius. Perhaps I should observe the divine eye candidates more closely. Not that I'm impressed by that petty trick of yours. An academy student daring to assassinate a professor. Bella gripped her staff and said with determination, I'd rather kill than be killed. Even if I just miss my chance. Ariel turned to the others. We should retreat for now. We have the evidence in our hands. Let the Academy handle the rest. Just as they were about to leave, dark mana sparks appeared on Gray's staff, and Balian said, "Do you think I'll let you leave so easily?" Immediately, he launched a massive magic orb at Bella. Ariel lunged in front of her and activated a protective spell. He blocked the incoming attack with lightning speed. Ariel's eyes were laser-focused, not letting a single moment of caution slip. Over on this side, Balian sneered, "It's useless. This is one of my finest research achievements, the Fire Devourer. It unleashed flames that swallowed defensive magic whole, and it turned that very thing into its own fuel." As he spoke, tiny cracks began to spiderweb across Ariel's protective magic barrier, and immediately after, those cracks started to widen further. Gray continued, "In theory, it's unstoppable. The only drawback is that it requires rare materials to trigger." Just as Balian's attack was about to pierce through the defensive magic layer, a flicker of determination ignited in Ariel's eyes. She immediately conjured another magic shield to brace against the attack heading her way. But the power of Balian's attack was immense. Within seconds, it began to fracture the second layer of Ariel's protective magic. Ariel turned to remind Bella, "Give the magic memory box to Gray. If Hethkett sees it, he'll know what to do." Looking at the box in her hands, Bella hesitated for a few seconds before slamming her staff hard into the ground. She created another defensive magic barrier to protect the three of them. Seeing the girl didn't leave, Ariel turned back and shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Get out of here now." Bella stood her ground. "I can't leave in this situation." She spoke up, "Professor, your barrier is about to break. Let me handle it this time." Ariel knew that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't defeat Balian at this moment. So she yelled, "We promised before coming here. If anything happens, you have to put your own life first." Balian's magic is clearly abnormal, a defense-shredding type that's impossible to block. "I'll buy us some time, so..." Before she could finish her sentence, her protective magic layer was shattered by Balian's dark power. She stared ahead with a look of sheer disbelief. But from behind, Bella spoke up to encourage her. "It's okay, Professor." Even though that attack was incredibly powerful, this time, it couldn't penetrate Bella's magic barrier. She explained, "This spell isn't as strong as it looks. It just requires a slightly different kind of defensive magic." Seeing them manage to block his attack, Balian screamed in anger. "Impossible. The theory for the Fire Devourer's magic is something only I know. How could you possibly know it?" Bella replied indifferently. "Someone recently taught me a new theory. With it, this spell becomes much easier to deal with." Balian gritted his teeth and spat out. "Someone taught you? Who is he? Tell me the name of that traitor. Tell me, and I'll let you die peacefully." Bella continued, "You want to know who taught me? That's a secret. But they are a student from the swordsmanship department." The person she mentioned was none other than Gray, and she had pieced it together herself after countless failures. Seeing she had no intention of talking, Balian gritted his teeth. "So, you don't intend to give me a straight answer?" He held a blood-red magic stone in his hand. "Fine then. Let's see you burn to death." Gripping the red magic stone, he immediately crushed it into pieces. Then, countless souls summoned by Balian rushed forward, fueling his attack with even more power. Now, empowered further, his magical attack seemed to develop a sentience of its own. It transformed into something like a demon. With a massive maw, it relentlessly lunged toward Bella. Seeing this, Gray called out from behind, "Bella, are you okay?" Bella answered, "I'm fine. The barrier is still holding." But, on the other side, Balian smiled and said, "But your mana reserves won't last, will they? With those levels, what do you have left? A minute tops." Bella looked wearily at the professor in front of her and said, "Professor, please attack him. I am Busa defendin." As if understanding the girl's intent, Ariel nodded in agreement. "I understand." Her eyes regained their resolve once more. Looking at the attack in front of her, she thought to herself, "The flames look thinner in that spot. I might be able to project my magic force to the outside of the barrier." Without hesitation, she reached her hand forward and released a small bolt of magic. And then, after it pierced through the layer of the magic barrier, she pumped more power into it, forming a blinding bolt of lightning that struck straight at Balian. However, as the attack drew closer to his position. The lightning bolts gradually dissolved into the air and then vanished completely. On this side, Balian jeered. Are you trying to counterattack? You haven't even managed to touch me. Gray, standing to the side and observing the attack, thought to himself, if I recall correctly, Professor Ariel's techniques are the weakest among the faculty, and given the nature of these flames, they're definitely absorbing her magic. Seeing the previous attack was ineffective, Bella said tiredly from behind. What should we do? I'm almost tapped out. Her eyes grew hazy, and her whole body trembled, but she still tried to grip her staff tightly to stay standing. Ariel turned back and chided. This is exactly why I told you to run away earlier. But then, Gray suddenly stepped forward, catching the professor completely off guard. He tightened his grip on his sword and said, Leave this to me. Seeing him intend to face the monster Balian alone made Bella incredibly anxious. Gray, what are you doing? From where you are, your sword can't possibly reach his position. He had already calculated things in his mind and turned back to reassure her. It's okay. I'll definitely be able to do it. Ariel asked in disbelief. Are you sure? Using that power again could kill you. Even if you survive, your recovering arm might never heal. A thrill-seeking grin spread across his lips. Dying alone is better than all three of us dying together, right? Standing outside and observing, a brilliant hole of light appeared at the center of the attack, as if trying to burst through to the outside. Immediately, Gray broke through the perimeter and charged out to confront the Balian standing there. Without hesitation, he swung his sword decisively. With just a single blow, he easily took Balian's head, leaving the villain in utter shock. Balian's head was now severed from his body. Witnessing the scene unfold in just a few seconds made Bella's eyes widen in surprise, and she let out a small gasp. Afterward, Balian's body collapsed to the ground like a kite with a snapped string. Ariel, witnessing this, couldn't help but be stunned. This is the first time I've ever seen that with my own eyes. But it's also overwhelming. That slash didn't just send Balian to the afterlife. It felt like it almost split the entire basement in two. Just then, some rocks and debris began falling from the ceiling, and soon after, a large chunk of stone threatened to collapse, making Bella jump and scream. The ceiling. Ariel immediately stepped in to solve the problem, looking up and praising, "Wow, how unexpected." As soon as she stepped up, countless invisible threads were created, rushing out to catch the falling stones. She exclaimed, "Goodness, that's way beyond my expectations." Even so, she turned to ask Gray, "Is your body okay?" Just then, the sword in his hand suddenly clattered to the floor. Looking at his trembling hand, Gray said, "My right arm is hurting a bit, and it's numb too, but I can still move it." He bent down to pick up his sword and sheathed it. Realizing the change, Ariel sighed in relief. "It seems your training has paid off." Gray nodded in agreement. "I guess so. If the one using it was the me from back in the village, I definitely would have passed out for days. And when I woke up, the arm would have been gone. But now, it only hurts a little. Isn't that a huge improvement? It seems those days of grueling training were truly worth it." Noticing his arm wasn't trembling anymore, she paused for a few seconds before saying, "Thanks to you, we're still alive, but I'm sorry for forcing you to use that power." He waved his hand dismissively. "Please, don't worry about it. It was me who insisted on stopping Balian in the first place." She stepped forward and said, "Thank you. But if you can, please try not to use that power for a while. Otherwise, the damage will never heal." He understood the issue, his expression turning somber. As he replied, "I understand." From behind, Bella stepped up and said shyly, Sorry. Was that magic just now? I didn't feel any ether at all." The truth is, try to explain that power as magic was impossible. Not wanting this to be exposed, Ariel interrupted. "I'm sorry, but I prefer if you didn't ask about this anymore. And please don't tell anyone about what you saw today." This left Bella deeply confused. "Why, Professor?" Ariel explained. "If you can't promise me that, then I will be forced to erase your memories of today." Ariel's firm words made Bella incredibly scared, and she stuttered, "I understand. Shall we make a magic contract then?" Ariel nodded in confirmation. "Exactly." Afterward, a binding contract instantly appeared in front of them, and both of them signed their names to confirm. Gray looked around the room and asked, What now? While I'm also very concerned about the experiments, I think we should help these people first. It seemed they were just put to sleep by magic. Ariel let go of her hand and said, even if it's not life-threatening, we should take them to the Academy's infirmary to ensure they're safe. As soon as she finished speaking, a mystical golden light radiated from the rooms. They were enveloped by a protective barrier. Ariel explained, I will set a protective barrier to prevent any injuries from the outside. Now that it's done, let's continue investigating deeper inside. Looking around, this place really was insane, with illegal experiments being conducted everywhere I looked. Almost all of them involved human sacrifices to catalyze magic, or to enhance human magical abilities. I didn't see any experiments related to the purifier. Perhaps it's at another facility. Gray stroked his chin and thought to himself, this is strange. This is the place where the event that killed tens of thousands of people in my old world happened. Could creating a simple magical catalyst really cause such a catastrophe? Then he suddenly realized something. Wait, the thing that killed everyone in my old world was the miasma that surged up from the ground. Seeing him suddenly stand still and deep in thought made Ariel very curious. So she turned and asked, what's wrong? Bella also turned and called out his name. He was now focusing his gaze on the floor, muttering, if that's the case, could there be something beneath this place? Then he turned to the professor and suggested, there might be something underground. It's possible there's a secret passage. Following his lead, Ariel glanced down at the floor, but didn't see anything unusual. She replied, I don't see any hidden paths. But then, she suddenly noticed something, immediately walked quickly forward, and said, wait. She walked to an empty space and sat down, her eyes flashing with light. She observed something. Although it's very faint, I can feel traces of short-range teleportation magic here. Perhaps it's a space that can only be accessed by teleportation magic. Based on the traces, the teleportation distance is around 300 meters. There is definitely something underneath here. Gray stepped forward and asked, 300 meters underground? Can we get there? Ariel answered, though unsure. I can also use short-range teleportation. Let me try. She released her hand, creating a magic circle that appeared in front of them like a portal. Looking into it, she said, if there's nothing there, the other side of the gate will only lead to dirt and rocks. Without hesitation, they stepped into the teleportation portal. As soon as they stepped out, the three of them froze at the scene before them. What is this? The space below was incredibly vast, looking like a miniature city, leaving Ariel completely stunned. I didn't expect to find such a vast space down here. Bella discovered something and spoke up. I can feel a massive source of ether radiating everywhere, especially from that direction. Then she pointed at a huge cylindrical building, a room that looked different from the rest. Ariel also sensed something and said, but it's not just ether. Another type of energy, completely different from magic, is leaking from that direction. And it's stronger than anything I've ever seen before. Looking at her reaction, he asked, could that other energy be? She nodded in confirmation. That's right. That is the power of the purifier. Then, without wasting a second, the three of them hurried straight toward the mysterious building where that powerful energy was being emitted. Walking inside, the group witnessed several purple glass columns, accompanied by a black door with a six-winged symbol on it. To prevent her two students from being in danger, Professor Ariel stepped forward to examine it. The energy source is definitely coming from here, but now there are no signs of the purifier anywhere. As she spoke, she reached out and tapped the door gently to check. Behind her, the mage Bella quickly asked, are you sure we should be touching that thing? Contrary to Bella's tension, Ariel replied calmly, stay calm. This door doesn't contain any power. It was only placed here as a symbol for the ritual. You know that, right? As she spoke, she walked behind the door and opened it as if to prove that it was completely safe. Then, she took a moment to observe before continuing. The power isn't inside the door. It's in the magic circle surrounding it. As she said this, the redhead's gaze shifted toward the massive glass tubes filled with a pinkish liquid. Then, whether they accidentally touched something or not, all of those glass pillars suddenly erupted with a fierce surge of power, which terrified Gray to no end. He shouted in a panic, what is this? It's not actually trying to summon the purifier, is it? Standing nearby, Bella's face contorted under the pressure. This magical current is too dangerous. We have to stop it immediately, she remarked. However, Ariel remained as calm as if nothing were wrong. Don't rush in. According to my projections, this system isn't enough to summon the purifier. To everyone's astonishment, countless cracks suddenly began to spread across the space in front of the black door, finally revealing a pitch-black void behind it. Gray and Bella were so terrified, they felt like their hearts were about to drop. Space is being torn apart, they screamed. At the same time, the entire magic circle beneath the ground reached its peak energy output. However, the expressions on Gray and Bella's faces turned somewhat confused, because even though this magic circle was emitting an immense aura, nothing actually happened. To explain this, Professor Ariel quickly informed the two of them. These devices aren't meant to summon the purifier. They're just piercing a small hole to where it exists to siphon off the energy leaking from that place. The energy core used to crystallize that power is very likely human life. It seems about 10 souls were used, but during the molding process, even more may have had to be sacrificed. It's likely that most of the people captured above were the raw material for it. She quickly gave her assessment, but this left the mage Bella feeling puzzled. But why would they go to such lengths just to collect energy? What do they intend to use it for? Answering this question, Ariel shrugged and said, "Don't you see? The flame that Varian used during the fight. The crystal amplifying that flame is exactly what will be produced when this process is complete. In fact, that catalyst isn't limited to just the fire attribute. If they mass produce it, who knows what they'll do with that kind of power?" As she spoke, she kept her eyes on a rhombus-shaped object hovering in midair. Elsewhere, the spatial crack they had created quickly sealed shut. Seeing this, Gray began to speak up. "Look, the cracks are fading away. So Varian didn't intend to summon the purifier after all?" Responding to his question, the professor, who had sat down to check the containers, said, "I'm not sure if he didn't want to or couldn't, but it seems these spatial opening magic tools have been pushed to their limit. This is likely all they can do." Regarding Bella, she took this time to observe the surroundings and quickly realized the value of the equipment installed there. "I think this set of equipment is incredibly valuable. I've never seen spatial teleportation magic this accurate and powerful." Her opinion was fully agreed upon by Professor Ariel. "Exactly. As you said, creating a set of equipment like this would cost a nation's entire budget. And with 8 sets here, only one organization comes to mind." Hearing this, Bella blurted out a guess. "Is it the Discar Empire?" The redhead professor shook her head to reject this answer. "It's not them. They may be the largest nation in the world, but their magical research isn't advanced enough to create this." The professor's answer made Bella even more curious. "Then who is it?" she asked back. Ariel didn't answer immediately, but slowly said, "There has to be an organization whose research capabilities far exceed even the Empire." Not letting her finish, Gray suddenly interrupted. "The World Alliance Academy, right?" Hearing this, Bella turned to look at Gray with a confused expression. Meanwhile, the female professor agreed immediately. "Exactly. No other research institution could handle a scale and budget like this." After those words, the air in the room suddenly went quiet. It took a few seconds for Bella to speak. "So, you mean the Academy is behind this?" "But the World Alliance Academy is supposed to be the place that protects humanity from threats." Faced with this naive thought from her student, the professor just shook her head slightly. "It's understandable that you don't want to believe it, but there is no other organization capable of doing this." On this side, our protagonist also cautiously asked, "But that doesn't mean the entire Academy is our enemy, right? Most of them are still people of justice." Saying this, he silently remembered what happened in his previous life to reassure himself. At least before the regression happened, the Academy's volunteer force was on the front lines, even surpassing the punishment squads. They fought to protect civilians until the very end. After witnessing that future, I don't believe the Academy is the enemy of humanity. Fortunately, not wanting to disappoint Gray, the professor didn't refute that. "Just as you said, most in the Academy are surely still fighting for humanity and would not allow such life-sacrificing experiments to take place. However, the Academy has countless researchers and facilities. Very few people truly know the big picture. And the person behind Varian surely has massive backing. Given Varian's authority, he couldn't have arranged this on his own. When the professor explained this, Bella began to feel how serious everything was. She asked, "So that means we can't fully trust the Academy either?" Ariel calmly and quietly stated a bitter truth. "I've observed the Academy from the inside for decades. That is not an organization you can trust blindly. That is certain. Most people there believe they're doing good for humanity. Even those behind this experiment likely convinced themselves they were doing it for the greater good. The truth is buried deep in the shadows." Returning to Gray, he didn't want to waste more time, so he asked straight to the point, "Do you have any way to track down the mastermind?" Faced with this request, Ariel immediately used her holy eyes to search for clues and said, "Let's see. There are no communication devices in this facility, and even the magic traces of the creator have been wiped clean from the equipment. The concealment was so thorough that finding a trail is extremely difficult." As she spoke, she glanced in one direction. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurred right behind Ariel. Explosions happened everywhere, as if this secret research facility wanted to self-destruct. This terrified the male lead. In the face of this dangerous situation, Ariel watched with amusement. It seems they even installed a mechanism to wipe their tracks, but they didn't self-destruct as soon as Varian died. Were they waiting for intruders to arrive before detonating? Not letting her professor observe any further, Bella urged urgently, "This is not the time to theorize. We have to leave here immediately." Seeing her student's frantic state, Ariel just chuckled. "Calm down. It's just explosive magic. Professors of the World Alliance Academy aren't weak enough to be killed by that," Ariel said with a face full of confidence. She activated a protective magic circle, shielding the group from the room's destruction. She reminded the two not to step out of the circle. The energy pillars were still glowing brightly, while the room was severely crumbling. On the ceiling, rocks began to collapse. Outside was desolate and quiet, and suddenly the group was safely brought outside by Ariel's teleportation spell. She took a head count and said, "It looks like the captured people are all safe now." Bella let out a sigh of relief. "I thought we were dead for sure this time." Gray was also worried. "Wasn't that too dangerous?" Professor Ariel calmly replied, "Because there was more luggage than I anticipated, the teleportation spell was slightly delayed, but it was worth it because we obtained these." What she was referring to were those energy pillars. "Once we bring these back to the Academy, they won't be able to ignore us anymore." The full moon shone brightly in the night sky. The next morning, at the World Alliance Academy, in the principal's office, he announced that the survivors were being treated at the Academy's infirmary. Orodrum commended them. "Gray and the others really deserve our thanks for stopping Varian's illegal experiment." He picked up the report to examine it. Now, regarding the magic engines he had, each one is worth more than a nation's treasury. Ariel also worriedly added, "That's right, and there were 8 in total. There's no way Varian could have gathered that much firepower on his own. Where on earth did he get them?" The principal replied, "They were stolen." He looked at them and continued, "They were hijacked while in transit, and all 78 transport agents were wiped out." Hearing these words, Bella and Gray were terrified. Ariel still sharply asked, 78 transport agents of the Academy, all dead? Don't tell me that was the incident from 15 years ago." The principal confirmed, "That's right, the cargo stolen that year were these very engines." She lowered her voice and asked, "If I remember correctly, the one responsible back then was..." The principal certainly knew very well. "Snow Eater," he said. "You've all heard that name, right?" Gray and Bella did indeed know. It was the largest criminal organization in the world, parasites of humanity. No matter how many times they were destroyed, they crawled out from the shadows again. Orodrum glanced at Bella. She said with bitter hatred, "They're also the ones who kill my parents." He replied in a low voice, "That's right. No matter how many times you destroy them, they will reappear. No one knows where they hide, nor who is in charge. They say over 70% of crimes leading to death are caused by them, and it would be no surprise if their members have already infiltrated this academy. What's worse is that there's no way to identify them. And even if they were identified, the academy wouldn't act." Gray was outraged hearing this. "Even if there are criminals inside the academy?" Ariel stopped him. "That is how the academy currently operates. Anyone with talent is given the opportunity to become stronger, regardless of lineage, race, or gender. The principal confirmed, exactly. And whether or not that person is a criminal doesn't matter. Bella found this rule absurd. If there are criminals here, they should be punished. The principal was helpless. I agree. But the higher-ups don't think so. Bella asked anxiously. Aren't you the principal? Ordrum could only respond. I am just a puppet. He slammed the file onto the table. I may be the face of the academy in name, but my actual authority isn't worth much. You want to know who is really running the academy? Both Bella and Gray nodded silently and firmly. Yet Ordrum just smiled. Then get stronger. The more you prove your individual strength, the more you will be allowed to progress into the academy, and you will gradually uncover the hidden secrets. He added, I cannot name names, but you have a senior who has enough influence to dictate the entire direction of the academy. Even the crazy policy allowing criminals to join was his decision. Gray asked quietly, then if we are stronger than him? The principal confirmed, exactly, perhaps you will be able to change the entire academy. He looked straight at them. In this place, strength is everything. Gray and Bella's hands clenched tight. Ordrum looked at them and thought to himself, that's interesting. Ariel had no chance of beating Varian, which means one of those two did it. Ariel's holy eyes are still as sharp as ever. I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of monster she's going to create. By this time, Gray had left the principal's office. He looked at the traces of the curse on his hand and whispered to himself. So, the authority running the academy, huh? If I want to take down the purifier or find the mastermind behind it, I have to worry about getting stronger first. Suddenly, a figure walked by and bumped into him. Gray immediately said, sorry, but immediately after, a kick was aimed straight at him. Gray was hit and thrown back hard. Luckily, he was still standing, but the damage from that kick wasn't small. The provocateur saw this and commented, tougher than I thought. Gray still politely asked, is there a problem? He gritted his teeth. A problem, you say? The madman started cursing. Walking around like you own the place. Does a special recruit who failed the entrance exam deserve to step into this hallway? Gray understood somewhat. Another person who hated the special recruits. But this was the first time someone had dared to kick him right in the middle of the hallway. He tightened his grip on the sword at his waist and asked, want to fight? He pondered for a moment and replied, I'd love to, but it looks like the second person who failed the entrance exam just arrived. Behind Gray was Professor Ariel walking toward them. He left immediately. I'll be going first. As he walked, he muttered curses. Sorry, the surveillance here is strict, so I can't get any closer. He bit his finger until it bled, whispering, but I'll send someone else there soon. His face looked extremely grotesque. He mentioned a name, Varian. On this side, Professor Ariel approached and asked, what happened? Gray greeted Professor Ariel first. Then he said, some student just kicked me. He said a special recruit like me shouldn't be walking around the academy hallways. She observed the situation and replied, no weapons, no injuries. That means I have no valid reason to intervene. Then Ariel looked at him and asked, then why didn't you chase after him and punch him to wake him up? Gray was surprised. Wait, I'm allowed to do that. She pretended not to care. As a professor, I can't allow it, but my eyesight has been poor lately. If something happens nearby, I probably won't see it. Gray didn't want to hold a grudge. That's too suspicious. Never mind. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ariel disagreed. A pity. Really? Suddenly she asked. Let me ask you something. Are special recruits really hated that much? Gray covered his arms slightly and replied, people mock us often, but this is the first time someone has actually laid a hand on us. Ariel asked again, so you're being mocked? She felt helpless. Sorry, if I had a bit more authority. Gray comforted her. Please don't worry about it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have been able to step into this academy. Besides, Bella and everyone else will prove that the special recruit program isn't a mistake. Anyway, your eye for talent is very sharp. Professor Ariel listened to these words and was thoughtful for a moment. She felt a weight lifted off her heart. Thank you. Then she pointed directly at Gray and said, but don't think this is anyone else's business. Out of all the special recruits, I have the highest expectations for you. She listed some names, Amy White, Licker Muller, Jacob Bloomfield. Like the special recruits before them, They all became top talents. But the first time I believed someone could transcend human limits was when I met you. Facing the professor's expectations, Gray thought to himself, compared to them, it's not going to be easy. Yet he had other worries. No, thinking like that is weak. The person behind Varian surely hasn't given up on the idea of summoning the Purifier. Even they couldn't do anything about that person. I came back to this timeline to make sure I can defeat it. The fate of this world is in my hands. At the World Union Academy's training grounds, Professor Doc explained, today's swordsmanship lesson will be live combat. Pair yourselves up according to the list on the board. Gray thought to himself, live combat? I need to stay completely focused. If I mess up, people are just going to start bad-mouthing the Magic Eye students again. At the very least, I have to prove I'm not inferior to the regular students. Suddenly, he felt like something was off. Oh boy, the pairing list read, Gray, Leon Hart. Gray Must, Leon Hart. He's the top student in the sword class, which basically makes him the strongest freshman. Looking at the students, the professor said, I've matched students of equal ability, so feel free to go all out. Think of this as a real battle. Gray was internally protesting. Equal ability, my foot. Why do I have to fight the top student when I'm just an exception, admit? Gray recalled, plus, he hates Magic Eye users. He's probably dying to beat me to a pulp after what happened last time. He suddenly noticed someone behind him. Speak of the devil, he was already there. Leon said cheerfully, looks like we're paired up. I'm really happy about this. He was secretly thrilled getting to fight Gray. Being the top of the class is truly an honor. I've trained harder than anyone else. Gray, show me what real swordsmanship is. Gray, meanwhile, was growing increasingly terrified. That blinding smile on his face, there was no doubt about it. He was overjoyed that he finally had a legitimate chance to beat me up. Leon added with emotion, I'm really looking forward to this. On the training ground, the supervisor asked, is everyone ready? The order rang out. Begin. The students immediately started pairing off. Leon lunged forward with his sword. Here I come. Luckily, Gray managed to block it. Leon swung his sword hard, knocking him backward, and immediately seized the opportunity to rush forward again. Leon thrust his sword forward forcefully, but fortunately, Gray managed to dodge just in time. He didn't want to be outdone, so he swung his sword up, and both blades clashed with a powerful force. Leon remarked to Gray, you're actually strong. It's hard to believe you didn't get in through the regular entrance exam. Flash-like strikes continued to be unleashed. Both of them were trading blows on equal footing. Gray thought to himself, I thought I'd be defeated instantly, but I'm actually holding my own. Still, even giving it my all, I can't match his pure strength. He watched Leon carefully. His swordsmanship was incredible. It was textbook perfect, every move terrifyingly flawless. Even though Gray had experience from his previous life and training from his master, this guy was already a monster after only one lifetime. Before everyone's eyes, Leon and Gray clashed so fast that only blurs of their swords were visible. The others were shocked. He's actually on par with Leon Hart. Leon was just as happy. This is amazing. I could fight like this all day. Gray, on the other hand, was exhausted. I have nothing left in the tank. If it weren't for Professor Ariel's training, I'd have collapsed already. He looked at Leon. How is he not even breathing hard yet? Filled with apprehension, he thought, I'm about to pass out. I have to end this fight now. The professor did say to treat it like a real fight, right? Let's consider it a real battle. Instantly, Gray's eyes turned sharp. In front of him, Leon was winding up a swing, but Gray ducked and dodged it. Gray channeled his strength into his hand on the ground. Leon gasped, what? Gray pivoted low and kicked hard at Leon's leg. Leon, caught by surprise, was kicked square in the leg. What the? Gray seized the chance to thrust his sword upward. Now, it was his turn to be shocked. Is he really treating this like a life-or-death battle? But Leon still swung his sword, determined that he couldn't lose. Time ticked by, but the match remained intense. Both blades were held at each other's throats. Both Leon and Gray held their positions, ready to end the other. He lowered his sword first and reached out. It's a draw. Good fight, Leon replied. I wouldn't say that. He pondered. In that last moment, all I could do was swing my sword. On the other hand, you could have pierced my heart easily if you wanted to. Leon stared sharply at Gray and asked, since it was a mock battle, did you really try to stab my throat? Was I wrong to do that? He had to come clean. You've got me. Even with all these protective charms, isn't putting a blade to someone's heart in a practice match garbage behavior. Leon didn't seem to care, but it still meant he had lost. Saying that, he turned and left. Thanks to you, I finally understand the difference between a real fight and sword practice. And that fight was about more than just swordsmanship skills. Gray still wanted to make excuses. It was, in part, a cheap trick for a sword class, after all. But Leon cut him off. The teacher told us to treat it like a real fight. In a real battle, there's no such thing as going easy. Suddenly, he pivoted on his heels, turning to face Gray, and raised his sword in an excited challenge. Let's go another round. Facing Leon's bloodthirsty blade. Another round? I only won because I caught him off guard. If we fought head-on, I wouldn't stand a chance. This isn't even about technique anymore. That guy's raw physical strength makes me feel like straw. Suddenly, someone stepped in to interrupt. Stop right there. An arrogant student said, whether it's mock combat or not, this is a sword class. Nobody said you could use anything other than a sword. He mocked Gray. And how does a kid who got in through an exception get paired with a top student? Don't get cocky just because you have a little mana. He thought to himself that he didn't pick this fight. Unexpectedly, Leon stepped up to claim his territory. The professor decided I was the only one worthy of Gray. Back off. The professor stepped forward as well, echoing Leon. I set the pairs. I matched students with similar overall strength. Right? He confirmed that Gray was the only one capable of facing Leon. He nodded in satisfaction. The professor looked at the troublemaker. If you're not satisfied, try fighting him. Defeat Gray, and you could be Leon's opponent. Provoked, he angrily agreed. Fine. He still tried to get a jab in. I defeated the proctor to get here. Don't group me with people who barely scraped by in a draw, or those who couldn't even pass. But Leon looked at him with disdain. He's judging Gray by his admission category without knowing his real strength. It feels like looking at my old self. He trusted him unconditionally. This was a good opportunity. His strength deserved recognition. Yet, Leon shifted his focus. But more importantly, you interrupted my time with Gray. Seeing the look in his eyes, he quickly looked up, only to see Leon's handsome face twisted in rage. For that alone, you deserve to die. The troublemaker truly didn't understand why he was so angry. The professor said to Gray, if you don't like the real combat rules, fine. You're only allowed to use your sword, okay? Behind him, Leon was still radiating malice. He worried internally. I really don't know how strong this guy actually is, but if he got into the academy through the regular exam, it won't be easy. Gray assessed his opponent. He definitely has more stamina and physical strength than I do. Even after my master's brutal training, I can't beat years of proper nutrition and physical conditioning. Gray tried to leave himself an out. I'm not very confident in my skills, but losing doesn't mean getting expelled, right? The professor said, this is just class practice, but don't go easy on each other, regardless. Gray raised his sword. All right. The other guy also got into a ready stance immediately. He seized the moment and rushed forward, thrusting his sword forward with a roar. Time to show this exception admit his place. Remember your role. Instantly, both swords clashed hard. Gray was caught by surprise. He flicked his sword and then blew him away. The troublemaker was stunned, while Gray thought, he's hitting too lightly. His strength is nothing special at all. The guy angrily wound up to swing again. Gray thought to himself, is he holding back? And yet, who would have thought he'd be taken down on the second strike? He fell backward, his head meeting the ground. The professor declared the result. The match is over. Gray approached and asked worriedly, sorry, are you okay? I was aiming for your sword, but I hit you instead. I thought you dodged. The guy wouldn't give up and picked up his sword. That was just luck. You only caught me off guard. Even with his face bruised and tears and snot everywhere, he still said, let's go another round. The crowd murmured, man, that looks painful. The professor was helpless. Go ahead and fight until you're satisfied. So he swung his sword up to attack again. Under the blazing sun of the training ground, Gray asked worriedly, are you sure you're okay? The guy's eyes were already swollen, with blood pooling in them. His face distorted and teeth broken, but he managed to mumble it. I'm fine. The professor sighed helplessly. All right, that's enough. Someone take him to the infirmary. He gathered the students and announced, and so, the representatives for this year will be Gray and Leon. Any objections? He asked curiously. Representatives? The professor replied. pointing at Gray. The two strongest freshmen will fight against the sophomore champions. In the intergrade battle, the freshmen have lost 35 times in a row. His eyes filled with belief. But maybe this year will be different. Gray asked in surprise. 35 consecutive losses? He spoke up. Is the power gap between freshmen and sophomores really that big? The professor confirmed. That's right. In this academy, a one-year difference creates a massive gap. He really has no other choice. Losing is completely normal. Everyone even expects them to lose. Then he encouraged, just not performing too badly is an achievement in itself. And if you win, it will be recorded in the academy's history as a miracle. Just being selected to compete is an honor. After saying that, the professor confidently patted Gray on the shoulder and left. Don't be too stressed. All right, class dismissed. Inside, he re-evaluated the information. So, the intergrade match wasn't as serious as he had thought. But as a Divine Eye special student, this was the perfect opportunity to prove that he could actually fight. Gray whispered to himself, I have to keep training. In the meeting room, the principal said, next, the final item on today's faculty meeting agenda is Professor Budra's proposal. The old professor heard this and immediately replied, yes. He proposed, I suggest expelling the Divine Eye special student, Amy White. Ariel was outraged. Why are you making this proposal? I am the person in charge of the Divine Eye student group. Unexpectedly, Budra immediately replied, and that is exactly the problem. He raised his objection. Amy White failed the third-year promotion exam. Yet, she remains here because she is a special student. Every student who fails is expelled. Looking at it that way, is it fair? Professor Ariel still defended her students' rights. As I said, she is gradually developing to the point of world-class combat capability. It's just that, right now, her body's backlash is too severe, preventing her from unleashing her full power. Otherwise, she would have already passed the exam. The old professor scoffed. Oh, that reason again. Another professor was also unhappy. Just mention severe body backlash, and a useless student instantly turns into a sealed genius. How much longer does he intend to use this mysterious power as an excuse? Ariel completely disagreed. She emphasized, I am telling the truth. She could regain her full power at any moment. It could be tomorrow. If we pressure her now, she might lose that chance forever. The other professor retorted sharply, You have used this excuse before. He said angrily, Is your goal to keep an unqualified student here forever? He said angrily, Is your goal to keep an unqualified student here forever? The fat man began to chime in, Talent. He mocked with contempt. Back in the day, Divine Eye students might have been impressive, but this batch is just a bunch of failures. He listed typical names, Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield. It seems the Divine Eye has lost its ability to judge talent. A professor next to him also chimed in, Perhaps it's time to consider abolishing the special Divine Eye category. Ariel was shocked. Abolish? What are you all talking about? Budra threatened. The Divine Eye category was established a long time ago by the Academy's founding council, and it can be abolished in the same way. As long as more than half of the professors agree. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Another professor agreed. Honestly, the current Divine Eye group is quite unimpressive. Others also spoke up. I heard Bella Albright has improved. That's true, but it's not exactly a significant achievement. Not to mention her mana capacity is also quite questionable. These things made Ariel extremely uncomfortable. The professors started whispering. The Divine Eye group of the past was truly strong, but what about this lot? They don't even have a shred of the spirit of the previous Divine Eye. The group of professors began to gang up to exert pressure. Ariel fell into a difficult position. The number of people against the Divine Eye was more than she had thought. If this continues, the Divine Eye might truly be abolished. Ariel fell into a difficult position. The number of people against the Divine Eye was more than she had thought. If this continues, the Divine Eye might truly be abolished. Then he provoked Ariel. Or, do you still want to say that your eye for talent is better than all of ours? Ariel clenched her fists. Inside, she thought to herself, I want to say yes, it is better. But she knew that answering like that would only make them even angrier. Surrounded by a group of men, she was oppressed. They already didn't like her. Surrounded by a group of men, She was oppressed. They already didn't like her. So, if she wanted them on her side, she couldn't say anything to make them go against her. She pursed her lips tightly. Budra provoked her even more. Can't argue anymore? At least you know you're past your prime. Another person interjected. Despite having many achievements in the past, perhaps you should retire before ruining your reputation. Well said. Keep it coming. If you want to teach students the way you want, why don't you open your own academy? The old men started laughing out loud. Good idea. Good luck finding students willing to follow a divine eye master who has expired. Ariel felt helpless. She thought to herself, I can still spot geniuses. But these children need time. If they have time, they will prove everything. I just need to stop them from being expelled. She was determined before that happened, at any cost. Suddenly, someone mentioned Ariel's favorite student. Speaking of the divine eye, isn't there a boy named Gray? The professors shifted the topic to him. I heard he's quite promising in the freshman swordplay department. That's right. I've heard that too. I think he's also participating in the inter-grade competition this year. Budra saw fresh prey. It sounds like he has potential, he suggested to Ariel. Then why not let him prove it in this match? We will decide the future of the divine eye category after seeing the results. She glanced at the professor who had just helped her. He shook his head helplessly. Ariel had to take the risk. She spoke up. His strength isn't suited for these practice matches. If it were a real life-or-death battle, then, before she finished, she was interrupted. Making excuses again. The other professor vehemently objected. If he can't show it in training, he won't be able to do anything in real combat. All the professors here know that. Ariel was furious. No, you don't understand. His ability isn't ordinary swordplay. The entire meeting room suddenly went quiet. The principal ended the meeting. All right, that's enough for today's meeting. This discussion is going nowhere. Let's stop here, he suggested. Regardless, watching the divine eye student perform in the match is reasonable. We will observe his performance and decide later. Ariel was shocked and wanted to object. No. But the principal declared, meeting adjourned. The old professors left the room with a mocking look. Now I'm really looking forward to the match. It should be very interesting. The old professors left the room with a mocking look. Now I'm really looking forward to the match. It should be very interesting. Her hands clenched. She apologized to them in her heart. I'm sorry, my children. I'm too weak. She remembered Gray's words. Dying alone is better than all three of us dying together, right? Just leave it to me. Ariel regretted it. She knew his strength wasn't suited for practice matches. His dominant arm was aching and going numb. But this time was too much. She knew he still needed more time. Her lips were pressed tight. She knew what she was asking of him right now was too much. But even so, Ariel's body trembled. Please help them. She curled up. Please help those children, those rough diamonds that haven't been polished yet, but hold world-class potential. A tear rolled down her cheek. Please protect their future. Professor Ariel's tears fell down her face. The day of the intergrade friendly competition arrived, the academy's arena bright with light. The professor announced, All right, we will start the intergrade friendly match. To introduce the contestants, here we have the most outstanding freshman, Leon Hardapius, the most outstanding sophomore, Lionel Hartman, the challenger from the freshman year, Gray Lee, and the challenger from the sophomore year, Diebel Radarl. Gray looked at the boy named Diebel and thought anxiously, Wait, isn't that the guy who lunged at me in the hallway? Do I really have to fight him? Now we will witness their abilities. All students and professors directed their attention to the arena. It was the contemptuous old man Budra. Leon whispered, Is there really that many professors watching this match? Are normal intergrade friendly matches like this? Hartman replied, No, this is the first time. Last year, only 3 swordplay professors bothered to watch. He was curious. Why is it so crowded today? Leon remembered and proudly introduced. The professors must be curious about Gray. They really do have a good eye for talent. Seeing Leon's smug look, Hartman thought to himself, Is he always like this? The old Professor Budra heard the conversation and said, Just as you guessed, we are here to watch the final match of the Special Divine Eye student group. The students heard this and started whispering excitedly. Gray immediately asked, Final what? What do you mean? Budra directed his gaze toward Ariel. Nobody told you? He replied with contempt. The Divine Eye class is about to be disbanded. Gray was shocked. Disbanded? Professor, is that true? Meanwhile, Professor Ariel remained silent. She thought in her heart, if I tell Gray the truth, he will risk his life. He might even use that power, but in his current state, it could kill him. Ariel was forced to speak up to reassure Gray. Budra is just trying to shake your spirit. Don't let it affect you. Focus on the match. Below in the arena, there was a moment of silence. Gray saw her arm trembling. He knew what he had to do. He replied, if the professor says so, then fine. Budra saw this and said with utter contempt, suit yourselves. Keep pretending to be clueless. He targeted Ariel. When he loses miserably, the other professors will understand that Ariel's divine eye is no longer as sharp as it used to be. Unexpectedly, Gray immediately retorted, I can't let that slide. The old professor suddenly froze. What? I don't care if you insult me, Gray declared firmly. But please don't look down on Professor Ariel's judgment. This statement shocked Ariel. Budra still wouldn't let up. What strength has her eye seen in you? Unlike your professors, those who haven't aged are sure that you will lose miserably. Gray was angry, his voice dropping. All right, I will prove you all wrong. He was provoked to the point of madness. What is with that insolent attitude? The referee in the arena ordered. Contestants, please separate and return to your teammates. Ariel was still worried. I am very grateful for your trust, but what is Gray planning to do? If he fights the most outstanding student, your practical sword skills might give you a slim chance. But the opponent you are about to face is a terrifying one. Deeble Radarl, Bradley performed brain reconstructive surgery on him, increasing his reflexes to superhuman levels. He is almost a living weapon. He is the worst possible opponent for Gray's ambush style. Don't tell me he intends to use that ability? Thinking of this, Ariel's lips unconsciously pursed tight. She stood in the stands and called out, Gray. Ariel begged, don't worry about me. Please don't risk your life. He was stunned for a moment. Then Gray gave a faint smile and reassured her. I know. The referee, along with all the professors and students, turned toward the stands. The referee declared, the arena is protected by a magic barrier to prevent fatal injuries. Activating the opponent's protective shield counts as a win. Fight as if it were a real battle. Leon whispered to himself. A real battle. The match between the two most outstanding students began. Leon immediately seized the chance to lunge forward. Here I come. Hartman also enthusiastically got into position. Good. Let me see what you've got. The sharp blades of both sides constantly clashed. By now, Hartman had built up enough momentum. He swung his sword powerfully. Fortunately, Leon dodged. He pushed off the ground to gain momentum, then kicked hard upward, but Hartman dodged as well. Leon said regretfully, looks like I can't fight like a knight, Gray. But Hartman exclaimed, you're not bad either. Honestly, you're even stronger than I was as a freshman. Then he radiated pressure and lunged forward. Let's pick up the pace, making Leon worried. Can I keep up? A storm of sword strikes descended. Hartman just continuously chased Leon until he hit the protective shield. Damn it, Hartman's blade hit its mark. It was perfectly pressed against Leon's throat. The referee shouted loudly, stop. The winner was clear. The winner of the match between the two most outstanding students was Lionel Hartman. Both lowered their swords and said politely, thank you for the match. Great fight. Next, we will begin the challenger match. Both representatives stepped forward. Leon said to Gray, good luck. Gray replied, thanks. He thought to himself, I've already boasted. Now I have to deliver. Before transmigrating to the past, I fought countless monsters even more hopeless than this. Compared to those, I can still win. Deeble's sword tip dragged along the ground. He muttered as he approached, just a little longer, Professor Bradley. I will send him to the same place as the girl. Straight to hell. Accompanied by a savage grin. The qualifying match for the intergrade tournament began. Both took up their fighting stances. The arena fell into absolute silence, not a sound. As soon as the referee shouted, start, they both lunged at each other. Gray realized something abnormal. He was pushed back by Deeble, his hand holding the sword trembling. Damn, it's so heavy. Gray looked at the madman in front of him and evaluated. Even though Professor Ariel said his reflexes were enhanced, is the strength in his arm also enhanced? With this power gap, all my moves are useless. How can I fight him? He thought to himself, I still have that skill, but Gray remembered Professor Ariel's warning. Listen, no matter what happens, don't use that power. At worst, you will die. At that time, he had promised. Yes, she still worriedly reminded him. The tournament is important, but not worth sacrificing your life. Furthermore, the arena's protective boundary won't be able to withstand it. If you use it, you might even kill your opponent. This really frightened Gray. He desperately lunged forward. Determination, I can risk my life to protect the special divine I spot, but I cannot kill someone in the middle of a school tournament. Deeble also built up momentum. 2 strikes simultaneously collided. Deeble immediately swung a vicious upward slash. Fortunately, Gray blocked it. He thought to himself, why are his moves strangely simple? With his physique and reflexes, he could completely take me down in one hit. Gray sharply evaluated him. He lacked no technique. He was definitely intentionally holding back. What was he plotting? Unexpectedly, he received a brutal, savage grin. Gray was frightened by that smile. He was pushed back. Then, Deeble's sword tip lunged forward, aimed straight at Gray's eyes. I can't dodge. However, he still managed to lift his sword to block it. Honestly, Gray didn't understand why. Clearly, I couldn't react in time. He built up momentum to push Deeble back, then slid to the side. Was he intentionally reducing the force of his strike? In the stands, Ariel was also shocked. She was startled when she looked through the divine eye. Inside Deeble was a heart covered in mana. What kind of power is this? A deep purple mana glow covered his entire heart. Suddenly, Ariel looked toward Budra's group. He was still mocking. The sophomore students this year really have personality issues. Clearly, they could end it at any time, yet they just keep dragging it out. The divine eye brat has to struggle to block every strike, yet he refuses to surrender. Doesn't this prove he isn't strong enough? Or perhaps he knows the divine eye spot is about to be abolished, so he is hinting at us. If he keeps waiting like this, the special spot will become a joke. That makes sense. What an exemplary student, thinking so much for the academy. All malice was aimed at Gray. Suddenly, Ariel shouted, "Stop the match. Stop it immediately. It's dangerous." The old man Budra still held an unpleasant expression, asking, "Dangerous? What are you talking about? This is a simulation match." Another person interjected. "It seems the professor doesn't know. Let me tell you, the arena is covered by a powerful protective barrier. Any attack that could cause fatal casualties will be automatically blocked, so students can fight at full force without fear. Unless you have another reason to stop the match." Below, Gray was still struggling to defend. In the stands, Ariel explained, "I naturally know about the protective barrier, but it won't be enough to protect Gray." Immediately, a mana explosion occurred on the arena floor below. Ariel was filled with extreme horror. Deeble had activated cultist power. He took a stance and raised his sword high. Then, he swung his sword with full power toward Gray. He was overwhelmed by the sight. The entire arena shook violently from just that one sword strike. Gray looked down in horror. Where the blade had just swept, it left a deep gouge. It even cut through the academy's barrier. Ariel worried. "The barrier, I already told you." She quickly cast magic. "Bastard Bradley, I didn't expect you to plant that inside the academy." But the magic was blocked by the barrier. Ariel panicked. "The barrier facing the audience is too strong. I can't use restraint spells." Ariel panicked. "The barrier facing the audience is too strong. I can't use restraint spells." But those fools who only knew how to talk loudly were pale-faced. "Damn it!" Ariel screamed toward the arena. "Run, Gray. Stopping the match from the outside will take too much time." He faintly heard her voice. "Run." But he had to dodge a fatal strike from Deeble. "If I turn my back for even a second, I will die right here." The students were panicked and terrified by the scene. The professor standing in the stands looked down and thought, "The professor's magic will take at least 30 seconds to arrive. Too slow. Looks like there's no other way." He placed his hope in Gray. "It's still a bit early, but with trust and support, you must be able to do it, Gray." The professor shouted loudly. "Gray, treat your body like the sword. Don't just swing the blade. Let your body move with that power." While struggling to dodge Deeble's attack, he thought, "Treat my body like the sword." What was he talking about? But if the teacher said so, he would follow. Gray paused for a moment and thought, "No, I have to do this." He became calm. "I'm a unique sword. Focus. pour everything into it. The blade lunged forward to take his life. It was getting closer and closer. Then it crashed violently into the sturdy barrier. Behind Deeble, Gray was swinging his sword. He turned back in horror. Having grasped the lesson, Gray thought to himself, has he been this slow from the beginning? No. He gripped his sword tightly. He swung with all his might to pay back all the trouble Deeble had caused. It's me who's getting faster. Gray nearly sent Deeble flying. Even though Deeble still had a protective shield around his body, Gray continued his frenzied attacks, attempting to shatter it at any cost. Finally, he succeeded. A terrifying explosive blow sent Deeble crashing straight into the ground, piercing through the wall and creating a massive hole. Professor Budra gaped at the shattered defense. Another professor asked in astonishment, "What kind of fighting style is that exactly?" Meanwhile, Professor Heathkit anxiously asked if the student was okay. The match official hurriedly called for the emergency medical team. Deeble slowly crawled out of the wreckage, but everyone felt that something was seriously wrong. A dark, monstrous aura was radiating from his body. Deeble's face no longer looked human. It resembled the face of a true monster. Everyone was shocked to see he was completely uninjured. Professor Ariel immediately warned Gray, "It's not over yet. Keep your wits about you." Gray nodded in acknowledgement, though he was still taken aback. When Deeble lunged with that pitch-black energy, he only managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. That terrifying power blew the ground to pieces. Professor Budry yelled in a panic, "What the hell is that?" While Professor Ariel checked if the barrier had been removed, the other professors replied that it would take another 10 seconds. Gray tried to dodge every attack, fighting while observing Deeble carefully. He swung his sword and black blades of wind fired continuously. In the blink of an eye, Deeble closed the distance. Gray blocked the sword, but from that terrifying speed and power, he realized Deeble was definitely no longer human. Even so, Gray was no ordinary person either. He pushed the sword away hard. But despite being attacked continuously, Deeble remained completely unaffected. Gray was a beat slow and took a hit. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Professor Ariel was extremely worried. Gray knew full well that if he didn't counterattack immediately, he was done for. He craved even more power. That thought consumed him. Gray's eyes changed, and in a lightning-fast motion, he cleanly severed both of Deeble's arms. Deeble's scream of pain echoed throughout the arena. Blood splattered everywhere. Deeble fell to his knees, black mist rising from his wounds. The professors held their breath. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence of horror. At that very moment, the barrier was finally removed. All the professors immediately jumped into the arena, with Professor Ariel leading the way. They quickly tied Deeble up tight. Gray was gasping for air, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his body, blood gushing from multiple wounds. He fell face first onto the ground, his whole body trembling. Professor Ariel rushed over to heal him immediately, recovering him while anxiously asking if he was okay. 3 other professors also ran over to assist. She ordered them to cast healing magic on Gray immediately. At this point, Gray was nearly unconscious. Ariel closely watched his breathing. A moment later, she breathed a sigh of relief, but when she looked up, she was startled by a dark shadow obscuring her vision. Gray stood up, completely healthy. He smiled and thanked her. Everyone was astonished by his rapid recovery. Another professor even asked again if he was really okay. Gray asked Professor Ariel how he looked. She used her divine eye to observe him, then couldn't believe her own eyes. After using such a massive amount of power, Gray's soul was almost entirely unharmed. When Gray asked about his body, she explained that the healing magic had handled everything, so he would no longer feel pain. Professor Heathkit approached and said the plan had succeeded. They had mitigated the backlash exactly as he had calculated. But Professor Ariel was not happy at all. She was truly furious because without the healing magic, Gray could have died. Heathkit explained that they had kept the backlash at a threshold the healing magic could handle, so it was considered fine for now. He added that he wanted Gray to be able to endure the backlash on his own in the future, but that would take time. Ariel just glared at him. Gray realized it then. All those insane training sessions were to prepare for this moment. Everything had far exceeded the original plan. Some professors were busy dismantling the barrier, while the medical team put Deeble on a stretcher for emergency care. Professor Ariel asked who won the match. The official explained that Deeble's protective shield had automatically activated due to Gray's attack. Therefore, the winner of the qualifying match was the freshman representative, Gray. The students cheered in unison. No one dared believe a freshman recruit had defeated a sophomore representative and a Divine Eye class student at that. Professor Heathkit declared, "The Divine Eye student has finally ended the freshman class's 35-game losing streak." But he also admitted that after this match, winning or losing no longer mattered. No one could say Ariel's Divine Eye was wrong anymore. Alexandra also had to admit it. After witnessing the battle, they had no choice but to acknowledge Ariel was right. Now, no one dared to support the proposal to abolish the special Divine Eye class anymore. One professor even said they should be ashamed for ever thinking of expelling such a talented student. Gray was busy chatting with other professors. Meanwhile, Professor Ariel clenched her fist to control her emotions. She was both relieved and extremely grateful to him. Another professor suggested that those who had pushed for the abolition of the Divine Eye class should reflect on their responsibility. All eyes turned to Professor Boudra and his two accomplices. They were silent, sweat pouring down their faces. Boudra muttered an excuse about having other things to prepare and quickly slipped away. His henchmen also hurried to follow. The remaining professors saw that and burst into laughter. An elderly professor remarked, "The saying, 'never mess with the Divine Eye,' is still as true today as it ever was." The person next to him added, "Compared to the past, Professor Ariel has actually become much gentler. Times have changed." Gray couldn't help but wonder what had happened to her in the past. When all the attention had died down, Principal Alexandra approached Gray with a serious expression. Gray became immediately wary. The principal said that during the match, sophomore Representative Deeble was clearly forced to inject an abnormal type of power into his body, and the school would conduct an investigation into this. It was unacceptable for a simulation match to become a life-threatening situation for a student. The principal apologized to Gray on behalf of the academy for not discovering the anomaly sooner. Gray replied, "Principal, don't worry. The end result is fine anyway." But Alexandra continued. After Deeble lost control, Gray also released something. Gray was startled and tense. The principal knew it wasn't ordinary magic, but a much stranger type of power, something even modern magical theory couldn't analyze. He wanted to know what it was. Gray didn't know how to answer. He couldn't reveal what had happened before he transmigrated back in time, especially when he still didn't know where the mastermind behind the liquidator was hiding. He only replied, "I'm not sure either." Alexandra looked suspicious. Gray added that it was Professor Ariel who had recognized it and explained it to him. Ariel knew full well that was a lie. Ever since Gray defeated that ogre general, he had been using that power quite naturally. She wondered to herself what he was planning. Gray secretly hoped she would cooperate. To stop the liquidator, he needed her to remain in a position of power. Ariel understood. She was impressed that Gray had calculated everything in advance. He didn't seem like someone living for the first time. She realized he trusted her a lot, so she felt compelled to help him. She interjected into the conversation and told the principal, "You're right. Gray's power cannot be analyzed by ordinary magic theory, but with my Divine Eye, I can see it clearly." She continued, "After observing, I asked Professor Heathkit, who has a good affinity for this type of power, to support Gray. That is why he was able to control it to that extent today." She was still researching how to harness this power more effectively and requested the principal give her full authority to handle everything related to Gray's power. After witnessing the match, the principal couldn't refuse. He said, "Gray and the entire Special Divine Eye group will be under your command. If the Academy can provide any support, feel free to request." Both Gray and Ariel were surprised by this offer. Ariel thanked him. Gray and Professor Ariel exchanged a knowing smile. Afterward, the principal went down to the special underground medical facility to check on Deeble's condition and invited Ariel along because he needed her eyes. She happily accepted. Back at the office, Ariel sipped some tea and informed Gray, according to the analysis, the power used on Deeble is almost identical to the liquidator. "I am certain that the crystals from that research facility were used." Gray asked, "What is Deeble's condition?" Ariel answered sadly, "He's dead." Gray intended to ask if it was because of him, but she cut him off No. The moment that power was activated, Deeble was no longer himself. It's likely he was already dead from the moment that power was implanted in him. She continued. And clearly, the target was Gray. This is retaliation because you killed Varian Bradley. Gray's face darkened. He also realized that if Deeble was interfered with after Varian's death, it was very likely the work of a third party. Ariel also sensed that there was a much bigger fish hiding behind it all. She would continue to dig deeper into this connection, even if it might take quite some time. Her intuition told her this was related to the deeper levels of the academy. Gray nodded. If you need any help, just tell me. Ariel sincerely thanked him. She also realized Gray had learned how to use the power without harming his own soul. Gray acknowledged it, but this time the backlash on his body was much heavier than before. Her silence made Gray anxious. Ariel smiled and declared, Professor Ariel thinks it's time to upgrade Gray's training to the next level. Hearing this, Gray excitedly asked, Really? Ariel replied with a radiant smile. That's right. This time you will learn to control that power much better than you currently do. A scene opened up under the vast sky. A suit of armor stood towering, and at its center was the lone swordsman, Gray. A suit of armor stood towering, and at its center was the lone swordsman, Gray. Professor Heathkit stood not far away, his voice revealing clear anxiety. This training method is extremely dangerous and painful. If you take the time, there are still many safer options. He asked one more time, Are you sure? Gray only replied briefly, Yes. The training session began. Gray closed his eyes and concentrated deeply. He imagined himself as a single sword, recalling that terrifying moment from that day. Black mist covered the blade, gradually transforming into fiery red energy spreading throughout his body. Ready, Gray swung his sword once. The bright red energy tore through the iron-armored mannequins, causing them to shatter into pieces. Red slashes swept across the arena, debris flying everywhere. Gray lunged like a storm, slashing continuously from every direction. The mannequins were ripped apart without mercy. After the whirlwind, Gray emerged from the center. Behind him was a devastated battlefield. The professors standing and watching were all astonished by his terrifying speed. They were both disbelieving and secretly admiring. Professor Heathkit frowned. Gray continued to lunge toward the other side of the training area. But the moment he started moving, blood sprayed from multiple wounds on his body. He glanced behind him, swung his sword to slash the remaining sets of armor, then stumbled and fell face first onto the ground. His body lay limp, unable to stand up. The professors in white robes immediately cast healing spells. A layer of blue mist covered Gray. He was unconscious for a moment, but just a little later, the wounds healed, and he slowly stood up. Gray thanked them. Professor Heathkit nodded with satisfaction. Very good progress. This time you lasted much longer than the previous time. Gray acknowledged. When I'm focusing, I don't realize it. But now it's clear. Using this power is extremely painful. Professor Heathkit approached, his voice lowering. Pain and endurance are signs that you are pushing past your own limits. However, this training session is really excessive. Whether to continue or not is entirely up to you. Gray firmly replied, I've already decided. He immediately took a fighting stance, ready to perform it once more. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Stop. It was Professor Ariel. She reminded him, Training is only permitted once a day. Gray retorted, My body has been healed. The soul won't be harmed. Ariel shook her head. External wounds can be handled by healing magic, but if you continue to suffer damage before stabilizing, your sensation when swinging the sword will be severely distorted. She believed Gray understood this better than anyone else. Gray remembered his hands in the previous life, the life where he was bullied and his swordsmanship never progressed due to the aftermath of his childhood wounds. Professor Heathkit breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she arrived in time. Even he would have hesitated if he had to repeat this type of training many times a day. He dropped a suit of armor onto the ground. The collision sound testified to its incredible weight. Gray nodded. I understand. A professor in a white robe curiously asked, You're already this strong. Why the rush to become even stronger? Professor Ariel sighed. It's my fault. She recounted that because she had pulled Gray into the battle with Professor Varian, Those lurking in the shadows now considered Gray an enemy. The incident with Deeble was just the beginning. There were forces operating in the shadows of the Academy, possibly even the Blood Drinker criminal group that had stolen the magical catalyst for Varian. Even if we locked Gray away in a strictly guarded place, it wouldn't guarantee his complete protection. Therefore, the only way to survive is to become stronger. She looked at Gray apologetically. Gray smiled. No need to apologize. Stopping the Liquidator experiment is my only choice. I will pursue it to the end, no matter what happens. Ariel praised. You truly are an outstanding student. The only thing I can do is help you harness your maximum power. Her words made Professor Heathcote smile. You already have a plan, don't you? Ariel nodded. That's right. She asked, have you forgotten the fastest and safest way for a swordsman to become stronger? Heathcote looked at the stunned Gray, then nodded. Changing swords. That's the fastest solution. Gray was surprised, but the Academy-issued sword is a high-end customized weapon. Ariel explained. For a freshman, that sword is good enough, but with your current power, it cannot withstand it. She pointed to the space in front of her. Ordinary weapons cannot carry that power. Therefore, I will take you to my personal armory. Professor Heathcote was astonished. You intend to give him one of those? He's still just a student. Ariel was calm. It will be fine. She inserted a key into the empty space and turned it once. Light burst forth, forming a gate. As she had said, Gray deserved to receive it. Gray stood frozen in astonishment. A spatial rift opened before his eyes. Ariel turned back with a smile. Follow me. Gray was the last to step in. His eyes widened in amazement. Everywhere there were piles of gold, silver, and jewelry stacked high, glistening under the lights. They walked along the corridor toward the sword area. The two professors continued forward, while Gray stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in surprise. Finally, they reached the sword area to find one suitable for him. Gray was immediately overwhelmed by the sheer number of weapons before his eyes. He blurted out, looking in any direction, there are swords that look extremely dangerous. Professor Heathcote proudly replied, there is no sword collection in the world as vast and high quality as this one. Professor Ariel knew very well that choosing one sword out of hundreds was extremely difficult. Ideally, Gray would test each one with full power, but due to the nature of his power, they could only test one sword per day. Finally, she decided to narrow the scope and test a few at a time. She started with the sharpest sword currently available. Gray held it and remarked, so heavy. Ariel nodded. That's right, but it cuts extremely well. She brought out a piece of wood for Gray to test. He took his stance, shifted his center of gravity to his fist, raised the sword high, and slashed down hard. A boom sounded, the floor cracked. A clean and powerful slash had cut the piece of wood in two. Gray watched in amazement. Ariel remarked, this sword is extremely powerful, but a bit heavy, so it's not suitable for practical close-quarters combat. Heathcote agreed and added, no matter how sharp it is, if it doesn't hit, it's useless. However, for large, sturdy, and slow enemies like divine beasts or architectural structures, this sword would be extremely useful. Ariel also said she would give Gray a magical storage pouch, so he wouldn't need to carry it around, avoiding the hassle of storage. Gray realized this wasn't a sword that could be casually lent to others. Ariel smiled. Better to have it used by someone who knows how, rather than lying there gathering dust. I want to see it used by someone worthy. She asked him, when facing Varian, the one behind the Liquidator, are you sure you won't regret not having this sword? The question made Gray falter. He recalled his desperate previous life, when he believed that even though he tried to practice harder than anyone else, his fate couldn't change anything. His face stiffened. He bowed his head and sincerely thanked her for lending him the sword. Heathcote advised, don't show anyone this sword unless you really intend to use it. Gray asked in surprise why. Heathcote explained, its market value is at least 10 billion, or no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the ground in shock. He hurriedly told Ariel that he couldn't accept such an expensive item, but she calmly replied, I don't accept returns. She made it clear this wasn't a loan, but a gift to him. She knew if it were just a loan, Gray would hesitate and wouldn't dare use his full power. Initially, Gray thought she was joking, but Ariel insisted she was completely serious. Initially, Gray thought she was joking, but Ariel insisted she was completely serious. Gray intended to argue back. Ariel cut him off. "Do you really think my Divine Eye class is only worth 10 billion? Gray was startled, hurriedly replying, "No, Professor." He thanked her again and promised to take good care of it. That reaction brought a satisfied smile to Ariel's face. Afterward, she began looking for a more conventional sword, one that Gray could use in regular battles. Gray admitted, "I didn't expect your armory to be this impressive." Heathkit replied confidently, "Of course, there is no one in this world with an eye as sharp as Ariel's divine eye. With that eye, she could make as much money as she wants." Ariel called Heathkit over and asked which sword he thought was best suited for Gray. He observed a row, then pointed to one. Gray asked for permission to try it, and Ariel agreed. He swung it once, then again, combining sword techniques with footwork. The sword was well forged, but he still felt like something was off. He wondered if it was just because he wasn't used to it. Heathkit realized immediately that it wasn't the right choice. He continued, selecting another one. This sword was forged as an experiment, but he felt it might be a better fit. Gray froze the moment he saw it. The sword had a clean silver blade with blue patterns running along the length, exuding an aura that was calm, yet terrifyingly sharp. Elegant, but clearly extremely powerful. Gray asked, "What kind of sword is that?" Heathkit told him to try holding it. Gray was surprised that the sword was lighter than expected, but it had no sharp edge. Heathkit explained, "It was designed to test new technology, not for actual combat. You can think of it as an unsharpened steel sword, but with extreme durability. In my opinion, it suits you very well." Gray asked, "Do you mean that because of my strength, I don't need a sword with a sharp edge?" Heathkit nodded, "Exactly. I doubt even the strongest sword could withstand your power. And if you continue to grow stronger, eventually even the swords in this armory will only slow you down. If in the future you no longer need a blade to fight, then a sword like this in your hands might be the perfect choice." Heathkit tried striking a metal wooden block. The block was dented all over. Gray's jaw dropped in amazement, while Ariel wasn't very impressed. She knew he was just showing off. Personally, she still thought Gray should use a real sword, but she didn't object to testing various options. She asked Gray if he wanted to try other weapons, even offering to lead him to areas outside the sword section. Even so, facing the massive number of swords, Gray just wanted to try them all. A red-bladed sword particularly caught his eye. It looked much lighter and stronger than the first one. He said he wanted to try that one and stepped toward it, but halfway there, another sword made him stop. He felt a familiar sensation from it. Gray asked Ariel about that sword. She recounted, "A former student of mine left it behind after graduating. It's not a famous sword, but it was forged very well." Gray asked to try it. The sword sat in his hand extremely naturally, as if it were born for him. He stood before a training mannequin. With an almost negligible motion, he sliced it in two. Both professors were stunned. Gray was equally astonished. The sword suited him to a terrifying degree. It felt as if he had been practicing with it since birth. Ariel asked if he liked it. Gray nodded. "In all my life, I've never owned a sword this easy to use." She wanted to test it more to see if it was truly compatible with Gray's power. Gray hesitated, worried because this was a former student's sword and he might damage it. Ariel reassured him, "It's fine. I'm sure the sword would rather be used than sit there gathering dust." That convinced him. Gray curiously asked for the name of the student who forged the sword. Ariel replied, "Metallum Norm." Gray was dumbfounded. Metallum Norm, the greatest magic sword smith in the world. The sword he was holding was forged by the man himself. They moved to the training grounds for serious tests to measure power and durability. Ariel wanted Gray to push the sword to its limit. They started with the blue pattern sword. They chose the strangest one first to see how it interacted with Gray's power. Gray stood in the middle of the field, surrounded by mannequins. He began to channel his power. A red aura covered his body, but suddenly it dissipated. He was startled. "Try again." The sword was slowly covered by red light. He focused, trying to become one with the sword, and poured his power into it. But once again, the energy dissipated. A look of panic flashed across Gray's face as he realized his power wasn't activating at all. Ariel approached and asked if he felt any difference in his body. He replied no. He suspected the sword was the cause. Without forcing it, She brushed that sword aside and prepared to test another. She guessed this one was simply incompatible with Gray's power. If so, the best option was to test the most ordinary sword among them. She took one from her magic storage pouch. It was the one forged by Metalum Norm. Gray stood straight, the sword held at his side. Around him were motionless training mannequins under the vast sky. He focused on a single thought. He was a sword. A faint layer of aura began to emanate from his body. Gray smiled happily. He had finally activated it. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head. In this span of time, there is still time. Gray startled and looked around but saw no one. The voice continued. When a moment comes. From afar, Professor Heathkit told Ariel. With this sword, activating his power won't be a problem. Gray decided to start. He took a step forward, swinging the sword toward the sky in a clean slash. Bright red energy flashed, tearing through the heavy armor in front. He realized his power was the same as before, but the sword moved so smoothly, it was unbelievable. He moved to the next mannequin. The sword flashed again, slicing the armored mannequin in two. Gray's body felt lighter than ever. Red streaks flashed through the air, shattered armor fragments falling around him. Gray moved like a ghost, slashing through each mannequin as he dashed past. The red energy cut through everything. Nearby healers watched in astonishment. They could clearly feel it. Gray was now completely different from before. His speed was so fast that everyone only saw red streaks of light flashing across the training ground. To Gray, it felt like he was flying. The sound of armor hitting the ground echoed everywhere. He turned toward the next target, then suddenly stopped. There were no more mannequins left. The number of targets was the same as last time, but last time he had only destroyed half. This time he had wiped them all out. Professor Ariel stood frozen. Everyone wore expressions of horror, worry, and tension. Ariel immediately asked, "Why is Gray still standing?" Gray blinked. Then he too realized something was wrong. A deep slash ran down his chest, reaching his abdomen. Ariel screamed in a panic. "Drop the sword now." Gray dropped the sword reflexively. The pain hit him like a tidal wave. He fell to his knees. Ariel and Heathkit rushed over, simultaneously ordering the healers to cast healing magic immediately. Before they could reach him, Gray tried to stand but fell back down. His strength was completely drained. Heathkit caught him, his voice worried. "Don't push yourself too hard." He whispered an apology. Because of the massive blood loss, exhaustion was normal, even with healing magic. Ariel advised him to rest. Heathkit said Gray had broken the limit he couldn't reach before. This was a good sign. Ariel agreed, but warned, moving without realizing your own wounds is extremely dangerous. Heathkit nodded and added, "In actual combat without a healer nearby, a mistake like that could be fatal." Ariel picked up the sword. Despite going through that storm, the blade didn't have a single scratch. Truly a magnificent sword. She activated her divine eye, observing carefully. The sword seemed to be glowing, but she wasn't sure. Something strange reflected on the blade, made her panic, and she turned away. Her unusual reaction made everyone ask in unison, "What's wrong?" Before Ariel could answer, boom. Before Ariel could answer, boom. Everyone was horrified. Debris flew toward them. A terrifying explosion tore apart a tower. Bright red energy shredded everything. Dust, smoke, and rubble burst outward. Students panicked and ran in all directions as debris fell from the sky like rain. All faculty members were ordered to deploy emergency magic barriers. The top priority was protecting lives. Gray looked on in horror, trying to understand what had just happened. Heathkit realized the explosion originated from the area containing hazardous materials. He was certain this was no accident. This was a deliberate act. Immediately after the explosion, he caught a glimpse of signs of teleportation magic. It was hard to believe someone dared to attack the Academy headquarters directly. The healers protested because the armory was protected by extremely strong anti-teleportation magic and had high blast resistance. Ariel said coldly, "The smoke is mixed with liquidator energy." She guessed that special crystals from the underground laboratory had been used to breach the school's anti-teleportation wall. Gray's face went pale, sweat dripping down. A terrifying thought struck him. Those behind the explosion were very likely Varian's accomplices. They dared to attack the Academy directly. The red energy continued to tear through the tower. Students screamed and ran while debris fell like rain. After an emergency investigation, the school confirmed that several items had been stolen from the armory. Although details weren't revealed, everyone knew this wasn't a place outsiders could easily break into and blow up. The fact that they destroyed the teleportation inhibition device and escaped cleanly only led to one conclusion. Ariel declared bluntly, "This is the work of an insider." Gray couldn't believe it. She even said directly that the Academy was no longer trustworthy. Deep down, she admitted that perhaps it had been that way for a long time. There was another possibility. If the Academy had fallen into enemy hands, they could use their authority to take anything from the armory without resistance. In that case, the explosion was just to cover up the real target. Gray deduced that the culprit definitely didn't have a legal way to get what they wanted, which is why they had to blow up the armor. Ariel agreed. She didn't know what the leadership was thinking, but she suspected the culprit was the blood drinker. Those vermin had infiltrated the Academy before. Gray still remembered very clearly. They were the ones who killed Bella's parents. Ariel warned Gray, "You could also be targeted, especially since you're the one who killed Very. Always stay vigilant, especially when you are outside the Academy." Gray nodded. "I understand." Afterward, Gray returned to class. The atmosphere was stifling to the point of suffocation. Some students were nearly going crazy, muttering to themselves. Gray asked his deskmate what was going on. His deskmate looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you receive the notice about the outdoor march drill?" Gray vaguely remembered seeing something similar. His deskmate explained, "Marching 16 hours a day, plus camping in areas full of low-level monsters under professor supervision, lasting a whole week, along with additional combat training." His deskmate panicked. "Why are you still so calm? Marching 16 hours straight. I'm not even sure if we'll get enough sleep." More than half of the freshmen drop out every year because of this. Gray was truly surprised. In actual combat, soldiers don't know when the enemy will attack. At least this drill has a fixed schedule. To me, that's already generous. He recalled training with the Liquidator Eradication Team. No time limit, being thrown into the mountains without warning, marching all week in a forest full of monsters. Some people nearly died from being ambushed during training. Compared to that, this drill even had professor escorts. There was nothing to be afraid of. His deskmate was speechless. Compared to that, this drill even had professor escorts. There was nothing to be afraid of. His deskmate was speechless. Even so, looking at everyone's terrified expressions, he couldn't help but feel something dangerous was lurking beneath. He understood better than anyone. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. The day of the annual freshman March drill finally arrived. Professor Heathkit warned bluntly, "It will be extremely harsh. Most of those who don't complete it won't be able to advance to the second year. Endure it if you don't want your life at the Academy to end right here." They were teleported to a beautiful island. Gray immediately recognized this as the edge of the winter continent. If his memory was correct, this place was almost uninhabited. He silently wondered why that was. The march began. They crossed vast grasslands, then entered the forest. The professor led them onto a narrow trail covered in weeds. A student hesitated. "It looks like we're on the wrong path." Heathkit said calmly, "I know." Everyone was even more confused. He explained, "If we took the main road, it wouldn't be called a march anymore." The looks on everyone's faces said it all, how terrified they were. But they still had to keep moving forward. A student complained, "How much further do we have to go?" Heathkit replied coldly, "It's only been 8 hours. We're not even halfway through the day." Panic quickly spread. The students' faces were pale, eyes soulless, sweat pouring like rain. They couldn't believe they were this exhausted in just the first half of the first day. Heathkit reassured, "Just keep going. Your bodies will adapt. The hardest part is just at the beginning. Before long, you'll be walking without thinking." Everyone knew he was lying. Amidst that terrified atmosphere, one person stood out. Leon Hart, the best swordsman of the freshman year, looking completely unweary. But the person he was paying attention to was none other than Gray. From start to finish, Gray hadn't slowed down by even a single step. A girl groaned in fatigue. Then suddenly, a monster spider jumped down from a tree. Before it touched her, a dagger flew by, piercing the monster and pinning it to the tree. The one who acted was, of course, Gray. She hurriedly thanked him. Gray warned, "Stay alert. Some insects here are venomous." Leon Hart narrowed his eyes. Gray wasn't just walking. He was constantly scanning his surroundings, ready to respond to any surprise attack. Marching 8 hours straight while maintaining that level of vigilance, Leon Hart couldn't help but think, what kind of training does it take to reach this level? As for Gray, his stamina was still fine thanks to the hellish training from his previous life. Just getting a good night's sleep made this drill much more comfortable than the hell he used to go through. But what worried him most wasn't the marching. Professor Ariel's warnings still echoed in his head, especially since he was outside the academy. This drill pushed them into wide-open areas with minimal security. Worse yet, the academy always knew their exact location. His hand tightened instinctively. Gray silently prayed that nothing would happen. The professor ordered all students to stop. Everyone was completely exhausted, faces haggard, legs trembling. Right at that moment, the goat-bearded professor announced, "Now we will begin the cooking training exercise." Everyone's minds were filled with images of a lavish feast. The students looked at each other, then burst into joyful cheers. Finally, they would get to eat and rest. But Gray specifically felt the professor's tone was very unsettling. He had a bad premonition. The professor smirked. "Why do you all think this is time to rest?" He explained coldly. "In an actual march, if you want to eat, you have to hunt and cook it yourselves. No one is bringing lunchboxes for you." The entire group of students was stunned, their faces drained of all color. The professor divided everyone into teams, trying to balance the strength as much as possible. Every face was still full of fatigue and desperation. He continued, "Each team will receive a set of cooking tools and prepare their own meal. Team C, captain is Leon. Members include Plua, Rygis, and Basque. Team D, captain is Gray. Members include Basque, Rumia, and Benes. Team D, captain is Gray. Members include Basque, Rumia, and Benes." Gray thought to himself, "Is it okay for me to be captain?" He worried whether anyone would listen to someone who took the special divine eye spot without ever taking the standard entrance exam. Suddenly, someone spoke up. "We're on your team." Gray startled. The pink-haired boy reached out to shake his hand, smiling brightly. "Nice to meet you." The girl beside him also smiled, while the last boy remained calm, his expression completely indifferent. Gray was surprised because their attitude was much more comfortable than he imagined. He thought they would complain about having to take orders from someone who didn't pass the regular exam. He asked, "Do you guys really not mind me being captain?" The calm boy raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" He continued, "After seeing the interlevel match, no one is stupid enough to want another captain." The girl nodded in agreement. Gray is clearly the most reliable person. They picked up the tools and immediately asked, "What do you want us to do?" Gray was surprised by the 180-degree change in attitude. The match against Diebel had clearly left an extremely strong impression. He tightened his resolve. He realized this academy was a place that worshipped strength. Suddenly, a student said to the professor, "Sir, there is no food in the tools. Only pots and a lighter." The professor smirked. "In an actual march, sometimes you won't even have a pot. Having a pot is already very lucky." All the students went pale. Leon Hart stepped out, saying politely, "In modern campaigns, logistics supported by magic storage pouches are the standard. It's hard to imagine a long march without carrying dry rations." The professor nodded, acknowledging Leon Hart was right, but that only applied when the march was planned in advance. In an emergency situation in the middle of a battle, or if the logistics officer was killed, having to march for days without preparation was entirely possible. He emphasized, "Magic storage pouches are extremely rare items. Unless you belong to a large-scale unit, you still have to carry your own luggage on your back, just like you're doing now." He looked straight into their eyes, his gaze suddenly darkening. "At that time, do you want to die without being able to do anything?" A heavy atmosphere descended. Leon Hart bowed his head in apology. Gray had confirmed before that magic storage pouches were indeed extremely rare. He had once received one and thought it was just a high-end backpack. The professor suddenly changed his tone, happily announcing good news. "This forest is full of monsters. Throughout the journey, we used magic to repel them, but now I will remove it. That means you don't have to worry about finding food anymore. Good luck." He snapped his fingers, and the monster-repelling magic shattered like glass. The students looked left and right in a panic. The pink-haired boy turned to Gray, his voice trembling. "Captain, what do we do now?" Gray calmly replied, "The only way is to hunt monsters." He had been paying attention throughout the march, observing tracks and monster droppings. Everyone immediately tensed up, realizing they were about to fight. The girl and the team worried. Finding monsters in such a huge forest must be difficult. Gray smiled slightly. "If they are carnivores, it'll be easy. We just need to walk around. They'll smell us and come running." The pink-haired boy clearly didn't like the idea of being bait, but Gray pointed out, "If we stay put, we'll have to compete for food with other teams. It's better to go deeper into the forest." He added, "If you really don't want to fight monsters, we could catch insects or snakes to eat. Insects are a bit hard to swallow, but if you prepare snake properly, it's quite delicious. In a forest without monsters, this type of survival skill is very important." The girl was horrified, her face pale. "Forget it. I'd rather hunt monsters." The calm boy nodded. "Whatever the captain decides is fine." The pink-haired boy also said, "I trust you." They began to move, observing tree trunks and checking tracks on the ground as they walked. Suddenly, Gray felt something approaching. He warned everyone, but they were still unaware. A rustling sound came from the bushes. The pink-haired boy's face went pale. A giant monster bear suddenly burst out from the bushes. The whole team panicked when they realized Bask was the one standing closest to the monster bear. Bask froze the moment he saw the monster in the flesh. It was much faster than he had anticipated. As the bear lunged, Bask ducked, avoiding it by a hair's breadth. His body reacted instinctively. After all, he had passed the academy entrance exam and endured hellish training. He wasn't a pushover. Bask swung his sword hard at the bear, clearly showing the combat skills taught at the World Alliance Academy. Blood sprayed from the wound. Bask breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he could still handle it. But that relief didn't last. The monster bear suddenly lunged again, its teeth snapping straight at his head. At that very moment, Gray slashed off one of the bear's front legs. Bask looked in astonishment at Gray, who had suddenly appeared right beside him. Gray landed lightly, his sword already driven deep into the bear's neck. The bear still tried to swipe its remaining leg toward Gray. The swipe was sharp, but Gray had seen it coming from the start. At the final moment, he swung his sword in a clean, circular arc, completely severing the bear's head. The heavy head fell to the ground and rolled away. Bask's sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the side. The other three members stood frozen, mouths agape. Gray calmly sheathed his sword, shook his hand slightly, and muttered, "This monster's bones are really hard." Afterward, he reached out to pull Bask up, his voice calm. "Are you okay?" Bask nodded shakily, thanking him. "Thank you for saving my life." Gray gently reminded him, "Monsters can often still move even after receiving a fatal wound. Don't just focus on killing it. The top priority is always to dodge the attack." Bask smiled bitterly. "I just learned this lesson the hard way." The whole team realized an important truth. Fighting monsters is completely different from sparring with people. As the sun set, the pot of water finally boiled. Bask chewed a piece of bear meat and praised, "Bear meat is actually delicious." Gray explained, "Depending on the species, monster meat can taste very different. Some are delicious, others are terrible or even poisonous. Whenever you go on an expedition, you should learn about the monsters in that area beforehand." He added advice. "If you have to forage in an unfamiliar place, it's best to hunt monsters like wild boars. They're less poisonous, and the meat is quite good." Gray just smiled faintly. "I only learned a little," but deep down, he didn't want to recall the experiences that had taught him those lessons. Even so, he remained humble. "Actually, I don't know much either." Bask immediately objected. "That's not true." "Absolutely not." Suddenly, another group of students approached. They shyly asked if Gray's team had any leftover food to spare. Their hunt had been a complete failure. Gray turned to ask his team members' opinion. They had enough leftover food to feed the whole class. He intended to give them the food. Those faces were looking at him with extreme gratitude. Then the professor suddenly appeared and interrupted. "Trading food between teams is strictly prohibited. If you want to eat, go hunt for yourselves." The students' faces turned white, and they could only stammer, "Yes, sir." Afterward, they left in deep disappointment. Gray and his team silently watched them go, left only with feelings of pity. The next day, They continued the march. When the sun set, the professor ordered them to stop. Tonight, they would camp here and begin the field camping exercise. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they finally got to rest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they finally got to rest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they finally got to rest. Fortunately, the professor announced, "Tonight, dry rations and individual tents have been prepared for everyone." The teams remained the same as in the cooking exercise. He instructed them to collect their supplies, set up tents, and start fires in designated spots. He then added an important detail. There will be surprise attacks at night. Each team should organize their own watch shifts. Use any method you like, as long as you can repel the attack. Hearing there would be fixed positions, one student grumbled, "Do we have to go that far again?" Another whispered, "If the tents are set up near other teams, we might be able to slack off on guard duty." The professor replied calmly, "I heard all of that." He explained that the tents being placed far apart was intentional so that no one would rely on other teams. He officially announced the start of the exercise and reminded them, "The slower you prepare, the less sleep you'll get." Hearing this, the students rushed to set up their tents. That night, Gray asked his team, "How many people per watch shift?" Someone suggested, "One person is enough." The girl in the team admitted, "I want to sleep as much as possible." Bask agreed, "If it's 2 people per shift, everyone only gets half a night's sleep." "That sounds miserable." Gray nodded, agreeing to 1 person per shift. Bask asked how to arrange the order. The first and last shifts were usually the most comfortable, while the middle shift was the worst because sleep was constantly interrupted. Gray volunteered for the second shift. He asked who wanted the third shift. Gray volunteered for the second shift. He asked who wanted the third shift. The guard order was decided. He reminded them, "When your shift is over, you must wake up the next person before going to sleep." Rumia took the first shift. She sat by the fire, her face clearly showing exhaustion and sleepiness. Inside the tent, Gray slept soundly. His face was completely relaxed. At the same time, outside their tent, a dark figure holding a sharp-bladed weapon was quietly approaching the camp. A strange noise caused Gray to wake up immediately. If it were a monster, the noise would have been much louder and more chaotic. So he knew for sure this was a human, and one who didn't want to be discovered. He slightly opened a crack in the tent flap and looked out. Rumia was still sitting silently by the fire. She was completely unaware of anything. There was a moment Gray even thought he had misheard. But then the faint noise sounded again. Confirmed, someone was sneaking in. Gray thought the first possibility might be the professor coming to check the night watch. But he still didn't dare to lower his guard for even a second. Professor Ariel's warning still echoed in his mind. After defeating Varian, you might become a target. Once you leave the academy, you must be extremely careful. The thought that it could be an assassin flashed through his mind. For safety, Gray decided to treat the intruder as an assassin and act accordingly. After all, long-range attacks could happen, so staying still in the tent wasn't a smart choice. He quietly crawled out of the tent and slipped into the bushes. Tonight was a full moon, and the whole forest was as bright as day. This made it easier to detect the enemy, but also made hiding much more difficult. Gray moved extremely cautiously. This situation reminded him of training with his archery master in the past. Back then, the trainer had pointed out that Gray's normal way of walking, pushing off with the heel, created too much noise. To move silently, one must place the foot starting from the little toe, then gradually to the big toe, with the heel touching the ground last. Even if one steps on dry branches or leaves causing noise, as long as it doesn't create an artificial rhythm like human footsteps, it will blend into the natural sounds of the wind and forest animals, making it hard to be detected. In training, they even practiced walking barefoot through mountains and forests to completely merge with nature. Presently, the footsteps of a stranger echoed nearby. That person was holding a sword. Suddenly, the man felt something and stopped. But when he turned his head, no one was there. The very next moment, Gray appeared behind him, his sword pointed straight at the man's throat. "Don't move. Answer my questions. If you make any move, I will kill you immediately." Gray asked coldly, "What is your name? Who do you serve?" Afterward, he froze in surprise. The person standing before him was a professor. The professor looked back, just as surprised to see Gray. Gray immediately asked, "Is this the surprise attack for the exercise?" The professor replied, "I just came to check if your team was taking the night watch seriously." He admitted, I didn't expect a freshman to be able to sneak up behind me without being detected and then point a sword at my throat. He raised both hands in surrender, smiling bitterly. At this point, I don't know who is teaching whom anymore. Gray still didn't fully trust him. It was possible this was just someone disguised as a professor to make him lower his guard. But if he really wanted to kill him, the opponent would certainly have brought a more dangerous weapon. He still kept his cold, sharp gaze. The professor gently pushed the blade away from his neck. Gray finally decided to trust him. Both suddenly turned their heads in one direction when they heard noise. Rumia was holding a sword, standing there with an expression of utter astonishment as she saw both Gray and the professor. She asked, "What are you two doing?" The professor explained, "I came to check the team's night watch, but Gray discovered me before I could get close." He praised, "Your team's vigilance is perfect. I have never seen any freshman team set up camp and keep watch this accurate." Rumia was dumbfounded because Gray should have been sleeping. The professor asked, "It's not Gray's shift yet, is it?" Gray asked back, "Did you step on a branch or something when approaching?" The professor nodded. Gray replied, "That sound felt human." The professor couldn't believe it. "You realized such a small sound, even while sleeping?" Gray just smiled faintly. Maybe it was just a coincidence. "I wasn't fully asleep at the time." The air fell into an awkward silence. Suddenly, the professor burst into loud laughter. He said Gray kept surprising him, first during the simulation match, and now reacting to the slightest sound. He started to wonder what else the Academy had to teach Gray. He looked at Gray intently, then declared, "From now on, Gray is banned from participating in Night Watch training. If Gray does everything by himself, the other students won't learn anything." Gray worriedly said this would disrupt the watch order. The professor replied, "From 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., your team will not be subjected to mock attacks. I will count it as Gray being on watch and grade your night watch training as perfect without conditions." He recorded it in his notebook. After closing it, he told them to continue the watch minus Gray, then turned and left. While walking, the professor still wondered to himself, how could Gray get behind me without me sensing even a trace of his presence? There was a moment he even suspected Gray used to belong to an elite unit specializing in stealth assassinations. But given Gray's age, that was impossible. Anyway, the level of skill Gray had just shown was undeniable. The professor couldn't help but think, who is Gray really? The group of students continued to march in a state of semi-consciousness. Everyone was exhausted because last night's surprise attack meant no one could sleep, except for Gray. He remained alert, with no signs of sleepiness. Suddenly, a student tripped over a branch and fell flat on their face. The further they went, the more people started collapsing from exhaustion. They trudged along until the sun set. Because it was getting dark, the professor decided to stop and set up camp for the day. Hearing this, one student cheered happily. "Finally a rest, sir." Another whispered, "Stopping this early, there's definitely going to be some other crazy training." The professor laughed out loud. "Relax, today's training is over. Tents have been set up for you. Rest comfortably until dinner is ready." The students trudged like weary zombies toward the tents. Under the full moon, they fell into a deep sleep in their tents. Gray felt suspicious again. Being allowed to rest so easily was truly too strange. A student next to him agreed and predicted, "Tomorrow will definitely be hell." Leon Hart turned to look at Gray, his voice calm. "You'll be fine." Gray felt uncomfortable as Leon Hart stared at him. Suddenly, everyone was called to gather because dinner was ready. The food was prepared by Professor Heathcote himself. The table was piled high with delicious, tempting dishes, making all the students drool with hunger. Other professors brought out more pots and encouraged everyone to eat freely, even suggesting they have 2 or 3 servings. The professor praised, "You have passed 2 days of harsh training. Get some good rest today and wash away all your fatigue. This is your only chance." The professor's smile radiated a scary, insidious aura. Time passed quickly to the next day. The professor's voice rang out again. "From now on, we will start training to cross the danger zone in the Gastia mountain range." The professors led the way, and the group continued deeper into the forest. A student breathed a sigh of relief. "At first, looking at the mountain range, I panicked, but at this pace I think I can handle it," his friend replied. "Luckily, last night we got a proper rest. It's really effective. The professor commented, "No one has given up yet. You truly are those who passed the entrance exam." But he reminded them, the real training has only just begun. About 2 kilometers ahead, they would step into the territory of the water lizard. The professor warned, "These monsters are much stronger than the ones you hunted for food the other day. Most will be killed without even having a chance to resist." The students asked in horror what they had to do with such strong monsters. The professor replied, "You must pass through this area without being detected. This is level 2 danger zone movement training." Luckily, in the dry season, water lizards don't move much because they are conserving energy. As long as you don't make loud noises, they won't detect you. But the dry season also makes them terribly thirsty, and your blood is also an option. If detected, consider yourselves dead. He instructed, "Move carefully and avoid making noise." Moving silently made Gray remember his monster hunting training with the lore of archery back then. The professor who encountered Gray during the night watch shift recognized him and knew Gray had experience hunting monsters. He still warned, "Even if it feels easy for you, don't be overconfident." He looked at the other students. They were struggling just as much as in previous years. Another professor shouted, "You're moving too slowly." "I'll say it again, as long as you don't make loud noises, it's fine. Maintain your pace, otherwise you will have to camp right here in the water lizard's territory." The students kept walking, even though everyone was terrified. Gray realized the professors hadn't really given specific instructions on how to do it. He felt this type of training should have been taught in a safe place before going out into the field. Suddenly, there was a noise. The professor told everyone to stay calm, saying that level of noise was still acceptable. He repeated, "Don't make loud noises." They continued walking. At one point, the professor declared, "From now on, talking is strictly prohibited. Use hand signals to communicate. If you make loud noises or talk, you will be punished." The group continued the march in deathly silence. Gray scanned his surroundings. A student thought to himself, even though they said, "Don't make noise," it's actually just normal walking on a mountain, and the pace is even slower than yesterday. This should be easy. Moreover, no monsters were seen at all. He thought the academy wouldn't dare use a place where dangerous monsters could appear at any moment for training. The professors were just scaring them to train their stealth skills. Not wanting to lose points, he decided to play along. Suddenly, he stepped on a rock. The rock rolled, and he stumbled, making noise. He immediately regretted it, knowing for sure he would be punished. Even so, he still believed that real monsters wouldn't appear, but he was completely wrong. A terrifying noise rang out. The professors immediately went into combat stance. The students were panicked to the core. Gray drew his sword in a blink of an eye, while the student who just fell was still standing frozen on the spot. He slowly turned his head to look back and was terrified beyond belief. A horde of giant water lizards was rushing toward them like a storm. The student who caused the noise was completely panicked, standing frozen, unable to move a muscle. Fortunately, Professor Heathkit appeared like a bolt of lightning, thrusting his sword straight through the monster's head. The students breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the professor. The ground beneath the lizard cracked open. Heathkit pulled out his sword, but in that very moment, another water lizard roared and charged straight at the crowd. Leon Hart immediately gave chase, swinging his sword with a powerful blow. But to his surprise, the blade didn't even leave a single scratch. The monster charged straight at Leon Hart. He was caught completely off guard. In the nick of time, Professor Heathkit lunged in to save him. He shouted to all students, "This is not something you can face. Fall back immediately. The professors will handle it." The students realized even the professors were only leaving shallow wounds on the monsters' bodies. They panicked and wondered, can these creatures even be killed? Suddenly, a water lizard let out a miserable shriek and collapsed. Just one slash. Everyone was astonished. A professor explained, "At the end of the dry season, water lizards are often severely dehydrated. If they lose even a little bit of body fluid, they will die immediately." A student asked tremblingly, "And what if we meet them in the rainy season?" The professor sighed heavily. "If you don't want to end up as water monitor lizard food, you should never come to places like this during the rainy season. That's why this expedition was only organized after confirming that there wouldn't be any rain." He added, "The only reason we can even talk right now is because the water monitor lizards were cleared out recently. Otherwise, we'd all be dead. The group continued to march. The students were climbing the mountain in a state of extreme exhaustion. After stabbing one more monster to death, Professor Hethkett announced, "The climb is over." He praised everyone for giving it their all. The students were completely worn out. Even Leon Hart was panting. Someone asked if he was tired. Leon Hart replied, "Physically I'm fine, but mentally I'm exhausted." Keeping quiet throughout the entire journey made everything much harder. Professor Hethkett nodded. "For those not used to it, it's definitely tough. That's exactly why we train." He said that so far they had been spotted by water monitor lizards a total of 4 times. Compared to previous years, this was actually a pretty smooth result. He asked if anyone had any questions before they continued, because once they left the monster's territory, they would not be allowed to speak anymore. Gray spoke up. "I still have one thing I'm wondering about." The professor asked him immediately. Gray pointed into the distance. "I see a cloud over there growing, and it's in the opposite wind direction from our position." The students didn't understand what he was talking about. Professor Hethkett praised him. "You have a very sharp eye." He asked Professor Rent if clouds could form during this season. Rent shook his head. "No way." He also agreed that the cloud was growing unnaturally. Hethkett immediately decided. Training canceled. "Everyone retreat immediately. We must leave the water monitor territory as quickly as possible." Another professor objected and mocked him. "Canceling training just because of a tiny little cloud." Hethkett said sternly, "Clouds appearing in this season are already abnormal. The safety of the students is more important than continuing the training." A female professor chimed in. "Professor Warmal has led this expedition training for many years. We should trust his judgment." Hethkett still tried to argue, but Warmal advised, "If you're worried about the cloud, we just need to pick up our marching pace a little. This is also a good training opportunity." He ordered all the students, "Follow me closely. Act as if your lives are at stake. Based on the training results so far, I believe you can keep up." He warned them strictly, "Don't fall behind. We don't have time to fight the water monitor lizards. No matter what happens, you are absolutely not to make any loud noises." That night, the rain started to fall. The students continued to march in the rain. Professor Hethkett clearly felt that something was terribly wrong. Rain in this season was already strange. Furthermore, the humidity in this area was not enough to form such a large cloud. He suspected that this rain was artificial. Professor Warmal commented, "It's raining so hard. I don't understand how it can rain in this season." Gray called to him in a very low voice, but Warmal answered in a loud voice. Gray immediately felt uneasy. Was talking that loudly in this place safe? Just as the professor realized his mistake, a giant water monitor lizard was standing right behind him. The water monitor lizard roared and lunged at the group like a nightmare. Professor Warmal intended to turn around and deal with it, but the monster had already lunged too close. He dodged the sharp claws, then countered with a sword strike. The water monitor's arm was severed, but the wound only made it more frantic. It swung its tail powerfully. Warmal prepared to take the hit, but at the last moment, he gritted his teeth and stabbed his sword into its tail, blocking the attack. Even so, the terrifying power of the tail swipe still sent him flying. Warmal slammed into a tree. An explosion rang out, and the tree shattered. The students were panicked and worried about him. Warmal tried to stand up, even though his body was trembling. Gray thought to himself, the professor's reflexes should normally be fast enough to dodge a hit like that. Why is he so badly injured? He suspected that Warmal had focused too much on the counterattack and left himself wide open. The students were horrified by the water monitor's terrifying speed. They were much faster than they had been told, although they had been warned beforehand. Seeing it with their own eyes made it clear. When not dehydrated, they moved at a terrifying speed. Professor Hethkett shouted to the other professors, "Stay calm." They lunged at the monster in unison. The water monitor also roared and lunged back. Blood started flowing from the shallow wounds. A professor sneaked behind it, but the monster's tail swept back, sending him flying. The professor slammed hard into the ground. The water monitor immediately lunged straight for him to finish him off. But at that very moment, a figure moved faster than the naked eye. Professor Hethkett. In a flash, he slashed the monster to pieces. The other professors breathed a sigh of relief. Although killing it was also thanks to luck. But no one escaped the battle without being injured. A professor sighed. We can't continue the training like this anymore. Professor Warmal pulled his sword out of the monster's corpse. His voice was heavy. Cancel the exercise. He turned to the female professor. Cast emergency teleportation immediately. He thought she had it prepared, but the female professor shook her head. I've been trying to cast it for a while, but the magic won't activate. Warmal asked urgently. Can anyone else cast it? Another professor replied. I tried, but it's also blocked. It was clear that teleportation magic was being completely blocked. Warmal suddenly realized. It's not just teleportation. This rain is also a part of it. Someone intentionally targeted this expedition, and it's highly likely. Warmal asked, what do we do now? Another professor replied, trying to cross the water monitor territory in this rain is suicide. The only way is to set up camp here and hope the rain stops. Heathkit shook his head. I suspect this rain is artificial. Will it really stop? The female professor chimed in. Regardless, staying in one place is safer than continuing to fight the water monitor lizards in our current state. We were only lucky enough to have no casualties in the recent battle. You understand that too, right? Heathkit nodded. I know, but when it rains, the water monitor lizards will be much more active. There's no guarantee our position won't be attacked again. He sighed. If only there were a way to get through. Gray called him. Heathkit was slightly startled, but still listened. Gray said, as long as there's healing magic, I can still fight. Is there any way to break through? Heathkit knew clearly that with Gray's power, they had a high chance of piercing through the water monitor territory, but he was worried about whether Gray's body could handle. Gray pointed out a harsh truth. Even if we stay here, no reinforcements are coming. It's better to try and break through than sit here and wait for death. Even with healing magic, Gray would have to use his red power multiple times in a single day. Heathkit asked seriously, do you understand the consequences? Professor Ariel once warned strictly, absolutely do not let him do that. Gray calmly replied, consider it good training. When I return to the academy, there will be plenty of good healers waiting. Heathkit emphasized, if it were just wounds that healing magic could handle easily, Ariel wouldn't have warned you so severely. Do you really understand? Gray looked straight into his eyes. Do you have any other way to get the students back safely? The students stood there, their eyes filled with hope as they looked toward Gray. Heathkit intended to argue back, but Gray cut him off. Are you really planning to let everyone die here just to protect me? Heathkit was stunned. He remembered what Professor Ariel once said. Gray is willing to sacrifice himself if necessary. That was Gray's greatest strength, and also what worried her the most. She had begged him not to let Gray do anything irreversible. Now he had to make a difficult choice. Looking at the terrified faces of the students, Heathkit finally bowed his head and apologized to Gray. Let us borrow your power. Gray prepared to answer, but Professor Warmal suddenly chimed in. Don't decide on your own. He shouted harshly. Even if Gray is good in a fight, entrusting everyone's lives here to a single student is a huge joke. Heathkit explained firmly. With Gray's power, he can handle a water monitor lizard on his own. I can guarantee this because I have witnessed it many times in training. Therefore, I want to bet on Gray's strength. Professor Warmal was still adamantly opposed. He ordered, Professor Gallic, use transmission magic. Send a request for reinforcements to the Academy headquarters immediately. He believed that calling for reinforcements was safer than taking the risk of escaping on their own. Professor Gallic replied, I have already sent the request for reinforcements. Although the transmission magic was heavily interfered with, the message had definitely been sent. Professor Warmal was satisfied with his prompt handling of the situation. Then, he turned to Professor Heathkit, his voice full of innuendo. Acting alone only increases the danger. Are you really planning to put the students in danger? The students looked at Heathkit with worried eyes. Heathkit glanced at the dead water monitor lizard's corpse and asked bluntly, how many times do you think we will be attacked by water monitor lizards before reinforcements arrive? Warmal replied, I don't know, but staying still in a safe zone is still safer than wandering outside. Heathkit tried to argue, but Warmal hissed, keep your voice down. Noise could make other monsters smell us. Heathkit frowned. In the end, the whole group had to stand still and wait in the pouring rain. The students became increasingly worried. Heathkit frowned. In the end, the whole group had to stand still and wait in the pouring rain. The students became increasingly worried. Meanwhile, Professor Warmal leisurely leaned against a tree to rest. Suddenly, boom! A terrifying sound echoed throughout the forest, causing everyone to panic. Professor Heathkit immediately went into a fighting stance as the swarm of monsters approached. Gray whispered, "We're ready anytime." Heathkit nodded. "If the situation gets worse, you take action." Gray nodded seriously in response. The professors lunged to block the water monitor lizards. They surrounded it from many directions, slashing continuously. One professor was hit by a tail and rolled on the ground. Immediately, two other swords lunged forward, stabbing deep into the monster. It let out a pathetic cry and collapsed. The professor who had just been injured boasted, "We're handling it fine." But the professor who was treating him shook his head. "That's not it. Other water monitor lizards have heard the fighting and are rushing over." Gray remained standing, waiting for orders, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He realized Leonhardt and some other students had also drawn their swords. "Ready." Professor Heathkit said sternly, "Protecting the students is our responsibility. Observe carefully how the professors of the World Alliance Academy fight." His face became extremely gloomy. The professors acted in sync. Leonhardt was amazed by their strength. Even facing two monsters at once, they still handled it perfectly. Only now did he truly understand the capabilities of the professors. Heathkit ordered, "Focus on eliminating them one by one. Reduce their numbers first." He lunged straight ahead. The water monitor lizard swung its claws at him, but suddenly someone sneaked behind its back. The lizard was startled, unable to react in time, and the sword pierced through its chest. The students cheered when they saw the successful attack. One had been taken down. Now there was only one water monitor lizard left. Leonhardt quickly checked on everyone's condition. The professors were mostly not seriously injured. He thought that they could completely end this battle. Heathkit and another professor lunged forward simultaneously. But while they were advancing, two figures stealthily approached from behind, intending to stab them in the back. One of those two people was none other than Professor Warmal. But at that very moment, the two hands holding the swords of Warmal and his accomplice were suddenly severed completely. The person who acted was Gray. He said coldly, "I already knew." The professor with glasses shrieked like a slaughtered pig. Professor Warmal also roared in pain after losing an arm. The professor standing next to Heathkit turned around to look at the two people moaning on the ground. He immediately turned back to focus on the remaining water monitor lizard. Heathkit smiled and turned to Gray. "Thank you." Then he and the other professor coordinated to subdue the monster. A moment later, the last water monitor lizard was also taken down. At this point, everyone turned to demand an explanation from Professor Warmal. Heathkit stared at the two people, his voice as cold as ice. "You two, what on earth are you planning to do?" Professor Warmal still insisted on claiming innocence, saying that he was only trying to fight the water monitor lizard, and Gray had suddenly severed his arm. Professor Wormal's accomplice with the glasses screamed for the criminal to be arrested immediately. But the professor who had fought alongside Heathkit cut him off, his voice full of contempt, pathetic. He pointed out that most people here had realized the two of them were planning to kill everyone. The swordsmanship class students weren't stupid enough to ignore such an obvious thing. He asked the students, "Am I right?" Everyone nodded in unison. The professor with glasses was immediately cornered. Professor Heathkit explained coldly, "Assassination and kidnapping plots against Academy members are not rare. Our organization has many enemies and many high-value targets." Basically, Professor Warmal intended to conceal the attack amidst the chaos of the water monitor lizards, kill a professor, then when the security forces withdrew, kill or kidnap the students for some dark purpose. The students were horrified as the plot became clear. Professor Heathkit continued, "We survived thanks to Gray. He thinks extremely quickly." Gray asked in surprise, "What are you talking about? You realized from the beginning that those two wanted to kill us." Heathkit nodded. "I had a gut feeling." Professor Warmal couldn't believe it. "You? How did you know?" He thought to himself that the plan had been exposed. Realizing he had accidentally admitted it, he quickly shut his mouth. Professor Heathkit clarified, "I didn't know anything beforehand." Gray said calmly, "Just observing a person's movements and eyes is enough to notice." Professor Wormel's way of moving was not at all that of someone trying to protect students or colleagues. At first, I just thought he was incompetent, but when the rain started to fall, his movements became extremely abnormal. For example, he intentionally took hits that he could clearly have dodged. Professor Wormel clicked his tongue in frustration. Professor Heathcote asked Gray worriedly, "Is your body okay?" Gray replied, "I only used my power in that moment, so the damage isn't serious. It just feels like extreme muscle pain." Heathcote breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Professor Wormel laughed loudly, the laughter full of madness. Heathcote asked, "Have you finally lost your mind?" Wormel laughed savagely. "You still don't understand anything, and now it's too late." Gray asked coldly, "What are you trying to say?" Wormel pointed all around. "Think about our current situation. We are trapped in the middle of the water monitor territory in pouring rain, while a powerful teleportation blocking seal has cut off all exits. Reinforcements can't arrive in time either. So, even though you've seen through the plan, it's already too late." He laughed loudly. "Everyone here has to die." The students were terrified to the core. Wormel smirked. "Our real goal isn't to kill you. If you agree to follow us, you'll understand. That's why we prepared an escape route." Professor Heathcote listened silently, but Wormel continued. "There is one condition. I want Professor Rent, Professor Heathcote, and Gray Lee to stab their own hearts right here. We cannot take people who might hinder our plan. If those three comply, the rest will be spared." Gray and Professor Heathcote's faces became gloomy. Wormel sneered. "Hesitating? It turns out your own lives are that precious." In a flash, Gray disappeared from his position beside Heathcote. He appeared behind a professor who was intending to sneak an attack. The sword blade pointed straight at the man's neck. "Don't move." Everyone was astonished by his terrifying speed. Professor Wormel smirked. "Do you think taking a hostage will be useful?" "That is Professor Gallock." Gray knew clearly that this person could use teleportation magic. Sneaking teleportation, sealing devices, and communication jamming into the academy without being detected is extremely difficult. But if the professor in charge of magic was on their side, disabling communication and teleportation would be easy. Gray gently dragged the blade across Professor Gallock's neck. Blood started dripping. Professor Heathcote remarked, "Gray is much sharper than an average student." Gallock begged Heathcote to save him, but suddenly a sword pointed straight at his eye. Heathcote ordered coldly, "Activate teleportation magic immediately. Transport all students and professors here to the foot of the mountain. If you refuse, I will gouge out one of your eyes. If you still refuse, I will gouge out the other. After that, I will cut off each of your fingers 1 centimeter at a time." Gray added a warning. "Don't take us anywhere else, and don't leave anyone behind. If there's any suspicious movement, I will take your head." Professor Wormel shouted at Gallock, "Do not activate the teleportation magic." Gallock still sat motionless, refusing. Heathcote had no choice. He lunged. "Looks like it can't be avoided then." Gallock screamed shrilly in panic. He bent down, placed both hands on the ground, and activated the teleportation magic. A giant magic circle appeared under everyone's feet. Back at the academy, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared. All students and professors were teleported instantly. The professors at the academy ran out in a panic, asking what had happened. They were astonished to see the entire first-year swordsmanship expedition team. A professor asked, "What is going on?" Professor Heathcote explained seriously. "During training in the water monitor territory, we encountered extremely dangerous anomalies and declared a state of emergency." He revealed the cause was an assassination plot carried out by the accompanying professors, including 2 magic professors along with Professor Wormel. The students confirmed in unison that this was the truth. Leon Hart added, "The entire team was nearly wiped out, but Gray and Professor Heathcote saw through the plot and saved us all." The young professor couldn't believe it, not knowing how to handle the situation. The older professor ordered, "Everyone stand still right there." Then he asked if anyone was seriously injured and in need of emergency treatment. He scanned everyone and saw that they were temporarily fine. Next, shackles were brought out. Everyone had to be shackled temporarily to prevent any moles from escaping or running away. After that was the interrogation. Everyone's files were carefully checked. Gray gave his testimony. Other students were questioned one by one. Even the professors had to undergo the same process. The last person to give testimony was Professor Wormow. After the interrogation ended, the students and Professor Heathcote waited. The judge ordered silence. Principal Alexandra, leading the judicial panel, prepared to announce the disciplinary verdict regarding the assassination and kidnapping plot against the first-year swordsmanship expedition team. He announced, "This event was orchestrated by Professor Wormold, the leader of the expedition and the mastermind, while Professor Balin, the deputy leader, played the role of an accomplice. They also received support from two magic professors in charge of emergency response, Professor Gallock and Professor Wren. Inside the closed simulation environment they created, they attempted to kill and kidnap the students." He continued, "Professors Wormold, Balin, and Wren continuously carried out their criminal plan throughout the event. There are no mitigating circumstances. Therefore, according to Academy law, these three will be sentenced to death. Additionally, to investigate potential connections and accomplices, the interrogator has been granted unlimited authority regarding questioning and torture. Additionally, to investigate potential connections and accomplices, the interrogator has been granted unlimited authority regarding questioning and torture." Principal Alexandra coldly warned, "They will not die easily." The professors were terrified to the core. Professor Wormow begged for his life. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air as a frightening aura radiated from Alexandra. Wormow panicked and tried to run, but someone grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground. Professor Rent screamed in panic upon seeing his condition. Alexandra was so furious that the veins on his face were clearly visible. He ordered the security team, "Take them away." The security team executed the order. Professor Gallock also committed a serious crime, but at the last moment he betrayed the plan and helped the students escape. That alone was enough to reduce his sentence. Therefore, after the interrogation, he will live as a prisoner of war. Gallock replied with a tremble, "Yes." Leon Hart clearly showed disappointment that he wasn't sentenced to death. Heathcote explained, "He still helped save the students at the last moment. Sometimes, to minimize damage, we spare a life if the other party cooperates. Although, surviving isn't necessarily a better outcome." Gray and Professor Heathcote walked together. Heathcote sighed. "You've only just enrolled, and you've already had to go through something like this." Gray replied, "I'm getting used to being dragged into incidents, but I didn't expect so many criminals to be hiding among the Academy's professors." Heathcote agreed. "It's hard to believe this is the greatest educational institution in the world." Gray admitted, "It's completely different from what I imagined before coming here." Heathcote said, "I anticipated this. Some say the World Alliance Academy isn't actually an educational institution. They say it's a selection facility. Students are already strong when they're gathered here, and the excellent ones graduate only because they were strong from the start. They even say that the professors themselves aren't that strong." He asked what Gray thought. Gray admitted he had suspected the same thing. Heathcote apologized. Gray added, "But there is one thing I'm certain of. I'm much stronger than when I was in the village. I'm stronger than ever before." He said, "Perhaps you shouldn't trust the Academy as an organization, but I believe there are still reliable teachers here, and I think that's enough." Heathcote sighed. "You don't sound like a student at all." "Even so," he reminded him, "the Academy's training is only just now becoming truly harsh. Everything you've been through so far is just a light warm-up." He placed his hand on Gray's shoulder, his voice serious. "From now on, you will become much stronger." Gray smiled and replied, "That is exactly my plan." A few days later, the professor praised all the students for their performance in the previous field march exercise. He admitted that many unusual situations occurred, but with that march, they had officially completed the basic physical training phase. From now on, they would enter the next phase. Before explaining the new content, he showed them the target they needed to reach. Professor Rent stepped into position and swung his sword. Metal fragments scattered everywhere. He explained, "This steel stake has a diameter of 145 millimeters. If you can slice it clean through in a single strike, you will be eligible for promotion to the second year. If you haven't managed to do it by the end of the term, you will be expelled." The entire student body was horrified. He also revealed that about half of the students each year fail to slice it and get expelled. A student tremblingly asked, What happens if we are expelled? Professor Rent replied. The number of graduates from the World Alliance Academy is already very small, so you don't need to worry too much. Professor Rent replied. The number of graduates from the World Alliance Academy is already very small, so you don't need to worry too much, and you will constantly skip grades for becoming excellent students. He laid out the hierarchy. The weakest students of the World Alliance Academy are already top-tier elites compared to other academies. If you choose to work instead of transferring schools, you will usually join the Royal Guard as elite swordsman. A student was surprised. Can you get into the Royal Guard just by being expelled? Professor Rent smiled. From the moment you were accepted into the World Alliance Academy, you were no longer ordinary people in the eyes of the world. Compared to the monsters in this academy, you may look weak, but outside, you're still top talent. Naturally, practical combat experience is still necessary. Gray thought to himself that the gap between the academy and the outside world was truly terrifying. Just as Master Arya once told him, Professor Wren advised, instead of worrying about being expelled, focus on slicing that steel steak. The students were still skeptical about whether it was possible to slice that thing with a sword. He handed the sword to a student and told him to try. He got into position, swung the sword hard, but the recoil pushed back, causing him to drop the sword. He screamed in pain. His hands were shaking. Professor Rent shook his head. I guess that you wouldn't be able to slice it, but dropping the sword is unacceptable. A swordsman must always hold their sword tightly in their hand, even when dying. Gray asked, is there a limit to the sword used? He thought if he used the sword Professor Ariel gifted him, he could slice it clean in one strike. Professor Rent replied, you can only use the standard issue sword provided by the Academy. Even so, I believe Gray might have already done it. Gray thought if he used his red power, he could complete it immediately. But if this is a requirement to reach the second year, he should try to do it without relying on it. He started thinking about combining that technique with his own abilities and reaching the level of the Liquidator. Images of the massacre caused by the Liquidator flashed in his mind, making him even more determined to become stronger. Professor Rent cleared up everyone's doubts. You were wondering if you can slice it with a sword or if you have to have superhuman strength like Gray to reach the second year. Actually, that's not the case. He asked, have you ever wondered why the professors and second-year students are much stronger than you? Even if your physical condition isn't that different, the power gap is overwhelming. He revealed, the reason is vital force transmission. It's the act of channeling the vital force that every human possesses into the sword. Gray had heard of this in his previous life. He realized the World Alliance Academy had developed a swordsmanship system that applied vital force. Are they about to be taught how to use it? Professor Rent continued. The modern era doesn't need to understand complex theories. The life force absorbing magic sword will automatically drain your vital force and channel it into the blade. Once you're used to that feeling, you will be able to channel vital force into a regular sword. He asked who wanted to try first. Every student thought there was no way they would hold a sword with such a scary name. Everyone waited for others to try first to see the results. Gray thought the name sounded quite suspicious, but he wanted to become stronger. He raised his hand, but someone else raised theirs at the same time. It was Leon Hart. Leon Hart was frustrated because in the battle with the water monitor lizards, he hadn't done anything. Even though he was ranked first in swordsmanship, if he continued like this, he would never catch up to Gray. Professor Rent knew Gray would endure it easily, but that wouldn't be a good reference for everyone else. So he called for Leon Hart to try first. He handed the sword to him. Leon Hart gripped the sword tightly and felt something being pulled out of his body. Professor Rent reminded him, don't hold it too long. As soon as you grab it, you must strike, then sheath the sword and let go. Leon Hart took a step forward and struck hard. He sliced through half of the steel stake. It wasn't a complete slice, but the power he had just released was extremely incredible. He couldn't believe that strike had come from him. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his body. Leon Hart collapsed face first onto the ground. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. The students rushed to Leon Hart's side. Professor Rent reassured them, don't panic. Everyone is like that at first. Just let Leon Hart rest. The vital force exhaustion is only temporary. Rest for a while, and he'll be able to stand up. He praised him. He didn't drop the sword. Truly the number one in swordsmanship. Since everyone was present, he asked Gray, do you want to try? Gray nodded. yes. The students around couldn't believe it. He had just witnessed Leon Hart collapse, yet he didn't hesitate at all. A student whispered, "Not just his skills, his will is also on a completely different level." Gray drew the sword and got into a fighting stance. He clearly felt his vital force being drained, so he knew he couldn't hold it for long. He was ready. He struck hard with terrifying force, but still didn't slice through completely. He realized this was completely different from a normal sword swing. It felt like all the blood in his body was freezing. Now he truly understood what it felt like to have his vital force drained. He sheathed the sword. Professor Rent was amazed. "This is the first time I've seen a first-year student try without collapsing." He remarked, "The quality is indeed different." Professor Rent was amazed. "This is the first time I've seen a first-year student try without collapsing." He remarked, "The quality is indeed different." He also thought that being beaten until broken repeatedly had made his body accustomed to trauma. Professor Wren asked, "Can you try one more strike?" Gray nodded and tried again, but this time he couldn't do anything. His vision began to blur, and his consciousness started to drift away. He only hoped to sheath the sword in time. He did it, then collapsed. Professor Rent smiled wryly. "I was only half joking. I didn't expect you to actually try." But now he understood why Gray was so strong at a young age. They placed Gray and Leon Hart lying next to each other. While waiting for them to recover, Professor Rent spoke to the class. "Vital force swordsmanship is extremely powerful. Even someone holding a sword for the first time could damage the steel stake to that extent. However, no matter how powerful the technique is, the only official institution that teaches it is the World Alliance Academy. No national academy teaches it. Even local dojos have never heard of it." He asked, "Do you know why?" A student guessed, "Because if you abuse vital force, you will die. Right, teacher?" Professor Rent shook his head. "No one dies from this sword. When you no longer have the strength to swing the sword will automatically stop draining your vital force." The students were still worried. Leon Hart woke up and said, "Perhaps because the sword is too rare." Professor Rent nodded. "The sword is indeed rare, but that's not the main reason. Within the academy, there are about 30 such swords, and there are similar ones outside. In the past, people used them for training, leading to countless deaths. That's why they stopped using them outside the academy." Gray chimed in, "Even if the sword doesn't drain all your vital force when you can't swing it anymore on the battlefield, the enemy will still kill us." He continued, "If you want to use this power in actual combat, the important thing is that after swinging the sword, you must still be able to move. And almost no one outside the academy can do that." Professor Rent praised. "Perfect answer." He added, "Being able to activate it once is meaningless. Only when you use the vital force, sort of like breathing, can you say you have mastered the power. If you can't do that, it's not you using the power, but the power using you. That's why countless swordsmen have lost their lives." The students were worried when they knew they were about to train with something so dangerous. They asked if the second-year students could use it. That is why they must learn to use this power like eating and drinking. They will use these swords in the next training session. They were also allowed to practice outside. The lesson ended. Gray realized he had to find a way to use this power normally. If he collapsed after one use, he would become useless. The same applies to his other power. Every use drains him, even requiring a healer. At least he wanted to master one of the two. He thought to himself that the World Alliance Academy was the right choice. There was no better place to become strong. He started to wonder what would happen if he combined the vital force skill with his other power. A while later, the target mannequins were placed at training ground number 2. Someone noticed the steel stake was covered in cuts, but hadn't collapsed completely yet. It was all caused by Gray. Gray had grasped the pattern. He needed a 3-minute rest after each strike. Thanks to that, the recovery rate of his vital force could keep up with the rate at which it was being drained. This was an extremely inefficient training method, but he felt like he was finally beginning to understand. He intended to try using a regular sword because if he continued without resting, he would collapse again, but he didn't want to lose the feeling that was still fresh in his body. Just as he was about to draw his sword, someone stopped him. "Wait," Gray asked in surprise what was wrong. The person replied that Professor Ariel wanted to be present when Gray used the Vital Force sword for the first time, so he had to wait for her to be called. Gray nodded. "I understand." But he knew she was very busy, so he asked, Is it necessary to bother her with this? The other person laughed. She anticipated you would grasp it today, so she cleared her schedule in advance. Gray understood, surely thanks to her divine eye. A moment later, Professor Ariel appeared and apologized for keeping him waiting. Gray noticed she had brought someone else, so he asked, "Who is this?" Ariel explained, "I brought her along to treat you in case there's an unexpected problem. You've accumulated a lot of fatigue." Gray nodded. "If anything happens, I'll ask for her help." Just to regain the feeling, he asked, "Can I try a Vital Force sword strike to warm up?" Ariel smiled. "Sure, I'll watch. Go ahead." Gray thanked her and stepped in front of the target mannequin. He struck hard. It didn't slice through completely, but he had regained that feeling. Just need to replicate this feeling with a regular sword. Ariel attentively observed every one of his movements. Gray got into position, imagining drawing vital force from within his body. He tried to remember that feeling, visualizing it as a flow of energy streaming from his heart. Suddenly, red energy covered his arm. "That's not vital force," he thought to himself. "Is this another power inside me?" His vital force and red power were blending, and something inside him was craving more. So much so that he knelt on one knee. The power in his hand grew stronger and stronger. His vital force was being drained completely out of control. He couldn't hold it back. Professor Ariel immediately ordered her assistant, "Do your duty before the power spreads." Blood splattered. Gray's arm was severed completely. The red energy slowly dissolved into the air until it disappeared completely. Ariel had anticipated that something like this would happen. Special powers are very difficult to harmonize with vital force. Even previous Divine Eye students had huge difficulties when trying to fuse them. The woman in the white robe took off her hood, revealing elf ears. That was Rafa Elixir, a professor specializing in healing magic. She treated Gray while saying, "The power just now was too abnormal." She stopped the bleeding, then cast a special healing spell called Forced Regeneration. From the shoulder, bones began to grow, followed by muscle, and finally, the arm was fully regenerated. Professor Ariel was extremely impressed. Rafa smiled. "Lucky I listened to you," and switched to healing. She added, "You will wake up in a few hours. If anything is abnormal, call me." Ariel thanked her. Late at night, Gray slowly opened his eyes. He was in a dark room. He asked, "Where am I?" Someone noticed he had woken up. Professor Ariel was sitting nearby. She asked, "Do you remember what happened?" Gray replied, "When I tried to activate the Vital Force sword, the power in my arm lost control. Vital Force was being drained madly. Then the assistant severed my arm to stop it. After that, I don't remember anything." He panicked when he discovered his arm had grown back perfectly. Ariel said, "Your memories are still intact, and honestly, that worries me." Gray asked why, but Ariel just stuffed an apple into his mouth. He asked, "Did you anticipate this would happen?" Ariel nodded. "Not this exact situation, but something similar has happened before." Gray was surprised. Ariel revealed, "It was when Amy White, the Holy Sword, tried to use Vital Force. That's why I wanted to be present when you tried." Gray couldn't believe it. Even the Holy Sword had encountered this. Gray curiously asked, "So what happened to Amy White then?" Professor Ariel sighed and recounted. "Amy couldn't withstand the combined power. Her arm exploded." Gray was speechless. Ariel continued, "Luckily, it didn't need to be amputated, but the mental shock was very heavy. Even now, Amy is still hesitant whenever using Vital Force." Gray asked, "Does that mean Amy was finally able to use it?" Ariel nodded. "It took a lot of effort. They used a type of contract magic to seal her power. Amy trained while the contract was gradually loosened. Finally, she was able to use Vital Force independently without the contract." Gray was amazed. "Can contract magic do that?" He asked if he could use a similar method. Ariel shook her head. "No, contract magic isn't suitable for sealing your irregular power. Even Amy's power pushed the contract to its limit and only lasted for 3 minutes. As for your power, you'd be lucky to get half a second." Gray clearly showed disappointment because he couldn't use that method. Ariel apologized. "I still haven't found a clear way for you to use Vital Force. Your power is too irregular. There are no precedents or reference techniques." Gray asked, "Does that mean I can't use Vital Force?" Ariel shook her head. "That's not it. When you train enough, you will be able to do it, Just like the life force-absorbing magic sword, you must train until you only draw out your own vital force. But I don't know how you have it trained to reach that level. If you try to use vital force without control, it will explode like just now. And if you lose control every time, you won't even be able to train. Gray calmly suggested, every time I lose control, just slice off my arm and heal it again. If you can arrange a healer, I think I can train without restraint. Ariel was amazed by his crazy idea. She said, I can arrange a healer, but first I must ask if you are truly sure about choosing not to use vital force. Gray shook his head firmly. My goal isn't just to reach the second year. If there's even a small chance to become stronger, I will take it, because your power is already much greater than the sword. Just using that sword, you have already met the requirements to reach the second year. Ariel had anticipated this answer. She arranged for a healer and assigned someone to be in charge of severing his arm. Gray's plan was to continuously swing the life force-absorbing magic sword to hone the feeling of drawing vital force. After that, he would need a healer and someone willing to sever his arm. Ariel understood and said she would tell the supervisor to strike immediately if anything happened. She reminded him, regenerating the arm can take until the next day, but at least you won't lose your life. This training session is far beyond what I could have imagined, but I will cheer for you. Gray thanked her. The next day, the other students were complaining loudly. This training is absolutely brutal. They felt like they were starting to get the hang of it, but trying to use a sword with only intermittent slashes was proving to be incredibly inefficient. After 30 minutes passed, they decided to stop, knowing that if they pushed any harder, they would just end up wrecking their bodies. But then they noticed Gray was still training. Gray hadn't collapsed yet. Everyone whispered, his stamina is on a completely different level than ours. They even gossiped that they had seen Gray at the training grounds that morning. One student couldn't believe it. Has he been practicing with that life-draining demonic sword since this morning? Everyone paused to think about it before concluding, you must have seen wrong. Gray probably just started a little earlier than we did. They were exhausted after just 30 minutes. If Gray had been training since the morning, he definitely would have died by now. A very scientific conclusion. But even so, the protagonist kept going. Gray stumbled. Everyone watched him fall. Gray thought to himself, if I keep swinging this life-draining demonic sword, I'll eventually get the feel for it. But he still hadn't learned anything. He muttered, this isn't even the method the teacher taught. It's just a messy self-study session. He wondered if he could actually learn how to draw out just the life force. The image of the liquidator appeared in his mind. He realized this wasn't the time to doubt himself. He was determined to keep going until he succeeded. He closed his eyes to focus, drew his sword, took a step forward, and slashed hard at the metal post. Crack! The blade sliced right through it. This was the first time he had completely cut through a brand new post in just one strike. He was thinking about his plan, but when he looked down at his hand, he realized he had just used a regular sword. Gray muttered in disbelief. Is there some kind of mistake? Then he narrowed his eyes and looked straight ahead. He unleashed another slash and easily cut through the steel post in front of him. The cut was incredibly clean, but Gray didn't stop. He continued to swing his sword, unleashing another slash, and this time it easily sliced through the steel post as well. Two fragments fell straight to the ground. Gray himself, being completely exhausted, collapsed to the ground as well. His eyes stared blankly straight ahead, and then he gave a silly laugh. Ha ha, it's easier than I thought. Instead of just focusing on the feeling, I just need to repeat it continuously until I can swing the sword without thinking. Thinking that, Gray stood up and reminded himself, but the work isn't finished yet. I need to practice sword aura more so that it becomes a basic skill, rather than a final move to be used only when necessary. With this effort, I'm sure I can do it, he declared with absolute confidence. Behind him, the two remaining students saw Gray being so enthusiastic and looked at each other suspiciously. His slash looks a bit different from how the teacher does it, doesn't it? I think it's a bit strange, too. But it seems like Gray doesn't realize it. They recalled the moment the protagonist unleashed his final slash. Time passed quickly until evening. By now, the dining table was laid out with countless delicious-looking dishes, and the protagonist ate like a starving ghost, not caring if the food tasted good or not, just stuffing it into his stomach first. His eating posture stunned everyone around him. It was hard to believe. Is his recovery speed really that effective? Why is he eating so much? On another side, Leon nodded in praise. That's truly amazing. He has completely mastered the art of channeling aura into his sword. Hearing that, a friend nearby curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Leon explained, "That technique consumes a lot of stamina and requires intense focus. The fact that he's eating so much is proof that he's activated his sword aura countless times already." As soon as he finished speaking, a cheerful exclamation from a female student rang out nearby. "Does that mean if he uses that demonic sword a lot, he won't get fat no matter how much he eats?" When she said this, her eyes sparkled like stars, while Leon just replied, slightly confused, "Yeah, pretty much. But training with sword aura is much more exhausting than regular physical exercise." At the same time, just as Gray finished eating, a notification suddenly rang out. A notification from Professor Ariel. "First-year sword arts student, Gray Lee. Please report to Professor Ariel's office." Being called suddenly made the protagonist feel a bit strange. It's rare for anyone to call me over the school's PA system like this. What's going on? Without thinking too much, he hurried to Professor Ariel's office. She called him in because it was a very urgent matter. It was about this year's training program. After saying that, she tossed a notice to the protagonist. It read, "Fastest sword student, Gray Lee, you have been selected to participate in the prestigious book reader's special elite training course. Schedule and detailed information will be announced 42 hours before the start. Stay ready and prepared to fight at any time. I wish you survival and the ability to surpass yourself. Anonymous Professor, the book reader." After reading it, Gray wasn't worried at all. He even excitedly asked, "Prepare to fight at any time means this training is no different from actual combat?" If so, before he could finish, the professor shouted, "It's only training in name." "It's only training in name." She spoke in a slightly dissatisfied tone, then continued, "There have been cases where they used teleportation magic to throw participants into a criminal gang's hideout and didn't pick them back up, causing those students to lose their lives." Hearing that, Gray panicked a little. Thrown into a criminal hideout, wouldn't the students lose their lives? Ariel shrugged and replied casually, "Certainly." In reality, less than half of the students who participate in this training course survive and return. There have even been years where no one survived. It's just that the pressure of it reached the ears of those in charge. So this training course has been suspended for the past 10 years. However, I didn't expect you to become a target for this training. Contrary to her, Gray began to feel worried. Less than half survive, and they still call it training? He asked curiously. Ariel slammed her hand on the table, expressing her dissatisfaction. "I also refuse to call this training. So I have a suggestion. Let's decline it now. Normally, once you've been selected, you can't refuse. But with an exceptional student who has the divine eye, I can use my authority to stop it. He took a breath, taking time to think very carefully. "I know this is a dangerous training course, but if a program as dangerous as this still exists, isn't it because it actually delivers results?" Thinking that, he looked straight at Ariel and replied, "If I pass, can I become stronger?" Ariel shook her head, advising him to give up. "It's best you don't try." Gray continued, "Do you think I can't survive? If you think I'll lose my life in this training, I'll give up." Hearing him say that, Ariel's eyes showed a look of sadness. "It's not that I don't think you can survive the training, and it's not just because I realize that. A first-year student with your level of power has almost never existed in the past. But even so, it can be said that in the past, there have been times when all predictions were wrong. In previous training courses, there were elite students who lost their lives." Gray was startled. "Is that so? What happened?" Ariel explained to him. "A while ago, perhaps about 400 years ago, there were 2 students who were exceptional divine eye holders selected to participate in this training course. They also belonged to the sword arts department like you, and were both students who were far superior to the average recruit." Just hearing that, Gray's eyes widened. He was terrified inside. 400 years ago? How old is this woman exactly? Unaware of his inner thoughts, Ariel's voice continued, full of sadness. "I thought they would be fine and sent them into this training without any worry at all. But the result was extremely tragic. One person lost their life, and the body wasn't even recovered. The other managed to survive, but at the time, we were powerless and couldn't do anything about his lost arm. Hearing that, Gray also felt sorry for the other person. Losing an arm is, of course, a death sentence for a swordsman's future. My arm once stopped functioning during a match. I can't imagine what life would be like if I had to live like that. On that note, Ariel continued, normally that's true, but he was very different. Have you ever heard of the one-armed swordsman Wajiro Duran? Hearing the name, Gray felt he had heard it before. Wajiro Duran, he's an extremely famous swordsman from the past, right? Ariel nodded and continued. That's right. At the time, he was one of the strongest people in the world, and he was the one who survived that time. I wonder how strong he would be if he still had both arms. Do you realize now how dangerous this training course is? I don't want that to happen to you. I can't let your talent go to waste. When she said this, her eyes couldn't hide her concern for her student. After a few seconds of silence, Gray finally replied, I understand that this training is very dangerous. Initially, I didn't intend to participate either. However, there's one thing that makes me wonder. According to the legends I know, rumors say that Duran became extremely strong after losing his arm. Is the real reason he became so strong actually due to this special training? Graylee stared intently, his crimson eyes betraying his resolve whenever the topic of becoming stronger came up. The red-haired woman broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Gray's current strength likely stemmed from that very special training course. She secretly regretted letting it slip that Duran was the only survivor of the training, but Gray responded so calmly, as if he had already anticipated everything, which only made her more anxious. She warned Gray that Professor Starseer was a notorious figure who had sent countless students to their deaths. She emphasized that participating in his training was no different from throwing himself onto Professor Varian's body modification operating table. Images of the past flashed through her mind. Grisly experiments on human bodies in a dark, damp room. Gray mused, remembering Bella Albright, who had been the strongest mage in the world before he turned back time. Bella appeared, magnificent amidst massive magic circles, a testament to the ultimate power that Varian's surgery could bestow. Gray secretly thought that while a safer way would be better, if he had to bet his life in exchange for overwhelming power, he would not hesitate. He clenched his fists, convinced that this wasn't such a bad deal after all. A faint smile graced his lips as Gray told himself he would do whatever it took to survive and return. The red-haired woman looked at Gray with apprehension, seemingly still wanting to stop. The sound of the door opening cut through their conversation, and a messenger appeared with a letter from Central Command. The letter, sealed with formal red wax, was handed directly to the woman. When Gray asked about the origin of the letter, she explained that it was an order from the most powerful people running the academy. She confessed that she had never even seen the faces of those high-ranking figures, nor did she even know if they were still human. Her eyes sharpened as she opened the letter. The contents directly addressed Gray's special selection training course. The letter explicitly stated that they knew she would try to cancel the training, so they had sent this additional appendix. The letter categorized two types of training, one that was safe but only yielded average results, and another that was 80% fatal, but those who survived would be stronger than all others combined. Starseer had chosen the most brutal option and elevated it to a special directive from command. With this order, even her independent management authority could not intervene or prevent Gray from participating. The letter expressed high expectations for Gray's growth for the sake of the world's future, signed by an anonymous professor, Starseer. The red-haired woman was shocked. She couldn't believe Command would issue a special directive for just a single first-year student. She furrowed her brow, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. A first-year student receiving a personal directive from the highest level was absolutely unprecedented. She wondered why Starseer would go to such lengths just to force Gray into that training course. Seeing her expression change, Gray spoke up to ask what was wrong. With an apologetic look, she informed him that the only way to avoid this trap was for him to drop out immediately. Gray took the letter and read every line of the order in silence. The woman gripped her sleeves tightly, acknowledging that this was the best academy in the world when it came to output results. The magnificent academy building appeared in the night, a place that had forged, yet also crushed, countless talents. She wondered if putting Gray on the special list from the very beginning had been a mistake. Given Gray's talent, she believed he could still succeed outside the academy and promised to use her connections to find him a great mentor. Looking straight into her eyes, Gray firmly asserted that he would not drop out. He declared that if he couldn't survive this training, he wouldn't stand a chance of surviving in that brutal future world anyway. Seeing Gray's resolve, the woman gave up and decided to reveal a piece of good news to reassure him. Even though it was dangerous, the truth was that most of the strongest individuals from previous generations were survivors of this very training. Gray smiled, relaxing, and told her she should have mentioned that from the start. The woman sighed, admitting that she genuinely wanted to stop him because she knew he wouldn't hesitate to throw himself into the jaws of death. Now she was powerless against Gray's determination, while the young man could only laugh it off. The red-haired woman bowed her head, her heart heavy with unspoken thoughts. She looked up at Gray Lee, her gaze filled with a mix of anxiety and expectation as she told him he absolutely had to survive and come back. Gray Lee clenched his fist with confidence, asserting that surviving was already part of his plan. The list of students participating in the special training was announced, gathering the most outstanding names from first to third year. In the meeting room, the 4 chosen students stood together, each exuding the unique aura of a genius. Starseer's messenger stood before them, coldly declaring that he was merely delivering orders on the professor's behalf. He began to dive into the main contents of the mission briefing. This was not a simulation, but an actual assault on a human trafficking base belonging to the criminal organization Blood Drinker. Since other units had already raided their supply lines, the current situation at this base was quite specific. There were no victims currently being held at the base, so they could strike without fear of harming civilians, though Leon and Pons looked tense as they sensed the gravity of the mission. The messenger emphasized that the enemies would fight like maniacs to take their lives, and their only objective was to wipe every last one of them out. After finishing the briefing, he asked if anyone had any questions about the operation. Leon spoke up cautiously, noting that this felt more like a real military operation than a field exercise. The messenger didn't deny it, admitting that this mission could indeed have been handled by professional soldiers. However, the opportunity to fight and kill enemies directly was an extremely valuable experience for the students. Pons timidly asked if any professors would be accompanying them to ensure their safety. The answer was no, as facing death in an environment without protection was the core goal of the training. He even strictly forbade Pons from using the defensive magic necklace she was wearing. The messenger advised them not to rely too much on professors, as sometimes the combat prowess of third-year students far surpassed their own. Gray Lee was momentarily surprised to hear about this unexpected power disparity. Luenel added that many professors were only good at research, and with Gray's strength, taking one of them down was entirely possible. A brutal vision flashed through Gray Lee's mind, and he silently acknowledged that Luenel's statement had a basis in reality. All 4 of them fell silent in the face of the messenger's coldness. He smirked slightly behind his mysterious mask, which bore a glowing gold star symbol. They had only 2 short hours of preparation time before being sent directly to the battlefield. Luenel and Leon were lost in thought, understanding that they had to prepare meticulously for every step of the way. Gray's eyes burned with a crimson hue, his killing intent beginning to radiate as he prepared to enter the life-or-death game. A stack of documents was placed on the table, setting the stage for an all-important tactical meeting. The purple-haired senior picked up the papers, introducing them as information about the group's destination, exclaiming that they were about to dive straight into the heart of enemy territory. Gray Lee wondered if this was a criminal den. Wouldn't they have anti-teleportation barriers? He focused on reviewing the file, while a mysterious hooded woman stood quietly, watching from behind. The woman explained that the place was originally sealed by a powerful anti-teleportation field. But this time, the Academy had found a loophole and destroyed it from afar, and a barrier of that level would take at least 10 hours to reestablish. This meant the group had to take advantage of this brief window to wipe out the base. Leon broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this, and the atmosphere in the room turned incredibly serious. The purple-haired senior asked to be certain whether the criminals would realize the raid was coming. The hooded woman confirmed they certainly would, as destroying the barrier was no different from a direct declaration of war. She flashed an enigmatic smile, suggesting this would be a real training session for the students. A long scar down the woman's face stood out under the light as she smirked. The purple-haired senior began to sweat, appearing slightly anxious as he re-examined the reports. He leaned over the table, suggesting the group should review their tactics to increase their survival odds for this mission. Leon adjusted his collar, proposing that everyone should first confirm each other's capabilities. He said that since they had sparred before, they were quite familiar with each other's strength, but the senior remained an unknown variable. But the senior brushed it off, claiming that one look was all it took for him to know exactly what they were capable of. That nonchalant response left Leon stunned, not understanding where the senior got such immense confidence. The senior firmly asserted that he was the strongest one there, adding that it might take two Lunals working together just to stand a chance against him. While as for Leon and Gray Lee, he remarked that both were only on par with Lunal. He even drew a comparison chart in his mind, concluding that Lunal was only slightly better than the other two in a one-on-one. Leon's blood boiled as he took offense to his senior's blatant condescension. Gray Lee just stood there in silence, secretly thinking the senior was truly overconfident. Seeing his juniors looked unconvinced, the senior drew his sword defiantly, saying he wouldn't use any safety measures and the group could attack whenever they liked. The necklace fell onto the table, signaling the start of a real duel. Leon gritted his teeth. If his opponent was going to be that confident, there was no need for him to hold back. He stomped his foot to gain momentum, surging toward the senior who was standing there casually. "Then take this," Leon shouted, swinging his sword in a powerful downward strike. Facing the fierce attack, the purple-haired senior kept an unnaturally calm expression. A shrill clink rang out as the two blades collided, but the situation turned out to be completely one-sided. Leon was shocked to realize the opponent's sword felt incredibly light, despite the direct collision. The senior dodged artfully, muttering that the second year's strength only amounted to that much. With a single lightning-fast counterattack, he sent Leon flying and slammed him directly into the wooden floor, creating a loud bang and a cloud of dust. Leon lay sprawled on the floor, panting in pain as his chest heaved after the impact was strong enough to crack the floorboards. The mysterious woman stood far away, watching the scene and chuckling with interest. It seemed she had already anticipated the result. The purple-haired senior sheathed his sword, coldly declaring that even the weakest third year like him would never lose to a bunch of second years. Gray Lee was startled. Someone this terrifyingly strong considered himself the weakest of the third years? He broke into a cold sweat, wondering just how vast the gap between second and third years at this academy truly was. The senior began spinning a pencil in his hand, explaining further that what he had just said only applied to standard life force swordplay. He stared at Gray and admitted that if Gray unleashed his true power, even he himself might be taken down in a single blow. Gray Lee remained silent, his expression tightening with wariness. Realizing this guy seemed to know his power secret, the senior tapped his pencil against his head, recalling how Gray had ended the first year's 36-game losing streak, asking, "You think people would forget that so easily?" The image of Gray Lee with his blood-stained hands returned, a testament to his terrifying yet high-risk power. Gray mused that he hadn't expected rumors of that battle to spread to the other grades so quickly. The purple-haired senior continued to look at him with a scrutinizing gaze. He said he had heard about the terrifying side effects whenever Gray used his full power, so the group shouldn't rely on it too much. Gray Lee looked down, deep in thought, admitting that if he used all his strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep fighting immediately afterward. The purple-haired senior nodded, advising him not to use it unless absolutely necessary, for if they encountered a stronger enemy while Gray was exhausted, the group would be in big trouble. "I understand," Gray replied briefly, accepting the senior's warning, and the group began to move, preparing for the final steps before the raid officially commenced. On the table lay maps, covered in red circles marking targets, with only 30 minutes left until the teleportation time. The purple-haired senior leaned over to review them, confirming that the group had a basic grasp of enemy positions. He pointed to an area that looked the most crowded on the map and decided he would take on that attack vector himself, while the red lines on the map laid out a complex attack plan against the criminal organization's lair. Luenel observed the map and suggested whether the other three should choose their attack routes randomly. But the senior waved it off, saying he would distribute tasks based on each person's distinct combat style. His finger pointed to a spot on the map, assigning Luenel to handle the area on that side. Next, he pointed in another direction and ordered Leon to neatly handle the target there. Leon, though still in pain, nodded in agreement. As long as that was the senior's intention, he would follow it absolutely. However, Luenel, with a sharp gaze, still felt that something was wrong with this arrangement. He pointed at the remaining route, realizing that Gray had been pushed into a completely isolated and dangerous path. Luenel stared at the senior with icy blue eyes, demanding to know the real reason behind sending Gray there. The purple-haired senior nonchalantly explained that the terrain there best suited Gray's style, but then he suddenly hesitated. A brief silence hung in the air as he seemed to consider whether he should tell the whole truth. That is because those are particularly dangerous criminals. The senior's response left Luenel stunned. He revealed that there were incredibly formidable criminals in that area, some of whom had even been trained at the academy, and Gray was being sent straight to where they were most likely to appear. The senior sighed, appearing to know he couldn't keep hiding it anymore in the face of Luenel's keen insight. He admitted to Luenel that there really was a criminal on a special blacklist of dangerous targets within this training area. The senior looked away, asserting that if that were true, then even if he, Leon, and Luenel teamed up, they wouldn't have a single chance of winning. Luenel looked at the senior with concern upon hearing of the enemy's terrifying strength hidden in the shadows. The only one who can face them is Gray, the senior said with a heavy voice, and Gray Lee stood silently with glowing crimson eyes, ready to face the life-or-death challenge awaiting him.